Ah! Ah!
Episode 50. Ah! Oof!
Hey!
Off into the sunset.
And my flashlight I always use to point at things. Jamie,
Surprise!
hey! Dixie Dynamite, hey! I can't get it to work, so I have an extra, and I had it ready to go, and I freaking can't find it. Of course, this is how things happen.
Todd? What is happening?
I know, and anyway, I was gonna do something, and the one I have always right next to me in bed is now, of course, missing right as the show starts. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Okay, so this is, of course, the Todd Jaeger Experience. Oh, we don't have our names.
Wow.
My name's not on my thing. Was I supposed to do? No, that's weird. Oh, you know why? Because this is an. Oh, there I am. There I am.
That's weird.
Quality Jaeger.
How'd that happen?
I don't know, Chris. Like I said, I just woke up. You guys get to be on Eastern time and start in the afternoon. I have to get up early here and start at 11 a.m. It's too early for me still. So anyway.
So welcome, Jamie.
Yeah.
Thank you. Happy 50th.
Oh, thank you very much.
I didn't. Yeah, that's so weird. We've done 50 shows so far. This is crazy.
50 shows.
And I remember the very first show ran about an hour and a half. The second show ran about 2 hours. And then after that, it kind of crept up to 3. And every week.
That means by next year at this time, we should be doing maybe about a 12-hour show.
I could do it. I could do it. I got enough stuff
I know you can.
To show. But I mean, it's so weird because the average show has run 4 hours and sometimes 5. I remember one time we went 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
And
like
yet
it goes by so quickly.
I know. And the thing is, there's so much to talk about. There's so many things to show and tell. And yet it's like, no, I got to eat and I got to take a nap. And so it happens. But anyway, yes. Below me here, am I pointing in the right direction?
You are.
Okay.
Finally.
Dixie. So what would you like to go by today? Dixie or Jamie? Jamie. Okay. All right. And then this guy here. You what?
Dixie.
Dixie. All right, Dixie.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. See, Todd
Dynamite.
sounded disappointed when you said Jamie.
No, I was just like he whispered it,
okay.
But Dixie Dynamite.
Dixie now.
That's an acid flashback, man. That's like God. See, I'm older than all y'all, but it's weird how when some people bring up something that goes way back that's, not widely talked about, that kind of like makes my mind a little bit. But this guy over here is Chris.
I am.
He's sitting on the dock of the bay. And it turns out Jack is he's kind of not feeling well today. But we don't want him to be on here just feeling lousy, so he's not here. Annabelle is she's on her sort of camping trip, doing those rock carvings, and I told her please pop in if she can because she's visiting with Bill Whedon and Doris.
Yes, I saw the
And
picture.
so would be great. Yeah, you can put up some. There's one of her carvings. That's really cool. Didn't she say on the other side of that? Is it that rock that guy carved a naked lady?
Yeah, I think he broke it, right?
He
Didn't
broke
break
it.
something?
Yes, he broke it. And so there's a rock that's how many billions of years old, and this guy fucked it up.
After putting hers down.
Right.
Yeah, men, you listen. I'll whenever I see a guy, treating his gal bad, I whisper to her, you know what they say, men are bastards, and if you forget, they'll remind you.
Mhm.
So that's
That's
what
true.
I feel. Excuse
Still,
me.
still some good guys out there.
Yeah. Well, since we got Jamie on, I might as well. See, I hate it when I lean forward, my head, there we go. My head gets cut off. But then when I lean back, oh, well. So Jamie here.
He can't find the right balance.
I
He's
can't.
like a
I-
seesaw, right?
And I've got it on a bright light today, but you can, like Jamie, you always said, I remember one of the first things you said about my videos way back when was, there's always interesting background angles and lighting. And I can see it now almost at liminal space with the line right up here. I can't get my finger to, there we go. Bring it back, Todd, down that way. That line, the line right here, the darker lines. It's just, there's always some kind of interesting, even if I have a simple scene, the angle and the lines and behind me always come out to be something really strange and interesting. So I'm kind of proud of that. I'd never do it intentionally. So, but Jamie here is the brains behind Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back.
Yes.
And to this day, this is a sealed copy. I have like 3 copies on Blu-ray and 3 copies on DVD because I just had to. And on the back, I'm kind of thrilled because there's me on the telephone. That's Mike Ferguson and Jennifer Nangle. And then up here is Michael Ochaterena. I guess, Jamie, you said it was Michael, right? Michael Ochaterena, who helped pick the layout of the back cover.
Ward.
And he chose to put me on. Hey, Ward. So when I saw this and saw that I was on the back cover, I was like, what the hell? That's, wow. Of all the characters in the movie, like they could have put Jonathan Tiersten on the cover, because he's a star. Or, R.I.P. But I'm on here. And so I was like, yay, because this wasn't my first feature. But
You keep talking about it, Todd. He's going to take you off the back.
no, look at that, folks. Look at that mug. I'm on the cover. That's a big deal for me, Chris.
It
Let
is.
me have it.
I know. I'm always kidding.
Oh, trailer time.
My logo is too long here. I've shortened it.
Yeah. I like that.
great.
The small town of Golden Windows
That
has
voice.
a very big problem. Its townsfolk cannot stay alive, and the killer is still in diapers.
I still can't get over that. How effective it is. The turning of the head. There's Jennifer. Jonathan.
Yes, Jonathan.
Avery, right?
Yep.
He designed the cover.
No CGI, no AI. I know it looks like it.
No, it's not AI, folks. Mike Ferguson, Jennifer, the backhead of Eric Anthony Russo. Boy, Mike, he's hit it big now. There's Eric. Yay! Michael Terena. Oh, there he is. Oh, there's yay! Oh man, that's. That must have taken a few tries. Get it just right.
One of the things a lot of movies, but I also it has found the right audience
Yeah.
that appreciated it for what it is.
Yeah.
Everyone's always like, why did you make the baby so fake? And the answer is simple. I looked at those, like, I think they're called reborn babies.
Yeah, and they're expensive.
Really, very, very expensive, very realistic. But the less realistic the baby was, okay, you
better.
can laugh at that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I would tell people
Way more effective.
I would tell people it's a cheap plastic baby with smudges and a cigarette. I mean, why would you try to make that realistic? I mean,
Well, right. Something as small as that changes the whole tone of the feeling you get from the viewer. If it looks real and emotionally now you're seeing this real baby, all these things, it changes the whole joke of it. And, you get a laugh as soon as you see the baby this time.
And think of it this way, with Ryan Harrison's Ninja Badass, if he would have used incredibly expensive special effects and all that, the movie wouldn't be as funny. Some movies are kind of meant to have a cheapness to them. Now, I know that recently, for some strange reason, is it the anniversary of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
I somewhere near there.
I'm honestly not huge on that movie. When I first saw it way back when, I was kind of like, I don't want to say bored, but I didn't really laugh because they tried too hard to make it, a bad movie. Whereas Toilet Zombie Baby knows what it is, but at the same time, there was a bit more put into it in the manner that the fact that each of the actors shot their own scenes. You've got a varying video quality because of that, which gives the movie an unusual atmosphere and each segment kind of its own personality because of the quality of the video. And I don't know. I would rather watch a movie like Toilet Zombie Baby, even if it wasn't me in it, because I could tell there was some fun and passion put into it instead of trying too hard. Well, we want to make a bad movie. This one, yeah, knew it wasn't going to be an epic, but at the same time, there was some kind of wonderful little effort put into it.
And right,
So,
more of a charm to it. So
yeah. So
And it was like that behind the scenes. It was COVID shutdown, the big shutdown. And it really felt like, even though we were all filming scenes far apart from each other, that we sort of formed a little movie family. At least that's how I felt.
right,
yeah.
And I felt very paternal over all my actors. Like if someone said something nasty to one of my actors, I would rip their head off. You know what I mean? So it was a really interesting experience for me. Really, my first real directorial effort, and to do it under those circumstances and with the people that we did it with, it just makes it special.
right.
And someone once said to me, "Are you ashamed of it?" Never.
Yeah,
No.
Never be ashamed of it.
I mean, I would tell people, be a little forgiving. There are a lot of DIY movies out there that, I'm sorry, but after 10 minutes, I was just like, ugh. I won't mention some of the titles because I don't want to upset the filmmakers. Like I did that one South American director that I liked his segment in I Slay on Christmas, but he was the one that got angry at me for kind of criticizing the whole movie. I don't know. But yeah, there are some that I'll watch, and after 10, 15 minutes, I'm like, meh. But Toilet Zombie Baby kind of doesn't let you start to, oh no, because it keeps shifting.
Right.
It's got so many people in it. I mean, bigger cast than like movies like Magnolia and the 2006 Crash, because you got all these characters massively, but all these characters, the change in so many subplots. But some would
It's
say,
very
well,
much an ensemble piece.
yeah, I mean, even though some would say, well, there's too many subplots and too many stories going on, this one, it works because it never gives you a chance to really get bored, nor start to be like, I don't get what's going on. You have to flow with it. And it just, I don't know. It just, and plus the people, you got, well, Jennifer Nangle is her, she's a horror movie host now. And I know she works a lot with that guy, Charles, who I know Charles, I think I first saw him, Chub, I'm sorry, Charles, I can't get the last name.
That was close enough.
I get down, I get up again. Charles Chub, that's what his last name reminds me of. Is Chub. Anyway, I'm sorry,
Chub.
Charles. You're so fun.
Nub.
Nub nubby dum dum. Yeah, that's Ewoks. But no, I mean, I first saw Charles in Ugly Sweater Party. And so then I see he was teaming up with Jennifer. They're good friends. So they always do stuff together. But I mean, you got Jennifer. I mean, look at how massively huge Mike Ferguson has become. I mean, he's in every top rented, was it Netflix action movie or he's just everywhere. He's freaking everywhere. The last thing I actually saw him in was the one with Justin Long about the vampires, Night Patrol or something, which was. But Mike is just, he's become a Christopher Walken type or a Nicolas Cage type where he just is in a movie every month. And he has the energy for it, that's for sure.
He's a beast.
Yeah, God bless him.
I'm sorry, what, Jamie?
He's a beast.
Oh, he is.
So amazing.
Yeah, he's, I mean, I still can't get over the fact that he messaged me one day. Well, he has actually called me and we've talked a couple times. And one time I was with Maya Whitecloud at a pizza joint in Palm Desert here when Maya was here visiting and then she moved here for a while. And we were at this pizza joint, and Mike called her, and we had Mike on speakerphone, and I'm just like, I can't believe I got Maya Whitecloud right here and Mike Ferguson. It was amazing. But he messaged me once and said, hey, when he was roommates with Eric, and he said, hey, Eric and I were just talking about you. We think you're fucking funny. Meaning hilarious. He said, I want you to make a video, Mike Ferguson, American Hero. And because he and Eric had that little thing they would do together, and then he would, like, they'd put in an eagle with the sound screeching. And and he said, yeah, and, put Eric in there. And I was like, okay. So I came up with, there's a video we should show sometime, Chris.
Yeah, I think we did show it.
2 versions, though. Okay. There's 2 versions. One is called Mike Ferguson and Eric Anthony Russo, American Heroes.
Okay.
And then later, for Mike alone, I re-edited the video and called it Mike Ferguson, American Hero. So you can see it both ways. That's the one
we saw.
Well, there's one with Eric and Mike that we should show sometime, although it's mature listed, so I don't know, how easy you can get into Vimeo and find it. Because if you try to search for it, unless you log in, it won't come up. Yeah.
I'll find it.
But
why? I'm not logged in. Are there some I can't see without being logged in?
Yes. Any of my videos that are mature listed are most likely not going to turn up in the search unless you're logged in.
How many videos do you have total?
540 something videos.
6, right?
I don't.
Well, I can see all 546.
Okay. Well, look for Mike Ferguson and Eric Anthony Russo, American Heroes. And the other thing, too, is I want to warn y'all out there with this new computer I just got. They could not reinstall the Movie Maker version from 2012 that I've been using for 16 years. I could go in Movie Maker and whoop, get a video done real quick. What they were able to put in was Movie Maker version 2.6, whatever that, and it does not look the same. So I'm going to have to try to figure out, it's going to like learning all over again. And then he put in 2 other types of movie editing programs, and I'm sitting there going,
it's probably better. It's probably way better, but you're just not used to it. And that sucks.
Well, this one, let me minimize so I can tell you the name of it. It's called Open Shot Video Editor, and there's also Video Pad. The guy at the PC shop showed me both, and I'm sitting there just like I'm having brain seizures. It just, it's real easy. I'm like,
yeah, but you're creative, Todd. Like, once you get into it, you should be able to figure it out.
Let's just say I'm not going to be making any videos anytime really soon, because like if Annabelle gets me a link to a screener and this one woman she deals with kind of want, like I did with Blind Bargain, make a video review for it, it's going to be a while before I'm able to create new videos again, because I'm totally, if I had someone here to sit me down and go, let's try to edit a video and help me through the steps, I could do it. That's how I learned Movie Maker. But I don't have anybody to do that. And so, folks, what you get on my Vimeo channel is what you're going to get for a while, because right now I don't want to stress myself out too much. But anyway, back to the fun. So that's that.
Well, you'll have some of your remix videos on there.
Yeah. Well, for a minute there, what's really funny is the strangers in the bathroom video portion that you showed, you took from the director's cut version that was a little more sassy. I noticed you messed with the visual so that you wouldn't see anything. But I was like, oh no, is he going to show the regular version or the one that's a little more revealing? And
I like your scream better in the revealing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like with Toilet Zombie Baby. I was not happy with my post-credit scene in the manner that What I wanted to do was, and I thought of it later, I took these 2 microphone posts later and put up a sheet outside my front door late at night so that, neighbors would, and so that if I open my front door and I'm not wearing anything, nobody's going to see that. But when I was shooting that post-credit scene, I didn't think of that. And I was like, how can I do this? I don't want, and I did it super late. So in case, there won't be any neighbors looking out their windows. So I was standing there with no pants on and I'm holding,
as usual,
I'm holding these boxer shorts in front of my crotch and I'm standing sideways thinking, oh, they won't see it. 'Cause I didn't care if they would have seen my bush or something. But I wanted to get the scene shot and I had everything set up. I just should have put up a sheet so that I could have been more revealing. But I didn't think of that. The only thing that I don't, and you see my butt when I close the door, but I was upset that when I'm standing there and I'm talking to the camera, you can see that I'm holding something in front of my crotch. And I don't like that. It's like, well, Todd, you were answering the door and you were having an orgy in the background, so you kind of quickly covered up your crotch. But for me, I wanted it to be a little bit more sassy or saucy, whatever word you want to use. And when I think back on it, I wish I would have done it a little differently. But here's the thing. Once I saw how I delivered the lines and did the speculum, and I was like, I can't do it any better than that. No. It's like you get that one chance and everything is right except for one little thing. But if I would have tried it again, I don't think it would have come out as exactly as I would have hoped for. So I kept that as it was. And Jamie, I think you said that one got a good reaction though. So.
Oh, absolutely. I know what you're saying about being a little more sassy, but I bet no one else but you, Todd, would have noticed that you were holding something down there.
Yeah, and even by talking about it now, some are going to say, "Oh, now I see it. You shouldn't have mentioned it." But I don't know. It's the first thing my eyes go to is that when I watch it. But everyone else was like, oh, I wouldn't have thought anything of that because you were answering the door and you weren't going to just stand there exposing yourself. Right. So that's why when I turn and close the door, even though you see half of my butt, the top half of my butt, that's a surprise. Because if I would have been standing there showing a little more when I'm looking at the camera, it wouldn't have been as much as funny or a surprise that you're going to see my butt. So maybe hiding my crotch was the better thing to do. But it just, when I look back, I don't know. I think about it now.
Your ending is the movie's ending. Your butt is the movie butt.
And I don't give you a chance to breathe because what I thought was, why go through a bunch of credits like in a Marvel movie to only sit there I'm sorry, folks, when you keep seeing me do this, I've got a fan blowing on me, so hairs are like brushing my nose and my mustache.
You in the middle of a Playgirl shoe? You in a Playgirl shoe?
I think It's constantly.
It's just that if people see me doing this, I don't have a nervous tick or anything. It's hair keeps getting in my face. That's what it is, folks. So anyway,
the robe is ready to come off. He has a thong on under there.
Look, I'm being more revealing today. You get to see my pelt. I'm lazy today. I didn't. All my T-shirts, and I have hundreds of like movie and band T-shirts. They're all in these plastic cases in my closet, and I need to categorize what's in each tub. I haven't done that yet, and I didn't what am I going to wear today? What special shirt? And I thought, you know what? I gotta get going here. See, I'm doing this again. So I just grabbed a shirt. I thought I'll just be regular today, but I'll be a little sassy and let y'all see some, although this lighting doesn't show it as full as it is, I'm just going to be a little sexy today.
You're gonna be a little cow in a hot pink.
Yeah. So back to that post-credit scene. I thought after sitting through 15 minutes of credits in a Marvel movie, you may get 20 seconds of, oh, I waited for that. You know? So I figured I'd not only surprise everybody, I would do a 1-2 punch. So you see me talking to the zombie baby, the camera, and as I'm talking, then I hold up that item in my hand. And so just as people are like grasping what that is, I thought I'm going to save you the editing task. So I then cut further back and then shut the door. You see my butt. And then it just goes black with that door that I added that sound effect, and boom, that's it. And I thought people are going to be like, but, because boom, boom, I hit him with 2 things. And I think that's the best way to do a post-credit scene. And
Absolutely.
So I'm proud of that. I'm just happy that you asked me to do a 3rd scene, because I thought, wow, this is thrilling. I'm in this movie, but it was 2 quick telephone scenes. And then when you said your mom and your grandma said there wasn't enough of me in the movie. So I know I still can't get over that.
Todd's a hit with mothers and grandmothers.
I guess I am. And I just thought,
adore you.
well, I basically kept to your script. You said, this is an idea. Do what you want. So I was like, well, how do you want me to shoot it? Do whatever. I've seen your videos. So I thought, well, it's got to be a POV, so the camera has to be low to the ground looking up. And I knew that much. And then I just thought, was it you that yeah, I think you said wear your S&M outfit.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I did. And
it didn't take much convincing.
I was just going to say, I'm sure Todd put up a fight when you told him to do that.
Although here's a little fun fact. My harness that I was wearing, because of my tummy now, it's not easy to get that harness to fit completely right. There's a bottom part that has 2 jock strap. You know, in the regular jock strap, you got the 2 belt things that go under your butt cheeks. This one has that, and but the vent piece comes underneath your crotch with a cock ring on it. And then you bring the other part of the belt up to connect to the rest of the harness. Well, I couldn't get that all to fit properly. So the jacket, what I did was I took the bottom part of the harness, brought it up, and kind of tucked it up underneath the back of my jacket. And I was worried it was going to fall down when I turned around, and it would have ruined the whole take. But it took some work to do just what you see.
Listen,
and
we're going to have to start getting maybe one of those CGI outfits with the little dots all over them for you from now on, Todd. And then they could make you wearing all kind of rings, leather, whatever you want.
I'll go to the cock ring warehouse and get some.
It doesn't seem like you can get in these things anymore, your little contraption.
I can't fit into my chaps. I'm so upset. The chaps were a gift. A guy I knew from Texas when he was coming through St. Louis on business, and we were going to go to Chicago for a weekend. We got to Chicago, and I forget the name of the leather shop, but we went there, and he had me fitted for chaps, and I was so proud. And the chaps, though, zip. You start zipping them from the bottom all the way up to the top of the inner thigh. And my legs aren't that huge, but I now can't really zip it all the way up. So I've got these chaps that I can't wear, and I'm sad.
Yeah.
Well, here in the desert, I will say, I was hoping I'd find, right now it's 104 here. It was 100.
That's not too bad.
It was 118 a couple days ago. And it's like, you can't really wear, I mean, we have a leather organization in here in the desert and everything, but man, it's too hot most of the year to wear leather. It's just too hot. So, I mean, I don't really have a good reason to wear my chaps these days, but it's sad though that I can't put them on. That's
maybe next episode.
Well, I would have worn them in Psycho Ape 2 could I been able to fit them on. I was going to wear the chaps, the leather jock strap, no pants, just the chaps, leather jock strap, and the jacket, and I was going to wear the harness, but it was just a lot of work and all that, and they wanted to get the shooting done, so I just put on the leather jacket, even though I hated that you could see my gut, and put on the leather jock strap, and boom, me and Bill did our scene. And plus, the scene's only like 15 seconds, so all that work would have been.
Todd, I can see you now. Everybody calling, "Where's Todd at?" And you're in the trailer trying to get the thing on. I'll be right out.
It's like, I don't know how people can wear skinny jeans. For one thing, guys in skinny jeans look weird to me. It makes their butt, it like wants to try to squash their butt down, and so that they look like they have a flat butt. And then it's just skinny jeans on guys. I mean, if you like them, fine, but honestly, I think they look weird. And it reminds me of people trying to, when I see especially some of these women come into to where I work, and they're just, the pants, how long did it take to pull those things on, or did they have an entourage of people helping them pull them up? It's just too much work, man. That's why I usually wear 2X, preferably 3X shirts. I just like the looseness. Back in the 80s when I was, trying to be a hot thing, I wore my Levi's that were very fitting, so that I would show. What was it the wild and crazy guys used to say? To show off our bulges.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would always make sure you could see I had a package. And then but that was when I was trimmer and everything. And nowadays it's like,
so back in the day, Todd, you would have been wearing the shit out of these skinny jeans.
No, not skinny jeans. Regular jeans. Regular jeans.
Now.
No, regular jeans. Not the kind that flare out, but what do they call them? Boot cut jeans or something. Regular jeans, and of course a little nice in the fun area. And but that was what I did. And now I don't care about that anymore. I wear jean shorts, and they're, those of course are not form fitting, and I wear loose shirts, and plus I want to hide I don't understand guys wearing t-shirts and shirts that are like right against their body, and then they got, I can't do that. So I wear loose clothes anymore. I don't care. But boy, it's interesting how we got into fashion. But
whatever.
Yeah. So, and I also tell people, go ahead.
Do you have any opinions, any strong opinions on skinny jeans?
Not for me.
No.
Not for you. Okay.
No.
I don't know what it is, but when I see guys wearing skinny jeans, I'm like, I don't care how, great you look, massive beard and all that kind of stuff. The skinny jeans just kind of like,
yeah.
They're just so, they make your legs look like sticks. Even if you got decent legs, it just
looks
makes
like a struggle, even the walk, right?
Well, it's like women when they come in with heels, and they're walking like Mrs. Huygens, on Carol Burnett. It hurts. We've all tried on to see how it is wearing heels. I know we all have. Everybody, every guy out there. Well,
I have.
The thing is,
I have.
I just thought, how do people walk in this? So I tried them on, and it's like, it hurts. It makes high heels were designed by men so women, when they stand, they have to their lower back has to like do this and their
Tightens
chest
up the
stick out.
calf, everything, right?
It can hurt your lower back. And to walk like that, also when I see them walking like they're on thin ice because they don't want to fall, it's like, what is the point of going through all that trouble and say, well, I look hot? You were brought up, women were brought up all these decades and centuries to think that looks attractive. It's all for the men. It was all for the men, you know, to make the women look sexier to men. But it's just a pain. And I see women sometimes, they're carrying all their food and stuff. They're coming towards me and they're like trying to walk and trying to balance. And I'm like, it's too much work, man. Relax. If I was a woman, I'd be wearing flats all the time. I don't heels, you know. Anyway.
I dressed up in drag only once.
Yep, same here.
And my mother saw me and she started crying. And I said, Mama, I'm sorry. And she goes, I'm not crying because I'm upset. I'm crying because you look so much better in that fucking dress than me.
Well, I'm sure Chris is going to show this on the show. It's someday at least. But when I worked at a nightclub called Magnolias in St. Louis, every year they had the annual Hookers Ball. It was a charity event, and all of the employees had to do drag, and we had a cabaret stage and everything. And I told the bosses and the upper managers, I said, I'm not going to do full drag. I have nothing against it. It's just, it's not for me. I don't want to do it. I said, but I'll do something. So in a video, I lip sync to, there's a lesbian group called Two Nice Girls. It's 4 of them. They do a jazz rendition of Speed Racer. And so what I did was I put on at the time I had a helmet because I had a moped and it was defective and I had a wreck and I broke my shoulder and I'll never ride one again, but I still had the helmet. I put on my leather jacket and my harness. The same leather jacket you've been seeing me in all these years, that same jacket. And then because I was a dance minor in college, I had those like plastic, like Danskin pants and they were blue. So I wore those and then I wore not high heels, but I wore ones that had a little bit of a heel. And I hate that I had to go out and buy them just for this one thing. So you see me in the video doing that while I'm just doing Speed Racer. And then later I do, there's a song called Here Fluffy. Here, Fluffy, where are you? Where are you? About the missing dog, Fluffy. That was, my mom had this excessively fuzzy green robe, and I wore that in a wig. But see, the motorcycle one, I wasn't wearing full drag. It was like a mixed media thing going on. So I got away with it, and they liked my performances, but I've never done full drag. It was nothing I've ever been interested in trying. So I figured if I'm forced to do it. Oh, and they wanted me to get rid of my beard.
Oh, bye.
And I said, I am not shaving. And they were like, well, you got it. You're doing it. I said, I will quit my job, at the bar. And this was a fucking bar. So I'm not shaving my beard for that. I didn't have a huge beard then, but I was not going to shave. So they let me do what I wanted to do. And it was fine. And I had fun. But yeah. And then so sometime Chris, I'm sure, is going to pull that video up and I just
am now. Yeah.
Well, also, Chris, you're going to do it one day, and I'm just going to get it out in the open. You're probably
These are all things that Todd wants me to do. That's why.
No, because he's going to surprise me with it otherwise, and then I'm going to be mortified. Was the video I did back in college, like around 1984 or something, and it's me doing interpretive dance. It was humorous where I'm interpreting doing laundry and then doing the motions of the washing machine. And I'm wearing my what do you call it? That one piece thing that we would wear in dance class when you're in ballet.
Leotard?
Leotard. Yeah.
My leotard? I think I was wearing leg warmers.
Did you have ballet shoes on too?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so
And-
Chris hasn't seen this video.
What?
No. If I
Chris never.
no, if
Chris
I
never
saw it,
saw
it would have been you would have.
He would have shown it already, but I
Right.
figured
Todd
at
knows.
some it's on my Vimeo channel. And it's
What's
called
the name of it, Todd?
Laundry Day.
Todd, I had to beg you to show me that.
Yes,
'Cause
you
you
did.
told me about it, and I
Yes.
said I've got to see it.
Now
Would you rather me wait and do it as the intro?
I don't care. I
or put
really
it up
don't
now?
care because you're going to do it at some point, either whether you surprise me or not. And people, but the only thing I warned people about is I was skinny as a stick. I was just bony. That's how I'd been all my life. I looked like I was malnourished. And plus, I unfortunately had short hair at the time because someone, remember, I was in a kind of a pillion stage back then. I was told, we're going to cut your hair. And I was like, ugh. So I allowed that. So I look really skinny. I look really,
Oh wait, hold on, Todd.
skinny.
really skinny. I mean, I turned sideways. You don't know where I went.
It's not Naked Laundry Day, is it?
No, it's Laundry Day.
Okay.
Oh, Naked
no,
Laundry Day was good. It was like a little series.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of the naked ones. You do have a series.
I know the Naked Laundry Day ones. You'd really have to censor.
I'm sure.
But no, it's just called Laundry Day.
Yeah.
And it's
No,
not.
I just Googled it real fast and they came up right away.
Well, Laundry Day, Todd Jaeger.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, just for fun, because
No,
we.
Don't
we
worry,
got-
I'll get it. Just
You
keep
sure?
going. Yeah.
Well, I'm on Vimeo right now, and I'm typing in Laundry Day Todd Jaeger, and I'll see what it comes up. There it is, Laundry Day, 1986.
Okay. Good, I'll get it.
Choreography by Todd Jaeger. And I also did another dance video that I'm not in, where in dance composition, we had to choreograph a dance for 6 people or something. And I did one called China Dance, and it was with an instrumental from Howard Jones. It was a B-side, and I got an A on that. And it was kind of a oriental dance with these 6 dancers, and I was really proud of that. That one's in there too. It's called China Dance. Choreography by Todd Jaeger. But so what the video of the dance video is,
I got it.
Is you got me doing exercises, and then a voice on a tape says, well, that's enough for today. Now time to do your laundry or something. And then I start to dance and do movements like I'm gathering laundry and putting it in a machine. And then I turn into the washing machine itself, and I'm doing, and if you hear carefully, you can hear people laughing because it was meant to be funny. And then afterwards, everybody's clapping, and I'm kind of like, ugh. But, I figured one day, Chris, you're going to either surprise me and have me just mortified, or look at that fucking skinny.
Hello, everyone. Todd Jaeger here. I attended Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville from the early to mid 1980s.
I'm missing a
I minored
tooth in this
dance.
one.
I loved
I
it.
was just going to say,
My
whose voice is
favorite
that?
course was dance composition.
I talk
from the winter of
differently
1980.
because I was missing a tooth.
I got an A in that.
Oh,
They
you
asked
can see
me,
it.
the instructors, why I didn't ever try to be in the dance concerts. Well, as you'll see in the following video, I was horrifyingly skinny. I was scrawny, skin and bones. And while I thought I did all right for dance, my appearance on stage would have been they would have just been staring at how skinny I was. The instructors also appreciated my sense of humor As you'll see in this interpretive dance, in which I start off exercising, then it's time to do laundry, and then I interpret how the washing machine cycles go. You'll see. I hope you enjoy it. And please,
Even Todd's laughing.
no comments about how freaking skinny I was. Thank you.
My voice was weird because I didn't want my teeth to like, you know. Oh God, look at that.
Okay, ready.
Crank up the volume. Oh, it's Madonna.
Hold on, let me see.
Don't forget your laundry. Oh. Yeah, crank it up if you can.
Yeah, that's as high as it goes.
I'm moving away because I don't want to do my laundry. I'll have to give commentary. See, I'm like slinking away.
Is that how you really do your laundry?
I wish I knew what this music was. I never knew who the artist. I'm lifting up my laundry. Is that as loud as it gets?
Yeah, I put everything up.
Okay. And it's too heavy. Oh no.
You might need help.
Here I go.
What year is this, Todd? 86?
It's around, well, it says 86, but I think it was actually 85 or 80. So I'm guessing. This was from a VHS I had that still plays fine. 40-year-old VHS. I'm putting...
I kept it all, Todd.
Yeah. I'm putting the clothes in the washing machine.
Todd has never changed.
Look at... Oh, I did a twirl. Oh, look at that. Oh, boy, that's where my, oh, wow. I'm kind of impressed.
Todd's ready to pass out right there.
Okay, now putting you know how the, squashing the clothes in the washing machine. God damn. Now I'm the agitator.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, yeah, you're in the washer, right? Is that what it's called?
Well, the agitator in the center of the washing.
Wow, I never knew.
Oh,
what that
jeepers! Look at that. I'm actually dancing.
Todd,
And
would
then-
you rather
here, wait.
me have played
There's the
like,
end.
Fame over this, or
Look at I'm laughing. Look at me. I'm like, ah. But people were clapping and stuff. Yeah, that was, and I got an A. So, I mean, other people in my class were doing like serious ooh stuff, and I thought,
well, that was serious. That didn't look.
I
Right.
didn't want to for me to try to do something incredibly serious, looking like that. I thought would have been kind of, they would have been sitting there like, oh, it's good, but oh my God. So I was the only person in my dance class that was that skinny, and it drove me nuts. So I thought I'm going to just be me and do something a little humorous. And it's interesting that I was using Like a Virgin to do my exercises. And then that little voice that you could barely hear that said, okay, that's it for the 20-minute workout. Now it's time to do your laundry. And then I'm like, ah. And I thought I'd do something funny. And Audrey, the dance professor, I don't know what she appreciated that I was doing something funny. And
We all appreciate it, Todd.
when I look back on it, I was like, wow, I did some moves there when I did some twirls and stuff. And I was like, wow, I enjoyed dance. I just hated how skinny I was. So Audrey asked me if I would ever, be part of, because they had 1 or 2 dance concerts each year on campus in the big theater. And I just was too afraid to be on stage and try to do something serious when people would be going, Jesus Christ, he's fucking skinny. So I said, I'm sorry. I'm a little self-conscious about that, but I love dance. I love doing the dance classes. I did well in the class.
Todd, were you skinny like that most
all
of
my
your
life?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, oh Jesus, I was
like really underweight
through high school,
right,
all the way up to, I'd say, even into the early 90s. I was just skin and bones. And then, of course, as you get a little bit older, I had a flat stomach as far back as 2011.
Okay.
It was around 2000. Well, some of those sexy photos of me, like the one where I'm lying back on the pillow and stuff that you've used, and those were like from 2011. I had a decent body in 2011, and then a couple years later, the stomach just started happening, and like I said, it's part medical,
right?
And there's nothing I can do to go back, and so I accept it. But when I look back at how skinny I was like, no, I of course couldn't get any dates and stuff, and of course then when I had really super long hair and was skinny, it just I was not dating material. So,
wow.
Did you ever date a woman?
No.
Never?
Never.
That's a great question.
Have you, Chris?
A little bit.
What'd you say, Jamie? What, Dixie? You said something there a second?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't rewind at the moment, but although so move over to the delay on YouTube and see what's going on.
Yeah, real fast. Turn it on.
I know what it was. I asked Todd if he had dated women, and then Todd, you were joking.
Yeah, it's me.
Chris has he has a lovely wife and children.
Yeah, I figured
we never dated. I just woke up one day and there was a woman here and children. There was a family here. I don't know that's why I love these movies so much. I can relate.
Yeah. Okay. But I don't know. It just I was always so self-conscious. I guess the only reason I was ever to actually have fun was because, well, if everyone's seen that sassy little movie I was in 26 years ago, they would know why I was still able to have some fun because let's just say I had some. You had
to let it out one way or another.
Yeah, and so once that, like, people would be like, "Oh, he's so skinny," da da da. Then they would see what I have, and then be like, "Oh, well, maybe just this once."
Todd bragging over here.
I am, in a way, with not trying to be lurid, Here, I'm just.
You're just proud.
I know. I'm probably. I don't know if it's the lighting, but. Oh, I'm still using that pretty boy stuff on my face for the rosacea. I think it's really.
I made you blush.
Well, I wish my skin tone was more like yours, Jamie. I've just always been, well, not always, but once the rosacea kicked in around 2011 or something, it's been a battle. It's not as bad as I've seen on some people where their face looked like they dunked it in boiling water,
right?
But there's a redness right here, especially. There's
Todd,
a redness.
It doesn't come up on the show. You don't look red at all.
Well, let's do some here. Let's see how I look.
Oh, there you go.
That makes my skin tone look a little more natural. But
I don't see red in either one. Like, it's not like you turn one on, your face looks bright red.
Some people, I know women that like to put little rosy. But that's what I have, rosy cheeks. But I freaking hate it.
You should just do white. You make your whole face white.
But this lighting situation brightens everything behind me and makes me look plain. So that. But I was here, which I like the tone all around me there. So I'm going to keep it there.
Very natural.
Just have to deal with me looking like I'm blushing all the time.
No, I think you do that intentionally so we can't tell when you actually are blushing, right?
So before we finish the one topic, It's
Yeah,
time.
I was going to say, you want to go break before? Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
But we're gonna. I don't. I'm gonna pick. All right. So here's the creative cursing.
Oh my God.
Well, the previous one that I flipped up was JIZZ, but
Whoa.
I know. I kind of thought, I don't know, that's a little much at the moment, so I did kind of cheat and pick a different one. Let's do one.
Todd. You should have just went with it. You have to just go with it.
Okay, well, here's one that will baffle you.
When should it? Oh my gosh. Beautiful.
So
I might have to get that.
One or two more comments on Toilet Zombie Baby, but we can do that after we take a break.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We're riding together, making love with each other. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. I can't live without you if the love was gone. Everything means nothing if you got no one, and you just walk in the night, just slowly losing sight of the real thing. But that won't happen to us when we got no doubt. Too deep in love and we got no way out. And the message is clear. This could be the year for the real thing. Will you come? Maybe I will hurt you never. We started in as one, in love forever. We can ride it together, making love with each other. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one excuse me, Kitty. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. Let's walk. Sail away. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. Do it again. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. Oh, what you say? Sail away, sail away, sail away.
calls, a tape of 7 different songs and funny recordings for answering machines.
I am very sorry that I'm not able to take your call.
Only $14.95.
When I will get right back to you. Leave your message at the tone.
Give someone the gift of gab for their answering machine.
And a friend. What you've actually done is bought a one-way ticket to the answering machine zone.
Nobody's home. Nobody's home. I'm glad you called, but I'm not home. But I'll be back before too long. You gotta
Crazy Calls, a tape of 7 different songs and funny recordings for only $14.95.
wait for the beat. You gotta leave your name. You gotta leave your number.
To order?
Wait for the beat.
Call 1-800-351-5200. Call 1-800-351-5200.
Crystal Lake, a town besieged by scandal and tragedy, is reopening again. I don't want to scare you guys, but it's like someone put a curse on this town. It all started when that kid drowned last summer. The kid couldn't swim, and the counselors weren't paying any attention. His name was...
What brings you back?
My son is still out there.
There's something in these woods that knows how to kill.
It's a death curse!
He talks to me sometimes. What does he say?
Kill them, Mommy.
You're all doomed!
Mommy's here.
His name was...
What brings you back?
My son is still out there.
There's something in these woods that knows how to kill.
Close your eyes. Put on your dancing shoes.
I'm scared.
Be brave. And face your fears.
Whoa!
Buddy! Whoa!
We better get started having fun right now!
Yeah, come on, let's go!
Now there's finally a screen that's big enough for Buddy.
That's great news!
And a movie the whole family will love.
Yeah!
Join Buddy, Strappy, and Betty Bunny in the magical musical adventure every young child has been waiting for.
Let's go!
Okay!
Diamond City, here we come!
The biggest adventures begin with a little courage. It's Buddy, the movie.
It's time for your hug.
In theaters everywhere August 28th. Rated R for graphic violence and gore.
Buddy! Whoa!
We better get started having fun right now!
Yeah, come on, let's go!
Now there's finally a screen that's big enough for Buddy.
That's great news!
And a movie.
Nesbitt's orange!
Nesbitt's orange!
Nesbitt's orange!
Wonderfully orangey. Orangey, good. Good. Good, good.
Nesbitt's orange!
Nesbitt's Orange Soda Pop. Soda Pop. Soda Pop. Wonderfully orangey good soda pop.
Nesbitt's orange! Wonderfully orangey!
Orangey good!
Drink 'em up, flavorful.
Well, JB, what do you think of the new TV spot? Huh?
That is the dumbest commercial I have ever seen.
Well, what if we got a slogan, JB?
Huh?
The un-orange?
Dumb.
It's the real orange?
Dumb.
You got a lot to orange.
Dumb.
Nesbitt's orange soda!
Dumb.
I remember Nesbitt's Orange so well. And those commercials, that was around the time that like the cartoons of Peter Max were a big deal and everything. So everybody was doing this weird, trippy, and it was around the time of H.R. Puff and stuff and all those things. So you had all this wild, in the Beatles, Yellow Submarine, it was just all this wild, surreal animation. And that commercial stuck in the song, stuck in my head ever since I was a kid. So that's why I told you need to show that one. But I gotta say, that Kenny Rogers, I mean, you know, he was like, say, Jamie, you know, Dixie, you know this one, like Richard Locke was the epitome of masculinity, daddy stuff. And Kenny Rogers was like that, especially when I remember there was people were swooning when that movie Six Pack, there was a scene where he was shirtless and sitting on a weight bench and people were like, whoa, that's Kenny Rogers. Oh, swoon. And then what year was it when he got much older and he did the plastic surgery?
Yeah.
Not that long ago. What, 10 years ago?
It was bad.
Oh, no, it was longer than that. I remember this was around the time he had, was it Kenny Rogers Roasters Restaurants?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff. And then he got that plastic surgery. And I was like, oh, no, Kenny, no.
Looks totally different.
Yeah. And like, and I still feel bad when I said in the one show, it looked like Helen Hunt had work done, you know, in the movie I See You. But if you Google that, it says that she says she never had, that she likes to, like Kelly McGillis, age naturally, gracefully. Right. But I'm thinking with I See You, it was possible that because she was older and on women, they just do the makeup. I mean, for the movie.
Maybe.
And I think that made her face look a little unusual in that movie. So even if she didn't have any work done, the way they made her up in that movie and stuff really...
There was a definite difference between her last movie and what she looked like.
But because then, you know, you saw her also in that movie, The Sessions with John Hawkes. And, but whatever, I love Helen Hunt. I love Helen Hunt. But Kenny Rogers, when he did that, I was just like, I can't. It's just, I can't. So, but also a little thing, folks, today we're going to slip in on all the news shows. They're talking about Dolly and they're talking about Kenny Rogers and the duet and all that and all that. But what a lot of people don't know is that she did some really amazing things that should have been bigger, like her duet with Culture Club. And she did a duet with Ladysmith Black Mambazo. And they did Knock, Knock, Knocking on Heaven's Door. So Dolly has done some really unusual little things that we're going to show to you, because I've been telling people you got to hear the song she did with Culture Club. The thing is, the song Your Kisses Are Charity is on their album Don't Mind If I Do. However, that version on the album is just Culture Club. What they did was on a CD single released what they called the Dolly mix, and they have Dolly singing it with them. So you can only get that on a single. But that song is so great that I can't believe it didn't get big here in the States at all. Nobody knows about that song here in the States. Is that what you... Here it is.
And now for that special treat I promised you. It's the duet of the year by the year's most exciting new double act. And remember, you saw it here first, singing Your Kisses Are Charity. It's Culture Club, Boy George, and Dolly Parton.
It may be a little herky-jerky here, but... Hey, Dean.
Thanks, Dean. Turn away with those gold eyes. You said, won't you give me space to breathe? But my tears gave you confidence to leave. I'm just too much for you. There are things you'll never know.
It's such a beautiful soul.
Yeah.
You lie and cheat so easily. You better go. You better go. Go, go, go. You better go. All I know is how I feel. And my heart is always yours to steal. But you take and never give to me. Your kisses are charity. Your kisses are charity.
Oh, yes. That's true.
Yesterday, you were my brightest star. So even when you're near, I don't know where you are. I was wrong to show my weaker side. Now it's much too late to cry, cry, cry. I was blind to put my trust in you. If you leave me, I'll fall apart. Did you plan to make a fool out of me from the start? Yeah, 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 yeah. All I know is how I feel. And my heart was always yours to steal. But you said never give to me. Your kisses are charity. You never give to me. All I know is how I feel. And my heart was always yours to steal. But you said you never give to me. Your kisses are charity. Your kisses are charity.
Yay! I love that song so much. I remember that album, the original album, Don't Mind If I Do, came out in 1999, and it was never released in the States. So I had to order it. And I have, hang on a second. Here. So,
there it is.
There's the album, Culture Club. Don't Mind If I Do that is the correct. Well, yeah, Don't Mind If I Do is the name of the CD. However, the Dolly version is not on here. And he does was it Bowie who did the song Starman?
Yes.
He does a great version of Starman on this. And,
nice.
But also, now this is an import. I paid, I don't know what I paid for this, but it was well over $20 because the imports were pretty.
How long ago, Todd?
Well, this would have been 1999.
Wow. Nice.
That was when that video was shot on the British show. Then there was the Cold Shoulder and Starman CD single, or 3 tracks, and it has the Dolly mix of Your Kisses Are Charity on it. You can also find, let's see here. Here's 2 different CD singles of Your Kisses Are Charity. This one has the album cut and a couple other tracks, and then this one has the Dolly version. There you go, Dolly Parton, and a couple other tracks.
Awesome.
And these were I paid $11.92 for 3 tracks on it. That's how CD singles imports work.
Yeah, that's all right though. I'm glad I bet you're glad you did, right?
I'm glad I did, because these are pricier on eBay nowadays, or Discogs.
I'm sure.
What happened here, though, you're like wondering, Todd, why do you have 2 of these? Well, when I first bought it, I bought it at Virgin Records, I think in San Francisco. And what it accidentally came with was the CD for the version with the red cover.
That's all right.
So I was pissed that I didn't have the Dolly Parton track. So then I had to get that from someone I know who ran a record shop. And then there was one more single of the first track from the album. And this is I Just Want to Be Loved. It also has a Magic Man remix and a Quiver mix of your Do You Really Want to Hurt Me?
What's up, Quaid?
So I have, hey, Quaid. So there's all these CD singles that relate to the album, and these were all British imports. So
awesome.
The Dolly Parton thing, I was just, wow. I never imagined. Apparently, I had heard that she wanted to sing with him. So there you go. And then the other one I really want people to, even if they look it up on their own, is look up her duet with Ladysmith Black Mambazo for Knocking on Heaven's Door. And then at some point, we're going to bring up the video quality's iffy. He covered Starman. Yeah, look it up on YouTube. I'm sure the audio is there. Culture Club Starman. I think they have it as one word, Starman. And it's a great version. It really is.
Great song.
It is. But Culture Club has their own spin on it, which still, hey, Kenneth. And Bill.
Kenneth.
That was Bill Whedon out there commenting earlier. So Bill, hello, Bill. And if you're out there, have a moment, even if it's 2 minutes, pop in if you like.
Always.
Thank you. Yes, please subscribe.
Thank you, Kenneth.
The other one that we'll put on at some point is I'm a huge fan. Wow, he's doing our job for us.
Love him. Thank you, Kenneth.
Huge
Somebody's gotta
fan
do it.
of Rubber Rodeo. They're famous for a song.
Rubber Rodeo. That sounds like a title you'd be a...
I remember Trouser Press magazine described them as Devo Goes Grand Ole Opry. It's a new wave country sound. Oh, Jesus God. And but Rubber Rodeo came onto the scene with a song called, well, they had a couple EPs first, but then they released a song called The Hardest Thing. And they shot it at Cabazon up the road from me where the dinosaurs are. They shot the video there. Hey, Bill, how do I get in there? Chris, you want to send him the link?
Can you send
me?
it?
All right.
Well, I'm not hooked up to Facebook on here. I should be, but I'm not.
He just messaged me asking for the link. Oh no, hang on. Sorry, Bill, that was the wrong link. I thought I copied and I sent him the Baby Jane video.
Don't click that link unless you want to see something you weren't prepared.
Baby Jane, yeah. Paste. Stream. Okay. Well, we got that video for some point too. But anyway, we're going to show Rubber Rodeo's video for their cover of Jolene.
Jolene. All right. You want me to show? All right. Let's show that.
I mean, Bill's going to, unless you want to show that and then bring
Bill in. No, let's show that because Bill will come in and then we'll get into LA.
Just make sure the volume is good. Did you choose the version that had the louder volume?
I did.
Control Art Cheesecake. That's right.
I did.
That's a good name for a band. Okay, so I guess Bill, Bill's gonna be in a moment, but I really want to show people Rubber Rodeo's. Oh, Bill. Hey, Bill, do you mind hanging out while we show a Rubber Rodeo video?
Welcome, Bill Whedon.
And I will warn people, the video quality is a little iffy because nobody can seem to find a perfect version of it, but
nothing's perfect, Todd.
No,
perfect.
But you'll get the idea. I love this cover of Jolene. It's so weird. But Rubber Rodeo, I love them to death. So
hold on, let me find it. Hold on.
He's still finding it.
It's at the bottom.
Good to see you, Bill.
I got it.
All right. Well,
I got it.
He's got it, folks. Here's one of my favorite bands, Rubber Rodeo. Look their stuff up. It's amazing. And
I love
Jolene.
that intro, Todd.
Yeah.
I like
it's a long intro. got a weird new wave yet country. Those pants.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
That's not a wig.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Now please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with iris swinging eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Now he talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can simply understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Now you just have no choice of men, but I can never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. And I can't have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you, and whatever you decide to be, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him, even though you can.
Those pants. And the heels.
Gotta love the heels.
Videos were a little simpler then.
So was life.
Yep.
And delightfully weirder.
There she comes. It's like out of a John Waters movie, too. Oh, that look.
Jolene.
Oh, no. Did she kill him? That's the thing I never do for sure. But I have all of Rubber Rodeo's songs. Oh, that's so Dean. That track came from I think it came from their Rubber Rodeo EP that like a children's playground in the desert. It's all of their stuff is available for download. I have their album Scenic Views on CD. Their album Heartbreak Highway was only ever released on vinyl, but you can find all the tracks nice and clean on YouTube. So seek out Rubber Rodeo, Scenic Views, Heartbreak Highway, any of their EPs. I just think they're fantastic. They do an amazing cover of Everybody's Talking, from Midnight Cowboy. But that version of Jolene is on one of their EPs. So, Bill, what are you up to? You've been massively busy.
Bill, you...
I just going to do a lot of things in September. On Saturday, we're going to see Iron Maiden.
Awesome. Oh my God.
Which will be fantastic. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the, there's an all-female cover band called Iron Maidens. They play here in Coachella at one of the casinos, and I've seen them perform. They look like supermodels, and they're just shredding those guitars, and it's amazing. But Iron Maiden, man, that's taken me back.
It's weird, and they're being open, and the opening acts are Anthrax and Megadeth.
Oh my God!
So it's a triple helping of heavy metal.
Oh my God! Wow!
What a show to go to, Bill.
But you,
what a show to go to.
Yeah,
that sounds amazing.
And we're going on a limo. It's gonna be fun.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
And for our viewers out there, Mr. Bill Whedon here is the legendary actor from Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD, as well as my scene partner in Psycho Ape 2, The Wrath of Kong.
Psycho Ape 2. I was also in Psycho Ape.
Yes.
And the Once and Future Smash.
Ah, classic.
Lives of Hammock and Fish. Do you know that one?
Yeah, and the upcoming Our Man Funk, which...
Our Man Funk.
Plenty more to come.
AJ still has to get back in touch with me. We were going to do the bits, and then he had to do that family thing. So he's going to get back to me, and we are going to get my scenes done.
I wonder when's that going to happen? You don't know.
He hasn't said yet, but I was nervous that he might say, oh, well, I got to get this done. So we'll just, but he's apparently going to get back to me. And the fun thing was, Bill, I don't know if you had anything to do with it, but AJ told me we were talking and he said, we wanted to do more of you. So instead of just my voice for a scene, he said, I'm sure AJ doesn't mind me telling this. He told me on the phone, he said, either I or we like your voice, like your style, and we think there should be more of you. So I'm like, So
I have to tell you, I had absolutely nothing to do with that. So.
Oh, well, then.
But he knows that we're tight. So, my life has something to do with it. But I never pushed it.
Well, I'm just also impressed that for Bill's background has worked with the greats. I mean, Lily Tomlin, Madeline Kahn, Carol Channing, you're chummy with Paul Dooley and Chris Sarandon and all these, and you've been on stage with Mickey Rooney and Todd 28 Quality. All right. But I'm just like, wow. And so for me, doing that crazy, insane scene with you in Psycho Ape 2, and I think back of your World of Work, I'm just like giddy.
And we mustn't forget that scene in Psycho Ape 2 has been called the best scene and the best movie of 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct, from Horror Home School. And of course, it's been immortalized on a t-shirt. And I got to find out from Chris at Horror Home School if he ever wore it to a convention like he said he was going to do. So,
Iron Maiden. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it says Iron Maiden are great. You remember the use of their song "Flash Slash of the Blade" in Argento's Phenomena with Jennifer Connelly. Yes,
I did not know that.
Yes.
Are you aware?
Yeah, and but no, it's just amazing that I tell people I aspire to be doing what you're doing in the future because you're just bopping along out there and having such a blast.
And I'm shooting 2 films in September. One of which is Addison Bennick's Magnum Foetus, which is his sequel to Magnum Opus. Are you aware of that?
Oh yes, I've seen those pictures.
Magnum Foetus, because so many of the segments have to do with food, so he's calling it Magnum Foetus, and my segment has to do with food. So,
yeah, I'll watch that. I definitely will.
Who's Dixie Dynamite? I'm not aware of Dixie Dynamite.
Oh, well, Dixie is, I'm sure we can reveal Jamie, right? We can. Jamie is the creator of Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back, the movie that I was in, and other things that he's working on. And yeah, so Jamie, I would say, as far as regular movies are concerned, Jamie is the one that sort of kicked off that for me, by asking me to be in Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back. And then from there, people involved in that movie and others just sort of started finding me. Because I never put myself out there in the manner that put me in a movie. It was just me, my Vimeo stuff, and that was it. And then
Strikes Back sounds like it's a sequel. Was it a sequel to something?
No, I know that's what everybody asks, but do you want to explain it, Jamie, or?
Yeah. So when I came out with the movie, as I wanted it to be a trilogy, and I started in episode 2, and then I was going to have a prequel and a sequel.
Right.
But also, it's a Strikes Back is in more of a revenge term,
right?
Rather than a sequel title. Yeah. So what happens in the movie, then the baby goes on this revenge spree, basically. So Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back. And then the one thing I tell people too, who might be prudes, thinking Toilet Zombie Baby. No, it's not about a baby left behind in a toilet. I know that would sound gross to some people. It's basically, that's how the baby travels. It goes through plumbing. So it can jump in a toilet and wind up somewhere else.
It's an intentional choice.
Yes. It's so hey there. But I don't know. That's what sort of got me. Then everybody started asking me to do stuff, and it's kind of, so that's where it kind of all began. I mean, I was in a cable TV commercial back in the late 80s, and but the actual first legit movie, if you want to, was Toilet Zombie Baby.
There's nothing legit about Toilet Zombie Baby.
Well, it's got great music from Marvin Maddox in it. Junior, I guess is how he goes by. And
I loved it.
It's just and that's the thing, because of its varying style with the different video quality and just the hodge. It's a kitchen sink. You've got.
Is it streamable?
Yes, it's on Amazon.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Although, is the Amazon Prime version the complete uncut one, or? Because of the scene with the stag film on the TV and what happens in that. Yeah.
I think it had to be cut by 30 seconds to go on Amazon. And that
really?
Was the shot. No,
that was the shot mainly. I figured that. But, I'm sure people could still enjoy the movie without that little moment. Exactly. But it's it's on Amazon Prime for a couple bucks. And otherwise, if you go to Burning Bulb Publishing, .com, that website has MOD, which means manufactured on demand. You can get the Blu-ray
cheaper than Amazon.
It's cheap. Well, but on Amazon, I think they only have the DVD, right?
I think so.
But on Burning Bulb Publishing, you can get the Blu-ray and the DVD. So your choice.
Or both.
Yeah, or both. Like I said, these are sealed copies, and then I have open copies. I just was like, "Yay! I'm in a movie, and I'm on the back cover."
You are.
Yes, right there. There I am talking on the telephone, right next to Mike Ferguson. Yeah. So there you go. Thanks to Michael Ocher.
What part do you play in the film?
I play Leo Cooper, or Uncle Leo. He is a tabloid editor. So he's a tabloid editor by day, an orgy host by night.
So your name is Leo what?
Well, Leo Cooper.
Leo Cooper.
But my nickname is Uncle Leo. I'm sorry, what, Jamie?
Leonard Cooper.
Leonard Cooper. I'm sorry.
Uncle Leo.
Thank you for correcting me. I'm used to people calling me Uncle Leo, that I keep forgetting it's Leonard Cooper. And it's just 2 brief scenes where I'm talking on the phone to my reporter, but then I get the big post-credits scene that's I'm so proud of. But it's a kitchen sink movie. It's got a toilet zombie baby. It's got space aliens. It's got CIA or FBI agents. It's got hitmen.
No AI.
There's no AI, right? No AI in this movie.
Not even CGI.
Just, it's funny though. I will say, the UFO that appears.
Just changing the subject.
No.
You know that Annabelle came to visit us yesterday.
Yes.
Nice.
And Chris, you had photos, right?
No, there are photos on Facebook.
Okay.
I could put one out actually.
Right. But in the meantime, while he's looking, I'll mention quickly that UFO, since that was like domain, open domain or whatever. You can see that same UFO in Domitiano's For Halloween. That same UFO, and I'm like, yay! But no, Annabelle, she sent me a photo and stuff. She texted me.
I thought she would be here today.
I thought she would pop in as well, but I guess maybe she's still traveling or still.
Maybe
she said she wouldn't be here.
Jet lag or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she drove.
Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat today. She was driving all night. So.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, I wouldn't be good at that at all, driving that distance.
But, she did say she wouldn't be here today.
Okay. She's not going to be here today, unfortunately. That's okay, because she's been busy and doing a lot, and I can imagine how tired she might be. But so what did y'all do?
We went out to dinner and we talked. We talked about you a little bit. And we talked about Chris a little bit.
Probably that Todd, he's a handful.
We didn't talk about Dixie Dynamite because we didn't know him at that point.
Next time,
Bill.
Yeah, we should all do something together sometime.
You'd ever come, we'd be able to do it faster.
Yeah.
When we make Gonzo, then you come east.
Yeah. So I'm hoping, because, Jack's not here today, but I'm hoping.
Where's Jack today?
He's under the weather, right?
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah. Tired.
And but I'm hoping, we can get Annabelle there for Gonzo Geezer and have her.
Oh, she's determined to be part of it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Because I only got to see Annabelle when I was in North Hollywood and Burbank for the Psycho 8 2 shoot. Right. And I was just so excited I got to, and of course, actually, that was the second time. The first time was at Screamfest for the Once and Future Smash.
Right.
I saw her there, and then I saw her again at the film shoot. And it's like, it really gets me that the people I would love to hang out and have lunch with are all on the opposite end of the country.
Well,
and and I mean,
not all of them.
I mean, I really love to hang out with Michael and Sophia sometime, but they're so busy, and LA is a 2-hour drive.
It is a 2-hour drive. Yeah.
So it would have
to jump from LA, but you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I know quite a few people in LA, and it's like Jed Rowan from Ghastly Love of Johnny X and A Blind Bargain. He wants me to come up so we can hang out all day and have lunch and go. He wants me to take me to some bookstores he loves and everything. And I'd love to do that sometime. And it's so wild that I know these celebs now. And I told Naomi sometime I got to come up to LA when she's not traveling and busy, because I want to hang out with Naomi again. Naomi Grossman, folks, you know, from American Horror Story and all that. I was so thrilled when she turned up on my birthday show and gave us that, you know, whole thing with her garage door opener. I love Naomi. But so you got the 2 films in September, and then I guess
back to back, and then of course we're working on getting the other films. Our Man Funk is supposed to come out soon.
Well, like I said, I'm hoping AJ contacts me then real soon so I can get my scenes done. And then Gonzo Geezer would be sometime next year.
Yeah, right. Well, that we have to fund first.
Yes.
Right.
And I'm sure it won't. God, I never thought I'd hear myself saying this like an actor. Well, I hope there's no conflict, because Ryan wants me to come back to Santa Monica in February to finish my scenes for The Knot. We have to go through the whole body makeup thing again. The actor that I will be in one of the scenes with, he had to do another job after we shot in July, which meant he was shaving. So he's got to grow his beard back. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, there we are.
Yay. I love all the foliage.
Right. That's outside the Garden Cafe.
Oh my God.
Woodstock, which is a really great vegetarian restaurant, but I'm not a vegetarian, but I love that restaurant.
Wow.
They make something called a cauliflower steak. You wouldn't believe it. It's so good.
I've never been a cauliflower guy. We grew it on my family's farm. But you
can do wonderful things with cauliflower. It's pretty much a tasteless vegetable, but you can do incredible things with it. So,
I will quickly interject. Someone just asked about that commercial I did. Yeah, Dean, it's in my Vimeo channel. It's called well, there's 2 West End Wax videos, one where I'm at West End Wax, but there was a West End Wax cable commercial, and unfortunately the only version I could find was the version before they fixed it. This version that you'll see is the music's too loud, so you can barely hear us talking in the video. But that was the only one I had, and I put subtitles on it so you could make sure you heard us. But it's that. If you could, it's not mature listed, so you should be able to find it on Vimeo. Just look for West End Wax, Todd. I don't know if I was Todd Loggins then, or I put Todd Jaeger, and it's commercial, and it should be in there. Otherwise, Chris will sometime dig it up and show it. And yeah, we'll have to show it sometime on here, but just know the audio's. And but other than that, no, cauliflower steak sounds intriguing to me. We'll have to, maybe that's something I'll try before I die. Just, something daring. Cauliflower
Very
steak.
interesting.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting.
We all ordered it last night.
Really?
Nice.
And you liked it?
I've had it a million times there.
Oh, okay.
I love it. I love it.
Huh. Well, I'm willing to try it. Lovely pic of you all with Annabelle. It is available. Todd Loggins. Okay. All right. What that was in the 80s, and Chris has shown the photo. Everyone said I looked like Kenny Loggins. We always had the same hairdo for some reason. I didn't copy him. And the concert sweatshirt that I bought, the artwork looks more like me than it does him. So people thought I was on a shirt. And then, so when I got my radio shows at KDHX, I thought, well, I'll just be Todd Loggins and claim that Kenny is my evil twin, even though he's 15 years older than I am. Yeah. And so that stuck, Todd Loggins. But then when Thor Johnson asked me to appear in Rural Erections, it was then Jimmy. That was the director's name. There's
It wasn't the Tor Johnson from Plan 9.
No, Thor Johnson. Yes. There is a Thor Johnson who's on Pornhub, who's not the same Thor Johnson as who ran Altamar.
There's a bunch of Thor Johnsons. Huh?
There are apparently now, but back then he was the only Thor Johnson. And when he asked me if I wanted to be in that little movie, another porn star, Jimmy Gray, said, Todd, we need to pick you a name. And so he said, take your middle name and the street you grew up on. So I would have been John Jaeger with a Y, Y-A-E-G-E-R. So then a friend of mine said, well, Todd, change the Y to a J. That's German for the hunter. And no, not Jägermeister. Jägermeister is J-A-G, not J-A-E. So I thought, well, then I will take John and put it back to Todd, because Todd in Old English means the fox. So I'm the fox hunter, even though I would never harm a fox, of course. But that's where my name came from. And, you know, so I got, when I was connected with Thor Johnson and then did that. And then, of course, nothing really until I was doing my YouTube videos, which moved to Vimeo. And then Jamie, was it the Vinegar Syndrome fan group that you found me in?
Yeah.
Yep. I think I was posting videos in people's postings and said, well, here's a video. And I started doing stuff with Vinegar Syndrome products. And then I started making videos like that and having them on, and then you sort of found me there. So yeah. I think that's where someone else through another person, then Domitiano found me through there. So I kind of owe the Vinegar Syndrome fan group a lot of thanks for connecting me to people accidentally. And oh, by the way, Chris.
Yes.
Sometime you must show my Vinegar Syndrome trailer for Sassy Harbor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta go now.
Oh, Bill. All right. Well, Bill. Oh my God. Thank you for popping in.
You
give
Bill, always a pleasure, Bill.
You always give this show more gravitas.
God forbid.
Bill, when is the concert, Bill?
Saturday.
And where is it? What city?
Harrison, New Jersey. I think it's pretty near Newark, I think.
Okay. Awesome. Have a good time, Bill.
Yeah. Tell us about it and get pictures.
Tell you all about it. How do I get out of here now?
I think there's that red button below with an arrow in it. You click on that, and is it on? Oh, you're on your phone. Well, he found it. I'll tell you what, Chris. Do you happen to have Sassy Harbor ready or handy?
No, not yet. I was going to take a break. It's 4.
Oh,
we didn't even get to the movie, so
I know we got to do LA AIDS Jabber and Buffet Infinity.
We'll get to Sassy Harbor.
We'll find it. We'll get it in there somewhere, because I want people to see that one. Right. I worked hard on that.
So I'm going to take a really fast break, and then
good, because I'm gonna throw some Pop-Tarts in the microwave so I can
just a 5-minute break, not even, and then we'll get right to LA.
So I can take my pills.
Take your pills.
I'll be listening.
Dixie, take your pills too. Everybody take their pills.
Everybody take your pills. Now's the time.
I actually really have to.
Oh, there you go. Perfect timing. Me too.
So we'll be back shortly, folks. Oh, shit.
Class is so boring. I wish I could eat some pizza.
They'd never let us eat pizza in school.
Did someone say pizza?
No way.
Are you craving something cheesy and new? We've got the perfect snack for you. Pizza nuggets, they're the bomb. Chicken and pizza, all in one. Pizza nuggets, oh yeah. They're the snack that's here to stay. Pizza nuggets, so yummy and fun. Get them while they're hot, everyone.
You won't find these nuggets anywhere. Once you start, you won't wanna share. Bite-sized and covered in pizza. You'll keep on eating till you turn into a creature.
Pizza monsters, oh no, they're taking over the show. Pizza monsters so gooey and gross. Eating pizza nuggets, we can't say no. Pizza monsters, we can't resist. They've taken over, we can't persist. Pizza nuggets, the perfect snack. But eat too many and you'll never come back.
Pizza nuggets. You'll never stop.
A futuristic android experiment clashes with a paranormal beast in a spine-tingling tale of terror. The insidious drug trap projects itself into the hearts and minds of helpless souls on the brink of destruction. Death leads to a new life in a dark world where terror reigns supreme.
$20,000. $30,000. Come
Since Tom's dead, I want to make use of his body to create an android-like robot. Mr. Glenn, will you approve my application?
You sure to success?
Innocent men and women are thrust into the living nightmare of a vampire incarnate. Unspeakable torment awaits those entrapped in the deadly web of deadly drug use. A blockbusting experience for children who spellbound as the forces of evil rise up for revenge.
So, tell me again why that woman, what was her shirt a weapon? When she tore off her shirt and I was like, and she like threw it? Was it like a weapon? It's like,
that's usually the case.
Or was it just so you could see your tits, I guess?
See, I knew that
Okay.
was coming.
Yeah.
No, it was probably a weapon, Todd. I doubt they would never want to just show their tits. For no reason.
That's right. They got to make it tasteful. God. So before we get into one of the movies, I want to say, there he is. I love it when we get to see home life.
Home life
just
is
comes
great.
back with your stuff. Yeah.
Did you see me with my pajama pants on?
Yeah. I'm glad I don't have a shot like that because this is the only thing I'm wearing. We would have an NC-17 on our hands here if I got up and walked further back. So I didn't see this when it was in theaters, and I took a chance because everybody's posting in the physical media collectors pages and stuff about their local Walmart and how and there are some Walmarts out there have massive movie sections. But here in the Coachella Valley, the 4 big Walmarts, the movie selections are getting shitty. I mean, hardly anything there. The new release end caps are mostly empty. It's like they're either not stocking it or they're only putting out 1 or 2 copies and people grab them. But I saw this. They actually had some copies of Disclosure Day.
Nice.
This is the 4K Blu-ray combo. And I didn't see it in the theaters, but I thought I have this hunch that I'm going to like it.
Did you watch? You didn't watch it yet?
I haven't watched it yet. It's actually, I haven't unwrapped it. And
come on, Todd. What are you waiting for?
God.
And this other one, hang on a second. Drew messaged me. Hi, I'm having a problem with the app here. It doesn't want to cooperate. Oh. Hang on a second. Let me, Drew GODDERIS, director of LA AIDS Jabber, is messaging me right now. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll do a little show and tell for Chris. So
there you go.
I found this really amazing artist on Etsy.
Okay.
And I just wanted to show a couple pieces. This one here is, of course, the Buddy Boy from Gummo.
Awesome. Oh my God.
Playing his harmonica.
Yo, the stuff you can find on Etsy is incredible.
It is incredible. And I don't know if you like Twin Peaks, Chris.
Yes, I'm sure he does.
I got me some Log Lady.
Oh my God.
That's actually really good.
On Etsy too?
Yeah, by the same artist.
Well, because usually, like, if you go to TikTok shop and stuff, I see people on YouTube doing videos like, I bought AI, I bought products that the ads were AI generated and and oh my God, they were so shitty, everything she bought. But these are amazing.
Wow.
Let's see here.
David Lynch.
Look how well made that is, too. The detail.
It is.
All hand painted.
There's
And Todd, did you see the Gummo one, Todd?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Gummo.
This is from Gummo.
Yeah. You're gonna be shocked, but I've never seen Gummo. I've never seen it. Let's see here. Can you call me remote on my phone and we could patch that through?
Yeah, Todd, live now.
I don't know how to do that.
You have a phone? Just call him.
Yeah, but
come on, Todd. It's entertaining. Everybody likes to see this.
How about?
And then if you can't figure it out, you could put him on speakerphone, and we could all hear him.
I'm trying to figure out how I'd be able to give him. I'll try offloading the app one more time and reinstalling. Okay. I mean, if only I could give him that really incredibly long link to StreamYard via text. He could do it on his phone, but I don't know how to do that. So,
what are you sharing it through? His phone, text message?
Well, what he's saying is, can you call me remote on my phone?
Right.
I don't know what that means. Call me remote.
No, he just means call you.
Okay.
Call.
And we could patch that through. I'd have to hold my phone up to the microphone though, right?
Well,
or something so that your audience can hear. I wish that I could somehow give him the link to StreamYard via text.
You can.
I know, but how?
Where do you have the link at? In one of the pinned in one of the group chats?
In Messenger.
Okay, just
that's on my computer.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You don't have
hang
it on
on.
your phone?
Hang on.
Because then you could just copy that and put it on the text message.
Shit. That's such a long link.
It should still work. Try it out.
I don't know how to. Shit.
You don't shit. All right, listen. I'm going to put the trailer on in the meantime. Todd's an angry typer.
Yeah, well, I'm a good typer. That's why you hear me.
No, I went to the doctor's office yesterday. You know what he told me? The test came out positive for AIDS. I'm sorry. Put me out, right? Yeah, this can't be happening.
Have you seen your psychiatrist lately?
They told me I was crazy. He's like, oh.
Pick your checkup on Friday.
He just got put on my hip. He's gonna die. I think he might hurt himself or someone else.
I love that line.
Great review.
Some guy. You don't think this guy injected me with AIDS, do you?
To the nut running around doing this, well, all I can say, brother, is you're gonna rot in hell for this, and the sooner the better.
He could have stuck you with the needle. You could be in the morgue right now with a tag on your toe.
Find this guy and bring his head on a plate. If he keeps up his current line of behavior, he's going to end up at room temperature.
Drop the needle, kid.
Who's wrong? You better look both ways before you cross the street.
No one's gonna help me with my prom, lady, okay? I got AIDS. AIDS!
What did he say then? He's gonna take me to hell with it.
Right. What are you doing in here?
I'm still going back and forth with Drew here. He did try the link.
Okay.
Via his phone, but he said it keeps kicking him off. And
maybe
so
his connection isn't good enough. I don't know.
Well, if worse came to worse, I could get him on the phone and hold my phone up like this and see if that will do. And
we'll make it work.
You know, because it would be so cool to have Drew on.
Yeah.
Let me see what he says here. Let's see here. I think it's going to be our only, wait, he says, I've tried downloading the app from the App Store. The second time it still kicks me off, and tried kicking the link that you sent me in the original messenger, and that kicked me off too. All right. So we can try the phone. I guess.
Patch it through, Todd. Come on.
All right, so we're gonna try. We're gonna try to get Drew via my phone.
Old school.
I'm gonna have to hold my phone up.
We know how much you love that.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a little stand, but I don't have time and.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
There we go. I think that's about the best we're going to do, Todd.
Okay, I guess, can you all hear it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, Drew, you're right. I'm real sorry that happened.
All right.
But we'll...
no problems, yeah.
So does Drew sound good, everybody? Okay. So apparently they say that you're coming through good. Let me see if my volume's all the way up. Yes, it is.
All right.
And we just...
Go ahead.
No, we just showed the trailer. And just letting everybody know that we have Drew GODDERIS on the phone. It's pronounced GODDERIS, right?
Correct, Todd. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And Drew is the creator, director of L.A. AIDS Jabber, and also...
The Academy Award contender, and...
it should have been.
Which not. But anyway, it was an admirable effort. Anyway, with the budget I had, yeah.
And
I agree.
And tell everybody your other famous role.
Oh, you mean Uncle Anwar and Blood Diner?
Yes, Jackie Kong.
Yeah, I guess I'm more known for that than anything. I guess. Yeah.
But no, Jackie Kong seems like a fascinating person.
Yeah, she is. She's really. I think she was 23, I believe, when she directed that movie. And my understanding is she was connected to a gentleman by the name of Bill Osco, who I think was heir to the what was it, Osco drugs thing? I think that's what it was. And he, I think he was able to put financing together without too much difficulty. I mean, I don't really know the story on that, but he was on set a few times. And then there was another guy that was a secondary producer called Jimmy Maslon, Maslon, and he was a musician, pretty well known, I think, in the 70s, and he eventually got into helping to, co-produce movies, and then he opened a record label, I believe, specializing in Cuban music only, which is kind of unusual.
Yeah. But
he's LA based. He's a nice man. Yeah. Right.
Well, I will. I remember when I got the Visual Vengeance. I collect the Visual Vengeance titles, so that's of course how I got LA AIDS Jabber. And from, I guess,
how long ago did you buy that, by the way?
When it was first released.
Okay, because I'm no longer associated with them.
Okay.
I didn't renew the contract. It was 5 years, and then I decided I didn't want to do that.
So I guess that means any copies of LA AIDS Jabber, once they're gone, they're out of print?
Well, I don't know. That's questionable. And that's all I'll say on that.
Okay. Right. We get it.
Because it's not in my hands.
Yes.
But what I'm planning to do is the rights to the original version have reverted to me.
Oh.
So I have the original version, and which was titled Jabber. It wasn't LAH Jabber. LAH Jabber was the re-release title. I was a little concerned about releasing it under the name LAH Jabber, because of what was going on. Now, I intentionally picked a scenario that a young guy, which was completely plausible because it was happening, picked up AIDS from a blood transfusion, and he kind of loses it emotionally, and then he makes a hit list, when the doctor tells him there's no way he's going to survive. It's a death sentence, which it was back then, and that he creates a list of people that he says, well, if I'm going, I'm going to take these people with me. And so it's contorted and convoluted in certain ways, and there may be some holes in the story, but there's a whole backstory behind that. But anyway, long story short, I'm planning, I think, on putting out the original version with a big back end package, on the end of that, and that's going to be unimproved, which is not saying too much, because originally it was shot. The story is, I don't know if you know, I was shooting 16 millimeter film, and I was taking care of my little boy who was 2. His mother had just passed. And so I got out of the acting. I was doing quite well at one point, and just didn't want to travel anymore because I had my son on board. So I got out, and I wanted to keep my foot in the industry. So I picked up a 16 millimeter camera, and over a series of months, I wrote a script, and I figured, what can I write that would be controversial, but that I won't offend anybody? So I knew obviously what was going on in the news. There were all kinds of people, making comments about gays and lifestyle and stuff, and I didn't want to go down that road, because personally, I don't care. Whatever anybody wants, if it floats their boat, that's cool. Didn't matter to me, right?
Right.
But the media was like, oh, hands out, well, it's gays this, gays that, trying to kind of like pin the tail on a donkey thing they were doing. So I said, well, you know what? That's a controversial enough subject. Maybe I can bring some light to that situation by saying that, look, it's not just gay people that are being affected by it. A lot of hetero people were being affected too, unprotected sex and God knows whatever else was going on.
And none of the news, I remember too, none of the news organizations and stuff would even mention that. They always focused on the gay community. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it was terrible. And it was, they did their industry a real disservice by doing that. So, and what's interesting is I have friends that are gay, and I have not received one negative comment from any organization that represents gays and lesbians or people with alternate lifestyle, and that's because I wasn't a finger pointer. I was maybe exploitative in the sense of trying to create something that would maybe get me noticed, but I was honorable about the way I think in which I did it. The way I approached the subject matter. But long story short, what happened, Todd, is I had shooting 16 millimeter. I saved up, bought a camera. I held casting calls, got the people I wanted, and it was worked out that we would, shoot on different weekends. So over a period of about 2 months, it was shot. But the film camera broke down the first day of shooting. I didn't have the money to fix it. So the good cameraman that I had, he said, well, I can't do that anymore. He says, I'm going to USC, University of Southern California. He says, I need a director's reel that I can shop around showing my ability as a cameraman. So he backed off. And fortunately, I was shooting video simultaneously because I figured I could save film stock because the video camera was shooting the same thing as the film camera. And if it came out okay, and then I could just do one take, you know what I'm saying? If it looked good on video, it would have been the same on the film camera because they were recording simultaneously. So I had two options, give it up or do it and release it on video. And I know that HBO wasn't going to buy it, that's for sure. But I sold it to home video. So I actually sold it myself. I actually, called mom and pop video stores. I'm sure you remember those.
Oh, yeah, I worked at one.
Oh, did you really? Whereabouts?
It was called Plaza Video, and it was in the central west end of St. Louis.
Cool.
Right near Forest Park.
Yeah. There was a time when you could pick up the VHS copies with the box. But once the video store started going out of business, they sold their inventory, a lot of them on eBay and Amazon and so forth. And you can't find any copies now. Not that anybody would want to, but it's just.
And those were called Jabber, right? Or
those were under the title Jabber because I was a little scared about using the word.
I worked at before I worked at Plaza Video, when Blockbuster Video first came about. I worked at the largest one, I guess, in the Midwest or something in St. Louis. Okay. And they were very picky about what they would stock as far as weird titles and stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, I sold to basically small mom and pops that would carry just about anything. And, I just when I mentioned the scenario of what the movie was about, I mean, it's like, whoa, But I'm afraid that if I put the word AIDS in there, that might have kind of turned a lot of people off.
Well, here's another thing that I noticed about it because of its time. So, being that I had trained in the buddy program and everything, and so I was involved with that, especially.
What program is that?
It was called the buddy program. It would be where I would train to help people who were really, really sick.
HIV positive.
Yes. And so you would help them, you would visit them if they needed anything, stuff like that. I trained in that. And
good for you.
Basically around the time, even into the 90s, and for your film, now, and this is not a criticism of you or your film. I'll get to what I'm trying. My point is, back then, people, especially, it didn't help that people like Eddie Murphy and Sam Kinison were making things worse with what they were saying. Oh, yeah. Okay. The thing was, people back then, the word AIDS would immediately strike fear. So, what people people didn't realize, and the way your characters say it in the movie, and again, I'll get to a point so as not to trash your movie.
You can trash it.
Well, no, it's what it is back then, people would say test positive for AIDS or an AIDS test, and there's no such thing. You test positive for HIV, and it's called an HIV test. And also, when the kid said, "I've got AIDS, I'm going to die." Well, even back then, when they only had AZT and no other good drugs, becoming HIV positive was not really a death sentence. You could live for the rest of your life as long as you're on good medications, and you'd never get AIDS. AIDS is when you have multiple opportunistic infections, when they're like three or four. When 3 or 4 turn up at the same time, then they categorize it AIDS. But if you're just positive and maybe have one thing going on, you don't have AIDS. However, in your movie, for me, it wasn't so much that maybe you weren't aware of that. It was more like, for me, the film itself, the characters sort of reflected how people thought and talked back then. So they were saying in the movie, AIDS test positive for AIDS. And I was like, normally I was always pissed whenever anybody would do it that way, because news anchors and reporters back then would say AIDS test or tested positive for AIDS. And I'd get so angry. But in your movie, how the characters said that way, to me, just reflected how people said things and did things back then, and which struck more fear.
And you know a lot more than I do about those tests, because to be candid with you, completely 100%, transparent, I didn't know that. So I was going off what my, what, I don't know if they would call it my beliefs, but just, my assumption, and it may have been wrong.
But
if that's the case, I take credit for it.
Well, you were basically going along by what you had been heard and told.
That may be the case.
And so you reflected what you had always heard and always heard people say. So that's why I give you a good leeway and pass, because your characters talk that way, because that's how people talk then, and news reporters and people would keep saying AIDS because that word caught attention and struck fear. So no one said HIV positive, because that didn't mean anything to most people. So what
I inadvertently did probably would have created a little more interest in what you're saying than if I had really been aware of what the bottom line was and the real. Okay, I guess.
If you would have had your characters say it properly, it wouldn't have had the impact, because your characters, with the type of film it was and the nervousness of everybody, them saying everything wrong is how people talk then, and gives the movie more of a fearful edge, and because if everybody, like I remember Sharon Osbourne on her talk show had that as a topic in the late 90s, and she was saying HIV test, HIV positive, and she was doing everything correctly. But had she not, and it was earlier, and she would have said AIDS test and stuff, people would have been like, oh my God. And I think that works in favor of your film, having people say it the wrong way, because
if people were saying
I just wanted to basically what I did is I went with information that I won't say no, because that's an improper word, but the information that I was privy to, or that I had witnessed, or whatever. For instance, I would make some changes now. I was desperate to keep myself in that industry at any cost, and I figured by writing, directing, and producing something, because I'd been on enough sets and stuff that I had some semblance of knowledge of how to maybe construct it. But based on my budget, which was $3,000 is what it cost to make that movie.
Wow,
$3,000, and that's with a little bit more for getting the boxes done. Most of that was basically for graphic arts and duplication and all this stuff, because I think I had to make 1,800 VHS boxes to get a deal. And then anytime I duplicated the VHS movie itself from the master, that was, I had to order 100 to get any kind of a deal. It may have been more. I think by the time I got it edited, matter of fact, the editor that I used, listen to this, his name wasn't his real name. He actually edited television shows, episodic TV shows. I mean, this was a well-known guy. But he was fascinated and thrilled by having the chance to do something that was kind of unstructured, where he had to take all these pieces and put them together and, to get nitty-gritty again, like he may have done early in his career. He really enjoyed it. So I got a good deal on that. So if I know more now than I did then, I would have probably tried to see. Here's what my thoughts were, Todd. I was hoping to get it into a 16mm art theater, and then some of the small movie houses, if you remember back in the day, they were like one off. And I figured if I got it in there and it garnered some interest from a bigger company, they might just say, look, let's scrap this 15mm, or 16mm movie. Let's do it a different way, and we'll shoot at 35. or let's take your 16 millimeter copy here, and blow it to 35 and then release it. So, which they could do back then too. So interesting, a lot of interesting things. But now anybody can make a movie. You got an iPhone, you can make a movie.
Well, but I also like how the presentation on the Video Vengeance Blu-ray, and people would say, "Boy, that doesn't look perfect." But honestly, I think the way
they cleaned it up quite a bit. They ran it through processors and they tweaked it in a good way, I guess.
But it still has the way it looks.
Yeah,
I think has an advantage to the movie itself because it gives it a gritty, kind of raw.
It does. It does, and that's partially because the way it was shot. I had a industrial camera is what I had, and there were some shots that I actually did with SVHS, Super VHS, which was a real small type of camera. But the rest of it was by the time I was ready to shoot it, I had enough to buy a Sony. I forget what it was called. It was an old tube camera. It was a Sony though. It was a good one, a big one, and you had a separate deck that you plugged into. It is what it is. That's what I tell people. It is what it is, and it's.
I've always loved it. The first, of course, when I saw the title up for order, I was like, "Oh, this could really piss me off," because I didn't see it back in the '80s. I'd seen the box, but I never saw it.
Okay.
And I thought, "Oh, this movie might piss me off," but then because you presented it with a straight guy, and you didn't, and did nothing about the LGBT community, you focused on this guy, and I was like, well, this is different. And then I pretty much caught on about like the terminology. Instead of saying HIV positive and saying AIDS, I thought, well, this is how people talk then, and they didn't know better. So that to me worked. And then I was just like, and the cast, I could tell they gave it their all. So it wasn't.
Listen, there are some things that I would change. Like, for instance, when the kid's in the doctor's office and the doctor reads the diagnosis, I didn't notice at the time. I was just so interested in getting the scene down that the guy was jerking around this guy doctor, and he had a chiropractic skeleton, backbone on.
Well, I don't know.
Really,
I don't know if people would notice that part, but I get it.
Well,
I get it.
Have brought that up to be, right.
Because I do that in my own videos. Sometimes I realize there's something in the background that that takes away. But I saw in an interview you did through a website. I think, I don't know if it was BNS About Movies or one of those websites, but in an interview you did, I was curious myself as to why. You explained it in your interview, but as to why the one detective was killed off.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that.
It's a good story.
Yes, it is. Please tell, because I read the interview.
My wife was very
He
curious.
had some personal issues, Jack Daniels, and there were some times where he wasn't showing up the way that he should for the shoots. And bear in mind, these were people that were working for basically next to nothing. I mean, they gave money, but not what you would consider to be a living wage for something. Because I was casting through something called Dramalog.
Yes.
In LA.
Yes. Okay.
Which I don't know if still exists, but you'd get actors, even some union actors that were not interested in, they'd change their name like the editor did, and because they wanted to work on something else. And I guess, what's the original point? What were we talking about?
Well, we were talking about why the actor was, had him killed in a car accident.
He was a wonderful actor. He had a real presence on camera there, and he was good with the female detective, Marcy Lynn. Right. But there were some issues where I think there may have been some alcohol involved. I don't know. I think that's maybe that was an assumption on my part. I don't know, but he just wouldn't be there. He'd be calling out, saying, I can't make it. And these scenes were crucial, where in order to get all the same people back into that scene, right, would be difficult to align them again. So it just got to the point where I just, I don't know whether it was he that just finally didn't show, or whether I maybe took him to one side and said judiciously, listen, I'm sorry, it's not working out.
Well, your interview, you said that there were scheduling conflicts, but I guess that could be part of the, being nice about it.
Yeah, he may have had a friend called Jack Daniels or something, and he had to schedule.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
That's interesting because
I don't know whether that's true or not. I thought that maybe on a couple of occasions, I don't want to have anybody sue me. So a couple of occasions, I think that, or maybe he just figured, look, this thing's a piece of crap. I don't want to, work on it anymore. I don't know, but I think my guess is if I was to be going back in time, he may have just decided that he just didn't want to be involved in it anymore. But that doesn't make sense because he shot most of the scenes already. So I think, so I had to think quick on my feet. And so I said, well, how can I rewrite this? I mean, can you just remove an actor in the middle of something? So I came up with this crazy idea that, I need another actor that could fill in as a detective, as a replacement. So I asked around the cast, and the gal that played the reporter had a good friend who was, an actor and actually doing some work. And he decided he would come on board, and I just changed the story where the police captain, her boss, the female detective's boss, and the guy that no longer showed up, his boss, came to the door at 3 a.m. in the morning and knocked and introduced a new guy saying, look, we're very sorry, your friend was killed in a drunk driving accident, the other detective, and so this is going to be your new partner. Now, that's, that was kind of like speeding it into the scene. If I had been a little wiser, I would have done it maybe, bring it in more in a slower, more manipulating fashion. But this was, I needed to make a transition quickly into that.
It was very well done.
And I guess it worked okay.
And wasn't the other one that got killed, the boss, was he the one that was kind of misogynistic towards the female detective, the one that, when they met in the parking lot, and the guy, she had to get in the back seat, and he,
yes.
He was kind of a dick. So I just kind of thought, well, I'm not going to miss him much.
Well, I wrote it that way because back then that was a lot of the culture.
Yeah.
Especially in the police department. These guys would not be called out on stuff like that. And still there's a lot of that going on. I mean, there's a lot of racism and all kinds of things going on in that police departments that guys are not being called out on. And if you are another cop and you blow the whistle, man, you're going to be blackballed in that organization. You have a lot of enemies. So, yeah.
Well, that's what I like too, is that it was about this kid who was very unstable to begin with. But I liked the sort of human drama with the other characters because it kind of gave the movie a broader spectrum for me, instead of just focusing on like some slashers where it's just the person going, some Art the Clown type going around and just killing, and that's all it is. So I appreciated the other stories.
There were side stories. The detective had one. Somebody was fooling around with his wife and wanted our guy that left to investigate. It was the fellow cop, and there were some side stories. Now, mind you, I thought that added a little more to it because I knew that the acting lacked certain things, and I knew that the story, in retrospect, looking at it now, had some holes in it that maybe could have been better plugged, but I think in this instance some side stories, were good because it kind of took the focus off the others. So, but there are, listen, if somebody wants to sit and watch it, they can come up with things like, hey, that's, this isn't the way it should be, or it could be different, or what. I mean, there's always going to be some of that, but it is. That's why I tell people it is what it is. But for its time, Todd, and the fact that it was early 90s, and we were enthralled in all the craziness going on, and it was in L.A., set in L.A., which was a major hub, West Hollywood, right there, and of course San Francisco just up the coast. I mean, big gay hugs, was relevant. But if I'd had a budget and had more time to do something, that I might have thought it through a little better. But it is what it is. It's a shot-on video masterpiece, but and it's time-stamped for its decade, but it's no Academy Award winner. But it's not doing that. And I have to give credit to Rob, the guy at Video Vengeance. He said, let's release it under the original title that you were going to release it under before you changed to just Jabber. And I said, I don't want to do that. He says, yeah. Well, he was looking at it more from like a wow factor, somebody saying, wow,
Yeah.
But, I think it still would have been better under the name Jabber, because you could do Jabber and then you could do a little description on the box, the same thing that happened in the movie. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
it is.
Either way, I mean, the thing too, the fact that you went in the direction you did, where, like you said, it was this straight kid and all that, that set it apart right away, because, as you said, people would have expected something else. And then it basically, the fact that it still has legs, I mean, it after all these years, and I mean, people get the Blu-ray because there's so many extras and interviews and commentary and little goodies that you get with the packaging that it's, here, this is I'm showing the Blu-ray without the slipcover right now, the artwork. And
I shows I would get some more money for that too.
Wow. Well, I do like the artwork that they have on the slipcover.
Oh, it's wonderful. I like it on the slipcover better than on the box.
Yeah, I do too.
Pretty dramatic, and I got to hand it to them for doing that. I mean, they didn't mince any. What's the word I'm looking for? They didn't spare any expense to do that. So.
Well, I'm so glad. I'm so glad they did what they did, because on some other titles like Time Traveler Vampires or something, instead of sticking to what's really in the story, they put images of mostly naked women and lesbian, and I was like, I told Visual Vengeance, I said, you guys stop doing that, because it doesn't.
What did they say? Do you know them over there?
Oh, no, they didn't. They just kind of like, as their reply, because they wanted, some lurid packaging to draw people in. But with yours, it was very appropriate to the film itself, which is what I appreciated, instead of them putting on something on the artwork that really had no bearing on what was going on.
Well, the Jabber box art, my eyes were on the original VHS box, because we needed eyes to be under the glass there, and then I thought of an idea of a needle flying through the air on that box on the original VHS, and then with the commentary that said Jeff has just contracted a fatal disease, but he's a very giving person. Now all his friends have it,
Yeah.
And that was, I don't know. I like that box cover myself, but I think they did a good job with the Blu-ray. Problem is I don't own that. I don't own the Blu-ray.
I'm showing the reversible artwork for the Blu-ray itself, and it's the original Jabber artwork.
Yeah, that's on, but that's not on the box itself, is it?
No, it's okay. On the box itself, if you pull the what do you call it? The cover out. On it's reversible, so if you want, you can have the original Jabber artwork.
Yeah.
And it says Jabber.
Yeah. Right.
So you have a choice, folks. Whichever way you want to.
Well, you know what? I know where I can lay my hands on a couple of VHS copies.
Ooh.
Nice.
I was told it. I know somebody that approached me that said they have a couple copies for sale that originally came from
They fell off a truck.
unknown video store that was advertising them for sale once they went out of business. I was thinking for a while, maybe I just re-released it on VHS, but nobody's got VHS players anymore.
Well, the thing is, there are some boutique labels like Vinegar Syndrome and some others that are putting things out, like new movies out on VHS. And honestly, I don't fall for that, because I mean, the only VHSs I've kept are the ones that had collectible packaging or clamshells. But most other VHSs, especially if they were re-released in their correct ratios and stuff on Blu-ray, I got rid of them. But this new VHS trend is like the new vinyl trend, and now cassettes. They're bringing cassettes back. I don't think it's gonna stick. And
I don't think so either. I think it's something that was in time, and was what it was. But the ability to reproduce something in excellent form is just not. That format doesn't handle it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the current thing of putting out these collectible new VHSs and cassettes, and I think it's a gimmick. I prefer disc. I'll stick with that. I prefer CDs. I prefer Blu-rays, whatever. But I mean, people want to collect things. And the thing is, like, if I did get a new VHS, I wouldn't play it because I wouldn't want to ruin it.
There we go. Yeah, and they do disintegrate after time.
Exactly. Well, like Vinegar Syndrome puts out VHSs of some releases, like with these LED boxes and stuff. And I'm just like, okay, no, I'm not spending $30, $40 on a VHS that I'm never going to play. And like you said, it could wind up now I have a lot of VHSs from 40 years ago that are still fine.
Okay.
But I would not chance wasting my money on stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I think you're very smart when you're thinking along those lines. They did a good job at re-releasing that, but as I said, I don't own that because that's their property.
Yeah,
they're doing a new version. That's not mine, so I'm not basically getting anything, for that at this juncture. But but it's still being sold all over the place, anyway, it is what it is. And I know it was streamed too quite a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, it was streamed, I believe, for a while, and I don't think that's any longer. But so it had a reasonably good run for what it was,
Well, I think if people discover it now, they'll be surprised because sure, the title will go like, "Ooh, should I chance this?" But I think they'll be surprised because I was expecting to be pissed off.
It was more, what I had in mind, Todd, to be honest with you, I had more in mind of a thriller.
Yeah.
Not just a horror movie, but they classified it as horror. That's what Video Vengeance did, and the video stores put it in under the horror section. It wasn't a horror movie. I mean, it was horror in the sense that it was a horrible thing that somebody would even conceive doing that. And my understanding was that after that movie was made, a few years later, there was a guy walking around in New York City, with a needle sticking people.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if you could transmit the virus with I guess you could,
Well, you also had what they called breeders.
What's that?
Well, people going around purposely, infecting people with HIV.
Yes.
And
unprotected sex or whatever.
And honestly, there was I couldn't believe this happened, but they would have parties where people would go and because some people figured, well, it's going to happen to me anyway, so they go to these. It was like with the measles. Was it measles or mumps? When you were a kid, you go to a sleepover to purposely catch it so that all the neighborhood kids would get it over with.
Wow, never heard of that.
Well, they did it on the Brady Bunch.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, and I was
they
an
removed
episode.
that episode.
Go ahead.
Oh, they removed it?
Yeah, that episode got banned.
Somebody telling you that they removed it?
Yeah, because of nowadays to do that to your kids would be very bad. But back when I was a kid, they used to do that. If one kid, was it the measles, Chris?
Yeah.
Or was it? Yeah. And so what would happen is if one kid got it, all the parents would get their kids to go to like a sleepover so the other kids would catch it and get it out of the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I don't know if that episode's in the box set though for the Brady Bunch. Wow. It probably is, but but they would have these breeding parties where if people would go and just get themselves, you know, so they become HIV positive, and that was I just couldn't fathom that. But there, like you said, there are people out there that just do these things.
Yeah.
And so
well, let me ask you, can you hear me okay? Because I am on the freeway right now.
You are totally fine. I think we can hear you good. I got the phone's microphone, the phone's speaker thing right up against my mic.
Well, I'm really glad we were able to make this work out like this.
Oh yeah, and like I said, if you're winding up in traffic and stuff, I mean, anytime you need.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm still available, but if you've got other things you need to.
Well, no, I'm just. We allow the guests to do what they do, and I said any point you want to exit, you just say you got to go.
Have you heard of Don Farmer? Don Farmer.
Yes.
I was in a real classic of his. I think it was my first acting job, called Cannibal Hookers.
Yep.
And I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh yeah.
I'm a guy there that had his thumb bit off by some gal who was sitting on my chest.
Well, you know, Visual Vengeance just
what
released.
A way to go!
Visual Vengeance just released his movie Scream Dream.
Yeah, I know they're hooked up with him, and he's doing some producing for them as well.
I mean, I gotta say, Scream Dream was just, oh my god, it was. But my friend Adam Freeman, very soon is there. I don't know if it's one of the partner labels from Vinegar Syndrome. I think Wild Eye is going to release it. They're going to release Adam Freeman's remake of Scream Dream.
Ah, okay.
And
I like Donald. He's a friend.
Oh no, he's amazing. I mean, some of his movies are just bad, but then the others.
But I'm saying he's made a living at it, and you know, I call him the modern day Roger Corman. I mean, he's really on it, and he's an Energizer bunny when it comes to making movies.
Oh yeah.
He's like me. He's in the 70s, you know. So.
Yeah. Well, he's still doing it, man, and he's friends with my friend Adam Freeman, and so Adam told him I want to remake Scream Dream, and this remake is going to be visually too amazing. I executive produced Adam's first movie, Deadly Dreams, but Scream Dream is going to be out very, very soon, and it's going to be a lot more than people expect. There's going to be equal opportunity nudity and everything, and it's just going to be crazy. So, yeah, when that comes out, take a peek, because then you can see what he did to Donald Farmer's work.
Now, let me ask you, Todd, you ever go to conventions? I mean, have you been a guest to conventions?
I've never been to a horror convention, and what you call it in Comic-Con down in San Diego, that would be a way. I'd have to drive over the mountains and then go all the way down to San Diego. I've never been to a horror convention.
Well, I have a friend. We'll talk later. I'll turn you on to.
Sure.
She promotes a lot of different actors. She was going to promote me last year, but I just wasn't up to it health-wise at that juncture to get all these convention things. And I probably would have gone as Uncle Anwar. That would have been my drawing card. But that's a lot of work, to do that.
Yeah.
But she's good at setting up logistics with people, how to get them photos and whatever else they might need for that. So she's good.
I'm just gonna. Is her name Susie?
Yes.
Ah, Susie. See, Susie represents basically everybody. For now, coming up next year, me, John Dugan, and Bill Whedon are going to be in Gonzo Geezer Gorefest, and she basically represents everybody involved in that. So she just it's. I don't expect much, honestly. I don't expect her to try to push me much at all. But she did put up a thing on Facebook with me on it, and I was like, "Oh my god, I didn't know I had an agent."
Sure. No, she's good, and she's honest,
and she's enthusiastic.
Yeah, exactly, and. That's the key. You want somebody with some integrity who has been in the business a while and will continue to treat her clients properly. That's the kind of person you want to be repped by, because you don't have to worry about not getting numbers reported, things like that, which is pretty common for that industry and also for the distribution industry as well,
Well, I just never thought of myself as, something big or anything. And yet when she did that, I was like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't.
Yeah, you listen, you've done a lot of different projects, and it doesn't matter. You've got a history, right? How old were you when you first started acting?
I was never an actor. That's the thing. I was basically, I did one little local cable commercial in St. Louis in the late 80s, and then I did a little sassy movie about 26 years ago, but it was not until 2020 when Jamie, who's on the show right now, had me in his movie Toilet Zombie Baby Strikes Back, and then after that, people started finding me, and then Domiziano Cristoforo, an Italian director, he then found me, and I voiced a ton of his movies, so I guess I am doing things. But
well, sure you are. An actor is an actor is an actor, whether it's voice actor or whatever.
But I'm not a method actor. I don't have a card and all that kind of stuff.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, I guess people, they're finding me, so I guess that counts.
Absolutely. That's why probably Susie, she's very intuitive and perceptive. She probably picked up, look, here's a guy that, people like to watch. He's watchable, and, he's been in the industry for a while, and it doesn't matter what you've done. I mean, if you're likable and watchable, then it shows that there's a kind of like a runway forward where you can do even more work, you see.
Well, hey, Chris, was Susie ever on the show? I could swear she was.
She was, yeah.
Yeah, she was on the show a while back.
Oh, on your show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, she's wonderful. And I was looking for somebody to rep me because I wanted to get into conventions, and I didn't know how I was going to do it. And so, I was searching around, and then the information came to me that I want to reach out to her. Somebody knew her, and I did, and she said, sure, I'd love to. And it was that quick. So everything was in place to do it, but my health was just not, I couldn't commit to doing what I needed to do, so I had to back out. But I kept the door open, maybe this upcoming year. But she works mostly East Coast, doesn't she?
I'm not sure. Yeah, and she also, my friend Mike Caravella, who lives 40 miles away from me, and I was in his movie Astral Plane Drifter, and she's connected with him now.
Okay, so it's a small world, isn't it?
It is. It's so weird. We got like a family.
Well, it is, and I mean, I don't, whatever people say about actors, whether they're low budget or high budget or whatever, an actor's an actor. It's still a person involved in the business, and that's the important part. If you can stay in that business and you're passionate about it, then you've really been successful, I think.
Yeah, well, I myself do it more for fun. I think it's fun. I'm not expecting like big deal career out of it. I'm doing it for fun, and yet I think that's what's making it more fun for me, because I'm not like trying to be serious. I'm just having fun, and people are accepting that. So
yeah, you don't need the accolades. I mean, you just do it because what it does is it fulfills some creative passion within you. Absolutely, that's what it's all predicated on. If you start on that basis, you can't go wrong, no matter what you do in life.
Well, yeah. Well, then we're all in good company, I guess. So.
Yeah, well, we all are. It is a small world. I got the job through. Hang on, let me turn off this alarm. You know who Fred Olin Ray is?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Fred Olin Ray.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was in a movie of his called Evil Spawn.
Yep.
When I was first getting started, and that was shot up in a house in West Hollywood, and the producer was a guy that put up 10,000, and I think Fred put up 10,000. And to tell you, a small world, a guy that I had as a writing partner, we wrote 4 scripts. Turns out that the guy that wrote these 4 scripts with me, little did I know, he was, Russ Meyer, remember the guy that...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, was Russ Meyer's distribution guy. And turns out that he distributed that movie, Evil Spawn, throughout Europe. So it's a small world. You run into people, and, there's like who was it 6 Degrees of Separation? Was that Kevin Bacon or
Yes.
somebody?
Yes.
Okay.
Will Smith.
Absolutely. So there's nothing that's coincidence. So, you know, most of my stuff was little stuff until just about before my wife died. At that point, I started doing some television, America's Most Wanted, Khaki and Lacey, and a few other roles. I was making some good money, but I was traveling and I couldn't continue to do it. So I had a little void rates. But, you know, listen, even though I was and I was short-lived in that industry, you know, I'm still an actor, you know.
Yeah. Well, I see all your posts, so you know you're still just kind of out there doing things, and that's amazing. I hope I can keep that up, and like I said,
how about when you're my age? You know?
Well, I'm sure that
you're not that far off. You're not that far off. Right?
It will be. I know it's so weird. Time. I can't believe that we're already basically at September.
Yeah, well, it's since the pandemic, it's like there's a time warp.
Everything is moving too fast.
It is.
Way too
fast. The whole
fast.
time reset, and you know, I think there's some things coming down the pike that may not be too nice, as far as our freedom and other things are concerned. But
and we got to make it past November.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. How old are you? May I ask?
In June I turned 63.
Wow, that's good. Then you're younger.
I know, but I keep telling people I wish that all this fun would have started for me at least like 10 years ago, so I could have had a head start. But you know, it.
Now, let me ask you: are you retired at this point?
Semi.
Okay, well, that's a good place to be.
I work part time, and
you said you live in the desert, right?
Yeah, I live in the Palm Springs area.
Oh, that's nice area.
Well, the heat sucks because the other day it was 118,
whoa.
And right now it is 108.
Wow, your air bills can be cheap, huh?
The Edison bills suck. Although I am happy to announce that I got a letter from Edison, and for September and October, I will have credits.
Nice.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because in my apartment, if my bill turns up at like $260, I'm like, oh shit.
Wow.
Yeah, and
listen. You know what I love? I love this valley. Have you been there?
Yeah.
In the wintertime, it's just gorgeous.
Oh yeah, and it's
and Joshua Tree. That's not too far from you, right?
No, it's okay. So Mike Caravella lives in Joshua Tree. That's 40 miles from me. It feels longer because you're going uphill all the time. And then Joshua Tree is like maybe 4 or 5 miles past that.
Okay. Yeah, it's on 62, isn't it? Is that what it was?
And I've been to Joshua Tree numerous times, and Landers, and because we have the Integratron and Pioneer Town and all that. So it's all within range for me, and 40 miles is not that far. It's just the when you have to go uphill most of the way, it just seems like it's forever. But I love living here.
Go ahead.
All right, I said I love living here. I just hate the heat, and I also hate that now for some reason, and I don't know where all these so-called rich people are coming from, but this valley, they keep tearing up open desert land and building more and more. It's like it's becoming an extension of L.A. Like they just built this huge Disney gated community called Catino or something just a mile down the road from me, and I'm pissed off because it's just tearing up all the land and everybody moving here. It's no good.
Yeah, I remember Palm Springs area when I used to drive there with my dad from L.A. back in the early 70s, and it was, you know, you could drive through town and it seemed like an old school town, and there was a tram there you could take up to the mountain, you know. And
the tram is there, but I haven't been up the tram in about 8 years because I can't. It's not cheap to do that now.
No, I wouldn't think so. How many people do you have that are subscribers on your podcast?
How many? We got 100-something, don't we, Chris?
About 130.
Yeah, I mean we're still new.
That's great. Well, nothing wrong with 100. I mean, how long have you been doing it?
since July of last year.
Cool.
So, but yeah, but you know, and even if, because we also have, I don't know if you've ever heard of a 1984 little horror cult classic called The Jar. Well, Gary Wallace, who is the star of The Jar, he comes on the show and just comes in and hangs out. So if ever, you know, when we can get you working with the StreamYard so you can actually be on video, you can come back anytime you want and hang out with us, because we love having people just being here and hanging out.
Yeah, I'd be honored to do that. It's not a problem at all. That sounds like fun. So,
And
you have another guest there as well you're going to interview today?
And we also, don't forget, anytime you need it, I can send you some good Reiki.
Oh, yeah. Good. I'm always in need of that. Yeah, one thing you're going to find, young man, is when you get over 70,
Yep.
and many people say this, and I believe it's true, you start breaking down in different areas.
Oh,
No
yeah.
matter how take care of yourself, Steve. Are you a vegetarian? I'm a vegetarian. I try to walk 5 miles a day. How about you?
Well, me, I do walk because everything around me is kind of within walking distance and work and all that, so I just kind of walk. But I admit, I'm not a vegetarian. My doctor keeps telling me I need more protein, although you can only limit how much protein you can take in a day, or otherwise you wreck your kidneys. So I have to have, because they were like, well, eat meats and stuff, and so I kind of do have to do that. But
you can also do nuts, and you can do legumes, beans,
yep,
eggs, all those things you can do. They add protein. How many? If you exceed how much protein, when does it become dangerous for you?
I think it's after like 57 grams in a day or 60. Yeah, apparently that can do. And so these guys that have like over 100 grams of protein all the time, it's like they're wrecking their kidneys, man.
That's not so good. Who's your partner there? Is it Chris?
Chris is our tech guy, and currently on the show we also have Jamie, who directed Toilet Zombie Baby. And
hey, Chris, Jamie, how you guys doing?
Hey, Drew. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's great, man.
Can you? I mean, Drew can't probably hear the rest of us very well. I'm right next to my phone, so he's hearing me.
Well, Todd, tell him.
That's fine. But,
I love the movie.
If you kind of move on.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you got things to do, but Chris wanted me to let you know, because when Chris or Jamie speaks, I know you can't really hear them very well. Chris wanted me to convey that he loved L.A. AIDS Jabber. I'm a huge fan of it now, and I think Jack, who's normally on our show but is not today, I got a kick out of it as well. So
it's really mixed. It's really mixed. And some people love it, some people hate it, some people say it's a piece of trash, some people say, well. But I think the good takeaway is that if people can look at the story for what it was, the message I was trying to convey was, you can't point fingers at people because they're a particular way and say that they're responsible for something. And that was the main takeaway. So it was done in a way of trying to convey a message. It was true, but I wanted to do something that was controversial so that I would get noticed. So there was a dual pronged approach. But I'm very happy, and you'd be surprised how many times I was interviewed for Visual Vengeance when I was promoting it with different podcasts, how many people were part of the LGBT community that were actually interviewing me. And nobody ever said a disparaging word to me. So I think that particular message resonated, and that's what I was hoping for.
Well, I totally got it. And that's why, like I said, I liked how, even though the terminology was a bit uninformed, but it reflected how it was, and that's why I appreciated everything about it. And even if it was like low budget and all this, it all worked together. All the elements worked together. So you should.
Good. Well, it's wonderful. Yeah, and when you take into account the backstory, why it ended up the way that it was, then there's some consideration there as well. So I mean, I don't beat myself on the head for doing it. I just wish that I would have had a better budget.
Oh yeah, we all do that. I mean, I do the same thing even with my videos. I just kind of like go, oh, I wish I could go back and then, but you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is. You know, the bottom line is a person can praise themselves for taking something from inception to completion, and that's the key. If you can look at what you've done as an accomplishment, then you know you can be happy. So yeah. Well, listen, buddy.
Well said.
I'll let you go, and thanks very much for the invite, and I hope that people out there will continue to. It sounds to me like are you specializing in doing reviews of movies that are shot on video? Is that what you're doing?
Well, no. It's I like to talk about movies that most people may have missed, or you know, and like. And usually it's horror, but like coming up, one of the movies we're gonna review soon is a movie called The Last Victim with Ron Perlman. That's more of a police thriller. So it's just whatever is out there that's kind of under the radar is what I like to. Yes.
Exactly. No, that's great. That's wonderful. Well, listen, anytime in the future when you want to discuss that stuff, let me know, and I'll touch base with you sometime before too long about that other issue we had talked about, you know?
Yeah. And like I said, when you can get your StreamYard thing adjusted properly, we'd love to have you on.
That's probably better we did anyway, because I need to shave and shower.
Oh, don't worry about that. You should see how I look right now.
Okay.
So.
All right, buddy. Listen, thank you, and to Chris and who's the other person?
Jamie.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I appreciate it. And everybody have a great remainder of what's left of our weekend, okay?
All right. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Drew.
Take care. Bye. Okay, boy, my wrist was getting I'm like,
I'm surprised.
No, that worked out very well. I'm very happy about that because Drew is, I mean, some people would see a movie. Oh, that's the other thing. I couldn't get this back in and I had to throw it aside. But, you know, some people may think of the title or the movie itself and go, boy, that director, he must be, you know, some sort of exploitationist and sleazy guy. But Drew is just so kind.
Right. And you know what? L.A. HIV jabber wouldn't have worked well.
No. But like I said, the whole thing is the terminology when they were saying, oh, no, I got infected with AIDS.
Right.
You cannot get infected
AIDS was I don't think they said HIV one time in the movie. Did they?
No, they would say the HIV virus. No, they would they would say AIDS virus, but they mentioned, I don't know if they ever did mention HIV.
I don't
thought
think they did. It was just AIDS everywhere.
But see, even though it was 1993, that's the copyright, people were still kind of, like, I remember here on the news, a local news, a woman said something about AIDS tainted blood. And I was like, there's no such thing.
Right.
And I remember...
Nobody knew.
I talked to some doctors and they called the news stations and said, you don't say that. You're basically using the word AIDS to catch people's attention and, oh my God, they said AIDS. But if they hear HIV, people are kind of like, burp. So I get it. And so now I understand in a way, Drew was, when I say uninformed, that's not a criticism. He was putting in his movie what he heard and what he would hear and learn. And that's how people talked. So to me, this movie is a reflection of that rather than trying to just scare people with the word AIDS. This is how people actually conveyed themselves. And so I got it. And
even the news back then, they purposely terrified people with weaponizing that word.
Yep.
Incorrectly, like you say, but it was the times.
Right. And they did. Listen, that movie at that time, I think that was around the time when Magic Johnson came out, with that he was HIV positive. But he may have used the terms correctly, but he was around, the best doctors, sources, media, telling him what to say. But the average kid, now I was in 93, I was 19 years old. I was scared shitless. That's why this movie was well done, because it was very realistic of that time, of a kid, somebody hearing they had HIV, or at that time you just heard I got AIDS, and it was a death sentence, and it was traumatizing.
And
Even it was traumatizing to see Magic Johnson on television saying he had this. And I went right and had an AIDS test, even though I wasn't even having unprotected sex with people. It just, I was scared. I thought I was going to die,
And it was, and it, for instance, I was angry with, well, we know Ron Jeremy, how he wound up, but in the 2000s, in the mid 2000s or something, there was that documentary about Ron Jeremy called Porn Star or something, and I got it on DVD because I was curious, and throughout he would do frequent HIV testing. He would do it frequently, and they would have footage of him in the office getting his blood drawn by a nurse and stuff, but he would always refer to it as testing for AIDS. Right. AIDS test. And I was just like, motherfucker, that's not what you cannot test for AIDS. You just can't. And it's HIV, but he kept saying AIDS test, AIDS. And I thought, as a big a porn star as he was, and as out there as he was, and say people listened to him, for him to keep saying it wrong in the 2000s just angered the shit out of me. And because, again, by using the word AIDS, people think, oh no, if I become positive, that means I have AIDS. It does not. Yeah. You can live the rest of your life. Look at those commercials on TV for drugs like Biktarvy and Cabenuva and all those, where if you're HIV positive and you take these medications, you may never wind up with symptoms that would lead to AIDS.
Right.
You could live the rest of your life HIV and be healthy. But by keep calling it AIDS test, AIDS infected, you just, but the movie, this movie though, I want to say give it a pass, because they reflected how people talked then and thought. Right. And that to me, and even though like Drew said, well, I didn't know for sure. And that's how, but in a way that worked in his favor, because this movie does reflect the anger and the fear and all that people had. So I think this is a great movie.
I love it. Yeah.
I again, you made me put off.
The other thing is, Todd, on the other side of it, the reason why the CDC and some of these health departments say that they put AIDS down your throats, they intentionally wanted to spread fear, because they felt like that was a way of getting even younger people's awareness. They were more concerned of raising awareness, rather than maybe going a little overboard with the fear.
Oh,
not saying that was right, but that's their explanation.
Let's see. I think all of this really started around, I mean, it was going on in the 70s. People just didn't know. But I remember when news and stuff started coming out was around 1982, I think.
With Rock Hudson and
well, no, I mean, Rock Hudson, I think, was a little later, but that's when it started. You started hearing, and again, like Drew said, it was only talked about within the gay, about gays, like it was gays, a gay plague is what they called it in gay, but it wasn't, and yet they, of course, it was another way of stigmatizing the gay community, or the gay male community mainly, but it was so scary how that started off right like that, and then it didn't help. Around 1986, 87, 88 is when people were dropping like flies. Right. And because, like I said, I trained in the buddy program. I helped take care of my friend Ron I got him an apartment in the building I lived in, and I would check on him. And he also had, nurse that would come in and visit and check. But, there's Annabelle. So basically, back in the late 80s, though, I want to say it didn't help that comedians like Eddie Murphy were making fun of things in Delirious. And Sam Kinison, part of his shtick was saying that these gay men, although the terminology he used, went over to Africa and screwed monkeys and brought it back. And that was supposed to be funny. But that didn't help, of course. And it stoked even more anger and fear. And then into the 90s. I mean, AIDS Jabber here was 1993, and people were still talking like that. So there's that. So Annabelle, are you there? Hey, man.
I'm here partially.
I'm so glad you were able to at least be here.
I am in no condition.
She's at least here.
I woke up after 3:30. So I'm a little out of it. I'm actually only here because I think I mentioned to you that I'm going through my job process, and I have to get emails and contact information that's in my work phone. So I thought until my work phone gets enough juice, then that's a really good reason for me to be on the show. It's not possible for me to do what I'm supposed to do. So I'll go where I want to be, and that is here with you fine people.
Well, were you tried. And Bill was here for a brief while and talked about how you guys had fun and eating dinner and all that.
It was lovely.
I really wish I could hang out with you guys as a group again. I mean, everybody's so, God damn it, everybody's on the East Coast and stuff. It's not
still
fair.
I only see them once a year too.
Yeah, but I know, but it's
I know
still
it's more than you. But yes, it is different.
But
it'll happen, Todd.
Yeah. So were you able to? I mean, you've been doing your camping trip and stuff. Was there anything of ours that you got to see, or is there anything?
Absolutely not.
Not okay.
Last night, I got back and I thought, well, it was 5 a.m. when I stopped. Actually, after 5 a.m. when I stopped talking with Seth, which was good because I've got this for people who don't know. Seth is one of my very dearest, if not dearest friends. I love Seth so much. He's my dearest friend. And he's a miracle because there's times when I'm leaving like a show or a club or this, and he'll just be on the phone with me like in the wee hours.
Oh, yeah. I do that a lot, especially with my friend Tim Barella, the cartoonist. We're on the phone at just weird hours and it's fine. It feels more comfortable when you do it in weird hours.
Right.
Well, it works because it's times where like last night he saved me. Like if he wasn't there talking with me, then I would have been too tired to drive. It's like coffee really, I think, is just like psychosomatic for me. I don't think it actually wakes me up at all. It just tastes good. It's kind of like the thing people
caffeine
do.
Doesn't work on me.
No.
It's like an
I think
accessory.
there's some of us that caffeine is not. I've got a whole place to go with that about why.
Yeah.
But neither you or I are in like smoke either.
No, I don't smoke. I don't really drink. I mean, if you offered me a frozen strawberry daiquiri, I'd sip it. But I don't really like the taste of beer. I would maybe like a red wine, but I'm so susceptible to headaches and stuff from stuff. So, and plus I don't like being buzzed. I don't really understand the allure of being wasted or drunk or super buzzed. It's uncomfortable. I feel hindered.
Yes. It's not enhanced.
Right. No, that's why people, look, you've seen my videos. People constantly ask me, oh my God, what are you taking when you made those videos?
Isn't that frustrating?
Yeah. And I'm like, nothing. And they go, well, maybe you should try it. And I said, no, because that would destroy my creativity.
Absolutely.
And by the way, I wanted to, because I mentioned it earlier when you weren't here. So if that woman ever wants me to review another movie, I'm going to have difficulty trying to make videos because I no longer have the Movie Maker program I'm used to. And I'm going to have to try 3. I've got a 2.6 version of Movie Maker that looks different, that's old. And then they installed 2 other video editing programs that I've looked over, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a while before I make any new videos because I need someone to sit here and hold my hand and show me. But
it's be a screen share.
It's gonna be a while because I miss like those half-hour reviews I used to do.
Yeah.
It would take hours to edit, but I was like do, and I knew what I was doing. Now I'm just like this one video program has 5 tracks, like video and or audio tracks, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So
what version did you have? You had Movie Maker?
Yeah, but it was Movie Maker 2012.
Yeah, well, my Photoshop is CS6,
and what they gave me was Movie Maker 2.6, whatever that is. And then they gave me OpenShot Video Editor and Video Pad Editor.
You said you had 2.0?
2.6.
You had 2.0 though?
Well, I had 2012, whatever that was.
We'll see what we can do.
He jumped over 2.0.
Well, and listen, DA Computers in Palm Springs, I tell them that I mention them on the show. They're the best, and I trust them unconditionally, really. But if Dan and the other guy said we put in Movie Maker 2012, but it just won't work. So I'm sad because it's like 16 years of using Movie Maker like that and knowing what I'm doing, and then suddenly I'm just sitting here going, I don't get this. I don't know what I'm doing. So folks,
we'll have to do it together. Todd, you and I are gonna set up time, and we will screen share and figure it out together.
Yeah, because
I know that's like part of your life. Right?
Oh
This
man,
is a huge thing.
Just like all those, and like the video, I Love Life. If I tried to make that video right now, I wouldn't know what I was doing at all. But with Movie Maker, I managed to put that video together lickety split, just grabbing things and syncing up the, so that I could lip sync. Because what I would do is I would have the music in a little ear thing, and hopefully the cord was hidden under my beard. And when I'm shooting the video, I'm actually listening to the audio so I can match my mouth. And then I would take the actual audio track of the song and move it, shift it back and forth so that my mouth would suddenly match up with the words. Right now, if I tried doing that now with all this stuff, I'd be like, that's it. I don't know.
I'll have to do some learning and that's like, what life does Todd have without making?
Because if
honestly,
I would,
like, that's a big part of your world. Like, it's like if someone was like,
that's everything.
Your hands are broken and you can't draw anymore.
Well, had I held on to my old computer, which in about a year would have been impossible to use because Windows 10 it's not supported anymore. I would have still had that Movie Maker and I could have still made some new videos. But since I got the money and I wanted to use it now to get a new computer before, this was my only chance to get a new computer. So I got it now. And of course now Movie Maker's gone. And I can try using the other version that I got that they put in. It's
You'll figure it out.
It looks different and I'm not sure what, but anyway, so that's that news. So what else is going on?
Well,
hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to say hi to Annabelle and congratulate her on 50 episodes.
Oh, I have not been here for all 50.
Yeah, it's okay.
But it doesn't matter. You're part of the show, so you know.
Well, I'm
anywhere
glad that
you're from, it's where you're at.
Episodes. Yeah, you made it enough episodes that I got to be a part of it.
I can't believe it's been 50 episodes, though. I mean, because you think of, I told them earlier, it's funny that the very first show ran for about an hour and a half. And we thought, oh no, it's an hour and a half. That's a lot. And then the next show went 2 hours. And then it was 2.5 hours. And then it was 3 and stayed at 3 and then 4, and then 4.5 and then 5. And then once or twice.
Sounds like Todd's been paying attention.
We got to 5.5 hours on a couple shows at least.
Yes.
So, but you know what? If you're having fun, to me, it's like hanging out with some friends at Denny's and just jawing.
Yes.
That's right.
Dixie, your name is really cute. Dixie Dynamite.
Dixie Dynamite. Well, you know that's a movie.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
That
from the
sounds
70s.
Familiar, right?
Who's in it, Jamie? Tell everybody.
I can't remember.
It's your
I
name.
don't
as far
remember
as I'm
either.
concerned.
No.
Annabelle,
Yes.
I love your snake carving, and I'm going to come down there, even if I have to cross Lake America, because I'm in Canada.
It's a big lake.
Yeah.
That's painful to hear.
We got to connect. We got to.
He said he's got a golf, he's got a lake, even though he has more lakes than that. But Pacific and Atlantic Ocean sound, maybe they would be good as Pacific American Ocean.
No. No. No.
It's madness.
It is. It makes me feel like it literally when you said that, I truly, and I really am not just saying that, it made me feel kind of nauseous. It's really so disturbing. I could go on and on and on about all of it. It's terrible. It's terrible.
And I don't like bringing up either, but it's Canadians.
Yeah.
We are on board with you. Like, we see what's going on with your country.
I know you guys don't hate us. It's just our administration and the people that are enabling it, the citizens who are enabling it. So most of us, as I know, most of us are good.
Right. And no border is going to make someone a friend or not a friend.
Right.
And I think it's just, I'll leave you with this about this, is that he put a tariff on hockey sticks.
Oh.
And he's naming lakes. I think
Lake America for Lake Ontario. But you know what? What is it? The mayor or something in New York said, no, we're still calling it Lake Ontario, even though they were ordered to call it Lake America. He said, no, we are calling it Lake Ontario.
Yeah,
right.
That is what it is.
I still remember my first hockey stick.
Aww.
And I'm upset too because there are companies like Darkside Releasing up in Canada, and they have not been able to ship orders to the US because of all this shit. So they've had to have their titles go through MovieZing and being sold on MovieZing, which means if they had slipcover editions, MovieZing would get standard. So like, I think with Wheel of Heaven, I'm not sure if Joe said there was or Vince at Darkside said there was a slipcover edition, but I was just happy to be able to get Wheel of Heaven and a couple other titles through MovieZing. Was it the last time?
Own special edition, Todd, in the future.
Yeah.
Something that happened during the Trump insanity years.
But
if that ends by that time.
Well, we still have Canadians, because as you know, the Palm Springs area, we have what we affectionately call snowbirds. And I know ones that have said they've sold their house or they're not coming down here, but there are still ones here. I still see like Manitoba and other license plates here, but it just upsets me because overall it hurts the economy in general. And I just, like you said, you want to come down here. I just want you to be safe, that there's not going to be any problem for you. And it's so sad because people don't realize most, like in entertainment and everything, a lot of talent and a lot of stuff is from Canada. I mean, and right now I see like SCTV is going to be on Netflix now. So all the harder to see episodes and stuff are going to be on Netflix. And there's a lot of SCTV stuff in my timeline on Facebook. And so you got that. And of course, my all-time personal favorite band, and they're from Toronto, I think, is Martha and the Muffins. And they're my favorite. So I was like, every time you turn around, something is basically Canadian based or from Canada. And people don't realize Canada is supposed to be our friend. Don't piss them off. But of course,
shitbag
Sorry,
this whole
but I
time.
think that's what hurts the most is that
Yeah.
I think we feel we were backstabbed.
Yes. Yes.
On illegal tariffs that a judge has said are not legal.
Yeah. But like I said, he's like, for instance, with that Kennedy Center thing, he wants to try to demolish it now. And like the ballroom thing, it's like, okay, there was a guy in Palm Springs who wanted to build this higher building right on Palm Canyon, I think near the Hyatt or something. And they were saying, no, it can't be taller than such and such. But what he did is he went ahead and started the construction anyway, figuring, well, it's too late. I've already done it. And I'd heard that he had done that at a couple other places and people were pissed off. So that's kind of like what he was doing here. Well, he's destroyed the area. Well, look what I've done. We got to finish it now. And it's like, no. Eventually they will hopefully take that and maybe put another rose garden back in, get rid of all that pavement and shit. And it'll take a while, of course, but hopefully we will change things again instead of just leaving it, because what he's doing is just destroying everything and doing his own thing because he wants to leave that mark, because he knows that he's going to be gone and he wants his name and look at this. This is my legacy. I did this. And so, but he's pissing everybody off in the world.
And he's hurting people. It's like beyond pissing off. He's actually literally harming and jailing, and it's the worst things. The unspeakable is happening.
Well, did you hear that they recently ICE took a father and his 5-year-old child, just like they did that one time, and the child was deported. The child was deported.
Wow.
How is that a criminal? You know, we're looking for the worst of the worst. We're looking for the criminals. No, let's go out and get this 5-year-old kid and deport him.
What was that, Dixie?
Yeah, what was that? You just said something, Dixie.
Me?
Or you just said something and it overlapped.
When you said ICE, I accidentally cut you off, but I called them stormtroopers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I don't mean
the cool stormtroopers.
No. Well, they weren't really cool anyway because they couldn't fire right.
Right.
They never shot anybody correctly. But, and I mean, I don't mean to get overly political and stuff on the show, but you know, sometimes it's you can't avoid it. It's just there. But anyways,
like I
so we want you down here.
When I talked about Necronomicon recently, there was a big impact on the show because there's so many people that come in from other countries. There are creators that, you know, this is a big event. This is a Providence is taken over event, and in a very positive, healthy way. And there are these wonderful creators who just couldn't come in either because, you know, because they were afraid, because people were worried they're going to get deported or held up, or who knows. You don't know. You do not know what can happen. And that's terrifying. Terrifying.
And there's Jason, by the way. So,
what's up, Jaybird?
Much love. Well, I just want, I mean, we want you to come down and visit Dixie, and hopefully, you know, all this it's going to take a while, but hopefully all this is going to get resolved.
Chill in Michigan with me.
And I'm
like right across the border. You can like come over here. We can hang out. You know, go to Tim Hortons because there's like one right by my house. You know, so I'm kind of Canadianized, sort of. My little sliver of Michigan.
Ah, well, no,
oh, go ahead.
No, I'll just say we'll hopefully look. I admit I'm not the first one to go running out and raising my fists and screaming in the street and trying to do something. I'm not that great at it, but there are people that are out there fighting and for us, and I'm hoping that we will win over and we can eventually start to get things. I mean, it's never going to be normal again, but at least get things back on track so that we can breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, Bill Whedon, John Duggan, and Kevin Van Henrik, two of whom I saw this weekend, are very political. They're
Oh, yeah.
very, very political people. And I was talking with Bill and his wife, geez, I almost said her name wrong, Dolores, last night about what's going on. And I said, honestly, the internet is a blessing and a curse because here we are talking about it, right? We're talking about it. 40, 50, 60 years ago, people weren't just sitting around talking about. I mean, yeah, people were talking about it, sure, but people were out. What's going on right now with the lack of social engagement is unthinkable. It's unthinkable that people aren't out, including me. Like, I can crap on myself. I do go to things and try to be involved, and I think what I do in my career is very political. But we need to do something. Like, John Duggan is not a young man, but when he's like, who is going to do? There is no who. It is us. That's it.
Yep.
It's us. I'm going to get very emotional. I'm already emotional.
And also,
Well,
I'll end it by just saying that I would say only 1 out of 10 Americans would say something rude to us. The majority of Americans have been so apologetic, so kind, and it's sort of like, please, midterms, do something to make this better.
And that's the other thing. People have to stay alert, keep at it, because they're doing everything right now to distract us and screw up the midterms.
Can I say my opinion real fast?
Well, I guess.
Listen, what I think, and this could sound conspiracy, whatever, but it doesn't look like it based on what's going on with our government and who our government is bonding with. And actually, for the first time in history, our military is infusing with another country state's military at the same time that this military and state is committing genocide. So it seems like maybe this whole army of go America and go right also comes with a clause that to go America and go right, you also must support this other place that is committing genocide at the same time. So it's like, it's so hard to determine who's getting played for whatever reason. So
there's games upon games upon games. I'm a fauché, so fauchés, they helped make the Maquis when Hitler came into France and took it over. So if the play is to pretty much put all these flock cameras up, or all this
flock cameras, god damn it. Yep.
The surveillance cameras. I mean, a lot of them have already been up, and people have already been studied, like, under a microscope for how many years you can't even, So I mean, there's pretty much the determination this year. I mean, everybody's kind of made that determination that we've been majorly spied on, and it's like, well, guys, you're a little late to the party now, but okay.
Well,
the thing is that if you guys have checked out the movie that was supposed to be made called Gray State, I highly recommend it, because when I seen that back in 2000, and I want to say 12 or 13, the guy and his whole family got killed, or they say that he killed his family or whatever, but there's a lot of talk that he was off, because when you see what his movie was going to be about, you suddenly realize that, well, yeah, I can see why the government's off the dude and killed his whole family, because nobody picked up that movie after him. I mean, he died with that movie, and the concept's still out on YouTube, and you can view it on YouTube. It's called The Gray State, I believe.
And you can also watch Idiocracy.
Yeah.
Well, this one is a lot more terrifying.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
It involves people getting, like, their heads chopped off, and they're talking about people getting their heads chopped off now. Like, they wanted people to get so I want to say inebriated in, like, what they're doing here in America with, like, sin. So when, like, a horrible religious dictatorship takes over, they could totally fuck all those people up in horrible, horrific ways and just say, we're doing the work of God.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of horrible, just, I've been hearing a lot of things, guys.
Well, that's why.
I dive down the chatter holes that don't get a lot of viewing.
Well, that's why the
They're
release.
talking about an 18-month blackout. And I'm
No.
not sure if this is actually going to happen or not, but if they're talking about it, eventually it might actually happen, like what happened to Gary, Indiana. And that's right south of me. That has me like all huffy-tuffy because, I mean, my dad would talk about that kind of stuff, how the government just wanted to get everybody set up and kill a whole bunch of people. Don't matter who it was.
Well, that's why they're trying to take away health care and all that because they want our country
that
to
was
be.
always a slow genocide.
The sick will die off.
Healthcare was always going to be a slow genocide.
Yeah.
And all the pills and all the medications. That's why you got to be ultra careful going on some of that stuff because most of it's just for the genocide program. And that's what a lot of the elite refer to it as is the genocide.
Well, that is why is it in the
agenda.
The release
they don't want a lot of people.
The release of Ken Russell's movie The Devils is very important this year, too, because if people read the book or know what The Devils is about, about government and religion and control, and I'm really excited for that to come out. Although I don't know if they'll show that movie.
It's important that we make movies like that and make stories like that nowadays because it's one of the only ways that us as creatives can fight back, and it's actually the best way we can fight back.
That's untrue. I'm going to just interrupt you right there. Saying that creativity is the only way to fight back is total bullshit. People can volunteer. Go into your community. Help people. There are actual practical things people can do. I love creators, and here I am today. But there are things that people can do in your community.
We have to change the narrative, is what I'm trying to say. The narrative is the most important key and the most important aspect that we face. We face the dark magi who control the narrative.
The most important fucking thing. I'm really pissed off because I work every fucking day with people who are colored, who are different, who are trans. They need us. I can't. I'm really sorry, Jay. I know you're making a good point, but I'm above and beyond.
I'm totally with you. I'm with you. I mean, there are.
But as far as she's just back. That's okay, Annabelle. She'll be back.
How about something British?
I didn't mean to.
There you go.
There you go. Oh, you did not. That is not the packaging that Walmart has here. Walmart has it in a bigger.
Notice that.
You took the, okay. No, you're lucky you got that because here's the deal. Walmart now has the complete Thunderbird series on DVD for $34.95 or something, but not Blu-ray. And I have Thunderbirds as a
that's awesome, Dixie.
DVD
on DVD from A&E, right?
Yes.
A&E.
Yes,
but really colorful boxes.
But the new set that's out that Walmart has in stores is only on DVD, and I'm sad because I'd rather have the Blu-rays. Yeah, there you go. Oh man, it's if you look carefully though, this is people don't know this, but in one of the episodes, I was shocked. It showed a cab driver. And in his cab, if you look carefully, there were pinups in his cab. And I think the women were topless.
Yes.
And this was supposedly a family show. Or
what year was that? Wow.
1968? 60.
Well, it's like Barbarella, right? Barbarella was...
Well, Barbarella, when it was released in theaters as PG, some of the nudity in the opening segment was...
Well, they showed that. They continued to show all that nudity on on TV. Like when it was released on TV.
There are actually more exposed breasts in that opening segment. Arrow Video released the full version. But the version that most people saw, while you kind of saw her breasts, you didn't see the nipples. So what they got what they showed was PG, but you didn't really see it all, but this one,
It was very revealing.
Jamie's got here. Yeah, that one, is that a Canadian release?
It is.
There you go. Because I was shocked when I watched the old A&E DVD ones. Oh, Jason's gone too. Boy, that got controversial.
It was my fault for bringing up politics.
No. It was, you didn't bring up politics. Right. You were talking about safety and stuff, and then it led into it. So don't worry. Nippler. Quaid. But no, all that, I don't regret that we had to get our things off our chests here. I just, Annabelle's tired. She's been stressed on her trip and driving and all that. So I understand that. And I don't know what happened. Jason just kind of disappeared, but okay. It'll, I'm not going to try to dwell right now.
It'll all work out.
But I will say that episode of Thunderbirds, I was like, I even paused it. I went back and watched it again. There are pinups.
I bet you did.
Yeah, I wanted to see those nippies. But the fact that in that show, and it was kind of subtle, but it was right there, he had topless pinups in his cab. And I was like, wait a minute, this is Thunderbirds. Even cannibals need sleep. That is true. But I love Thunderbirds because it was just all the effort put into it. And the ships and the planes and stuff reminded me so much of the artist Chris Foss, who did a lot of drawings for Alien and stuff. And I have Chris Foss's 21st Century Foss book. But Thunderbirds, in a way, Thunderbirds, the style and the creation of the ships and stuff almost kind of reminded me of not only liminal space things, but artist Bruce McCall. Everyone look up Bruce McCall's book, Zany Afternoons. And he did stuff for National Lampoon and I think New Yorker. And his artwork has things that are just, he draws cars that you could have living rooms in the car and stuff. That spacious, otherworldly look that Thunderbirds had was so ahead of its time. And
so something interesting, here in Canada, we have YTV, it's youth television. They started rerunning this in the early 90s, and it had a huge resurgence here. They re-released all the die-cast toys. You could get the Tracy Island, all of the ships, great big ones, the characters, and it sort of had it came back and it came back.
A renaissance. It came back, yeah. Well, what about UFO? Did you like UFO?
Season 1.
Season 1. Okay. I get it. Well, for me...
So, I'm sorry. I thought you meant Space 19.
Oh, no. I was going to just now say Space 1999, year 1, yes. Year 2 fucking sucked. What they did was they wanted to make it more palatable to American audiences, so they turned it into a Saturday morning live action Rubber Monster Fest. It was just so goofy, and I'm sorry, people love Maya, but her turning into creatures was too much of an easy gimmick, and the monsters were usually really bad. The heads wouldn't move. You can tell it was like a helmet put on with a monster face. It was just, and the music, the score changed from orchestral cinematic sound to this synthy fake music in year 2. Year 2, yes, I have it. I watched it. But year 1 was, if it was in widescreen, it would have been like Kubrick, 2001, cinematic, dark. Some of the episodes ended on a downer, like UFO. Space 1999, folks. You can buy Walmart even had the whole set of year 1 and 2 together. But watch year 1, maybe venture into year 2 if you're bored. But year 1 was it's classic.
Was that on Blue?
Yes. Shout Factory released it on Blu-ray for both the entire set. And I don't know, you can't see it. No, you can't. But, way up there at the top, there's my 3.5-foot Mattel.
I can see it.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, you can see it.
It's the Mattel 3.5-foot Eagle spaceship. Of course, the glue turned yellow on it, and some of the stickers fell off. But I've seen those.
I think that's in the video at the end of the show.
Oh wow! Well, if you can find a decent one, they're like $600 on eBay. It's crazy, but I even have a Eagle model that I, put together and painted, but I played with it. When we were kids, we played with those things. We didn't know they would be valuable later. Mm-hmm. And so that one kind of fell apart, and I have to go to a hobby shop or something, try to find model glue and try to see if I can put it back together. But no, yeah, year one. But did you ever watch UFO?
I did not.
Oh, the theme song for UFO is my alternate ringtone. And if you just go on YouTube, everybody, look up UFO opening theme. And that, like Space 1999, was way ahead of their time because they had these quick edit opening credits that showed flashes of what was in the episode.
Absolutely.
And way before MTV and all that shit. Gary Anderson and Sylvia Anderson, they had their finger on what was going to be. And I mean, other shows like Captain Scarlet and Joe 90 and all those, I never managed to get those sets, but I do have the soundtracks. And that Super Marionation thing. And of course, then you had Team America with their homage to Gary Anderson's stuff.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah. I love Team America. Even the shitting scene.
Yep.
That's funny.
That uncensored love scene.
Oh, God. Best sex scene aside from MacGruber. See? Yeah. Oh, God. Kristen Wiig and Will Forte together. But speaking of Will Forte, everybody knows by now that Coyote versus Acme is in theaters. And yeah, I don't know if it is up there. What?
It's bombing, isn't it?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, good.
People swarmed to the theater for that this weekend. I was just constantly, number 4, it's in number 4. A lot of people are coming to see it. People are loving it. And basically, for those who didn't know, Warner Brothers had no intention of releasing it at all. They were going to destroy it and write it off as a tax thing.
Yeah,
that's what
a superhero movie that they did. Was it Supergirl? I'm not
Batgirl. Yep.
It's me. Let us see
the whole movie.
Yeah.
All that work and all that effort. I think the people that worked on the movie be like, I want to see my efforts. I want to see what it came. But these studio suits, they think they know what's what, or they're just greedy. And well, let's make this and then destroy it, say it was a tax write-off because they have some kind of weird financial thing that they gain on this. Like I was supposed to be in a movie back in 2006 called Filthy. I was sent the script. I was going to be flown up to like Oregon or something. I know the guy who was going to do some, he designed these giant marionette, like a puppet creature for it and stuff. And all this work and all this was going into it. And then some producers decided, well, I want to see this. I want, how they want to put their 2 cents in there. And then I was told by the guy later, it fell apart. The producers ruined it. And the director and them said, nope, screw it. I'm walking away. And it never got made. And it's because these higher ups, they think they're not the filmmakers. They may finance things and stuff, but they're not the ones creating it, really.
And then those groups that they get to watch that are like middle American.
Little screener, what do they call those test audiences and stuff? They always show it in a weird area, in a weird town, a weird theater, thinking it would be average, but they're not taking it to places where the people who would really go to see it would see it. And so they said, well, it flopped. in the screening and stuff. It's like, well, who are these geniuses? You know, it's so stupid. But Wile E. Coyote, this movie, the only complaint I heard from someone was they didn't animate the secondary animated characters as well as Wile E. Coyote. Like, they didn't, maybe it was unfinished, I don't know, but they didn't put as much into those other characters and make them as equally as good as, that's the only complaint I've heard. Otherwise, it's doing really well, at least in my area. And everybody coming out said they had such a blast. And the reviews I've read from people that I trust said it's a really good time. And plus, too, it maybe scares bigger companies or something because it's very going after the corporate mentality. So I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm excited to. And the other things I will say, because right now, believe it or not, Odyssey is still doing good. Where I am.
That'll probably do good for a while.
Of course, Spider-Man is still bringing them in. Of course, people are coming to see Buddy. One family, though. Parents, listen. Wise up.
It's not Barney.
When you go see a movie and you're going to take your kids, look at the rating. Because I had a family come in last night, and I would say, listen, if your kids head out to the bathroom during the movie or something, make sure they hang on to a ticket because it's rated R. And they go, and the father said, what? And he looked at his kid. It's rated R? And I was like, yes, this is a horror film. And he was like, and the kid just kind of shrugged like, you know, and and the reason too I say this because I don't want your kid to head back towards the auditorium and employees see that lone kid go and go try to stop them from getting in. That way I said, this is your proof that you can be in there. But when we had Sausage Party, so many families coming in with their little kids, and they
should have known from that title.
Come on. Look, and like,
I don't know who to blame on that one.
I know box office would tell them, now, you know, this is rated R, and the parents would go, what? It's a cartoon. My kids wanted to see a cartoon. We're like, you know, people, like when people come in and go, like with Shape of Water and stuff. I remember some elderly folk were freaked out over the masturbation scene in the beginning of the movie. And it's like, folks, look at the rating. And I think too, with even some parents do it with they're going to drop off their kids and go, I'll see you later. I'm going, wait a minute. You have to watch this movie with them. And they're like, what? I said, it's rated R. It is. I'm like, fucking look at the rating. When you look up a movie, it's right there. If it says rated R, you should then find out why, you know? People are fucking stupid. What would I have to call them? Let's look something up. You folks are an anus chunk. If you don't, if you don't know what to look for.
I love that book.
Yeah. So I also, besides Disclosure Day, I was on a roll. I was pissed because when this film, Is God Is, I missed it at our theater. We had it for like 2 weeks. When it first came out at Walmart on DVD only, it was $19. And I thought, for a DVD, it's from MGM. So I don't know, an Alliance, but it's now $12.95.
Wow.
I figured I can spend
more like it for a DVD.
I can't wait to watch this. I'm really excited. And then just for fun, because I've only ever had it on Blu-ray, on DVD. And for Halloween, you know, special Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a good movie.
Glow in the dark cover.
I enjoyed that.
I love the split.
Well, get this.
Yeah.
I have the deluxe 4 CD soundtrack. 4 CDs.
Wow.
For the soundtrack for this movie. So it's all the tracks, you know, a lot of people don't realize, especially in the 70s when soundtracks came out for Jaws and like my favorite, The Fury and stuff, those were studio re-recordings. You would wonder, like, why doesn't that sound exactly like I heard it in the movie? Because they re-recorded them. And there are companies like La La Land and Entrada who are putting out the actual original scores, and then on a separate CD, the old commercial release. So, like The Fury, I have a 2 CD set of The Fury that has the actual original score. I have the original scores for Earthquake, for Jesus Christ, but Jaws. Yeah, Towering Inferno is really deluxe, and which, by the way, I've never seen that movie. Can you believe it?
Oh my, it's amazing.
When I was a kid, I had a fear of like a fire, like of being like our house burning down or something. And so I was afraid to see the Towering Inferno because I didn't want to like jinx my life. And, I was, when you're a kid, you think these things. But that I still have to get that one. But I have like the original score for Jaws, the original score for Jaws 2. So for Sleepy Hollow, 4 fucking CDs of tracks that were never released to the public, demos, alternate tracks, the original score. It just, yeah. So Sleepy Hollow, I figured, why not? I needed to upgrade from DVD, and this was reasonable at Walmart. So we got that. And then, so we're going to talk about, Jamie, have you seen Buffet Infinity?
I haven't.
Well, I'm sure you won't feel left out. We'll make it, we'll integrate everything. Soon, apparently. Now, Chris, before I forget, next week, are we actually going to do New York Ripper, or are we going to do Treehouse and The Last Victim?
Whatever you want to do.
Because Treehouse is kind of a horror thriller, It's one of those movies no one's ever heard of, although there are those of us, I've looked it up on like YouTube for the trailer and stuff, and there are comments. Oh, I love this movie, da-da-da. So there are people who found it. The Last Victim is more of a thriller. Ron Perlman plays a sheriff in a desert area or something, and there's like a murder, but I just love it. Although the critics trashed it. I think it's great.
Let's ask
Ron Perlman.
Let's ask Annabelle.
Okay.
Well, remember, we waited to do the New York Ripper and Dr. Butcher.
Oh, Dr. Butcher. That's the other one I forgot. Yeah.
Annabelle wanted us to wait to do them. So let's ask her.
No, I don't mind. I just, because I sent you all those photos and I even have a few more.
Yeah.
Right.
And then we'll start from that top of that list. We'll go right down it.
The other one, I definitely, and some people think we only do horror on this show. No, we do. We do like Top Secret and stuff. But the other one that I'd really love people to watch, and I'd love for us to talk about it sometime. I recently discovered, I can't believe this show was from 2014 to 3 seasons. Have you heard of The Leftovers?
No.
I know. I didn't either. It's got Justin Theroux, Carrie Coon, and I was like, this is from 2014. It's on HBO Max.
Wow.
Which I have ad-based. So I'm in the middle of season 2. The show is odd. It's dramatic. You don't know if it's horror or not. But the thing is, it's odd. But I'm intrigued. I'm through halfway through the second season. But Carrie Coon, I was like, yeah, that's Carrie Coon. She's in this movie, Lake George. And I warned people, there is a movie from 2025 or early 26, also called Lake George. This is 2024. And oh my God, it's great. It's like a road trip kind of in a way.
Nice.
But I really want people to check this movie out. And I think, if we ever get a chance, it'd be fun to talk about. But Carrie Coon, she was also in the last season of White Lotus that, I know there's a new one.
Oh, who was she?
She was the lady that she was there with 2 other gals and they were having a fun trip.
Yeah, I remember those.
Because I remember when Carrie Coons got topless in the pool with that guy, I was like, Carrie, but she's she's naked in The Leftovers. Actually, I will tell. Well, I will say this: good for Carrie. because she's a mature woman and she's not afraid to show herself. But in The Leftovers, it's equal opportunity nudity. There's actually more full frontal male nudity than any female nudity in this show. And a couple actors you wouldn't have imagined would show all do. And I was just like, whoa. So the show
nowadays it might not be real. It could be like,
well, I was shocked that Liv Tyler was a bit bottomless kind of in one scene. And I was like, whoa, Liv. But, you know, good for them. I only complain about the nudity when it's just gratuitous shit. Thank you, Kenneth. But it's such an odd show. So if you have HBO Max, The Leftovers, it has 3 seasons, and you may be confused because sometimes they'll go through the story and then there's an episode that kind of like
they go back,
takes place before everything.
No.
And then in the second season,
the Tarantino effect.
Well, in the second season, I thought it was going to be a whole new cast and a new story connected to what they call the departure. But the other characters from the first season start integrating into the second season. And you're like, oh, so it's really unusual. I'm fascinated by it. It's got like an 8.4 on IMDb, but then reviews I've read said it was just a mess. So I don't know. It's what the people like. And I'm still, when Annabelle's got arrested, she told me she was going to get in contact with the couple behind Beazle because they have my phone.
Yeah,
they asked for my phone number, but it's been a week, and they said they'd love to be on the show, and I don't know. So Annabelle says she can contact them through IMDb Pro. Show your support for the channel. But boy, you're just like,
thank you, Kenneth.
He's being and a lot of people, yes, his name seems to resemble a famous director. Ken Russell, The Devils, Tommy, Litzomania. I am still overjoyed that everybody loved Litzomania.
Oh, I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
That movie came out the same year as Tommy. He was really on a roll. And of course, people didn't understand it.
Very layered movie.
Well, people didn't understand it back then, and so it bombed, and some critics hated it.
It was ahead of its time. That's why
it was. And I think it's Pauline Kael, the reviewer for the New York Times. I remember she said that Kenneth Russell basically takes celebrities and debases them or something. And she didn't have kind things to say about Ken Russell and his movies, but then Pauline Kael, of all people, was, I think, the critic that said Last Tango in Paris was the most important film of the 20th century. Are you fucking kidding? Last Tango in Paris was I thought it was a boring piece of shit. And it's just Marlon Brando with this fussy naked woman.
And butter. And butter, right?
I don't know. Butter. It's famous for this butterfly pose or something they did in the movie.
No, it's famous.
No, that's not why it's famous.
Well, the image. What was the? Okay, I know, but honestly, look, I love art films. I love a lot of art films. I think I love. I used to go to the Tivoli in St. Louis all the time to see art house films and stuff. But Last Tango in Paris, I was just like, I remember after all the hoopla and I finally got to see it long time ago. I was just like, why is everybody thinking this is such an important film? I just say it's boring as shit, basically.
And supposedly she didn't know that scene was going to go as far as it did.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
Well, I
have something to tease.
Okay.
This is off topic, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I've been with Vinegar Syndrome from the very beginning.
Yes.
For about 10 years. I collected everything.
Oh.
And then it got out of hand.
And then it got out of hand and it jumped the shark. There's still lots there to be good.
Yes.
But I have the worst film of all the Vinegar Syndrome that I've watched.
Oh, Thank you. I hated it. And I love movies. I love movies that are that weird, you know? But this one,
Todd, I'm totally with you.
Right.
I was like, I like movies that may be a little confusing or slow or weird, but this one, I was just like, when is something gonna actually, what happened? What the fuck is this? And I was just really pissed at because for US dollars, it was like $27.99 or something. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I've got it.
The only thing that saved me with it was that they kept repeating this shot of rain on cobblestone walkway. It was so beautiful. So beautiful in HD that I was like, please. And I don't like to shit on other directors.
I know, but
the actress in this, there's one actress, I won't name her, but she's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
And then them eating the chicken bones and stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not feeling it.
And I mean, I love weird. I mean, for instance, I still haven't picked up the Blu-ray of Dark Backward. I love that movie, and that movie is disturbing and gross and stuff. But art house films, like for instance, the other art house film that I still to this day cannot understand why people are like circle jerking all over it is Stalker, the Russian film. It's just guys wandering, you know, science fiction and da 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 da. And it's just guys walking through pseudo woods, you know, trees, just wandering and wandering. And like that scene where they're standing around for like a solid 5 minutes or longer while it's just raining. There's no dialogue and they're just standing there. And you're just like, fast forward, sir. And it's the whole movie. And then always on the back cover artwork on the VHS and everything, there's this image, what looks like a monster. I honestly have watched the movie. I've gone through that movie twice and I've never been able to find that scene. I think it's if you blink, it's like there and gone.
Yeah.
But they put that on the back because it's this image that makes you think, oh wow, this is going to be spectacular. But it's a boring movie of guys walking through trees and stuff because it's supposed to be this zone, whatever this zone is. And I'm just like, what the. No. So if you like Stalker, fine, but I think you're being, you know, like, oh, well, I like Stalker, so therefore I'm class. It's like that video I made, Chris. Todd is classy because he listens to classy music.
Yeah.
Or something.
Exactly.
Hey, that's my point. But Singapore Sling, I had heard about it for a long time. And back when you could buy their monthly bundle, which was maybe 3 movies, and maybe 1 archive title. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to scramp and I could get that. And then Vinegar Syndrome. I love you, Vinegar Syndrome. But then you guys exploded. And now you have like, what is it for September 1st, 29 partner label releases. And the VS Labs, VS Archive, VS Pictures, Ionoscope, the TV movie line, cinematography, just it's too much.
You need your own warehouse.
And they're all now mostly 4K Blu-ray combos, which ups the price even more. I had to get Lady in White because I adore that movie and Frank LaLaggia. Of course, you know, I voiced him in What Have You Done, Daniel? But yeah, they've exploded so much that honestly, for the except for Lady in White, in the past 4 or 5 months, I have not been able to buy an actual Vinegar Syndrome title. I've had to focus on the partner label titles like Shudder or I forget what else, maybe an AGFA or Wild Eye that I know because within an hour after they go online, some Shudder titles are down to 200 copies already. And like this coming Tuesday, I'm going to order a few, probably partner, but I have a doctor's appointment at 9:30 in the morning and it will go on at 9 a.m. So I'm going to have to like go on at 9 a.m., quickly choose a few that I know will disappear fast, run to my doctor's office and then come back and check other things. But it's a pain. And Singapore Sling, I think I got it as part of whatever bundle they had or something. And I find, okay, Singapore Sling, I can't wait. And then I sat there going, okay, this is odd, this is weird, okay. And then I was just like, oh my God, when's this going to end?
Have you seen it, Chris?
No.
Maybe you should, since you like Ursula.
I'm curious now. All right. But I know the feeling.
Bad.
Okay, all right. I'll skip it.
It's and plus the price. I mean, you're really taking chances now because of their sturdy slip covers, and now it's usually a 4K Blu-ray combo, or even if it's just a Blu-ray. I remember when titles were like what, $23.99, $24.99, and or you could get the bundle. Now they're running $27.99 if just a Blu-ray, and then on up to $35 and up for the 4K Blu-ray releases. And I can't do it. Vinegar Syndrome every month. I was really like, all right, can't wait to get the next bundle. And I can't afford to subscribe. I don't have $800, $900 I can throw out in one.
That's a
or
lot.
even the half year subscription thing.
It was almost like an adventure in discovering crazy films you've never seen.
And even if they weren't great movies, like some cheesy horror movies, it was fun to have part of that bundle, like a grab bag. Because look, everybody right now wants you to subscribe. Deaf Crocodile, which was a Vinegar Syndrome partner, like through Diabolic DVD, you can get a Deaf Crocodile subscription. Terror Vision has a subscription. Severin doesn't, I don't think, but everybody wants you to.
Altered Innocence?
The what?
Altered Innocence?
Altered Innocence used to be a Vinegar Syndrome partner label. I don't know if they still are. But I used to,
because they had queer content and they had really weird foreign films.
Well, the problem is though, after a while, I kind of stopped buying Altered Innocence when they focused on, let's say, very young characters. That, you know, and I was like, I'm not interested in two cutie boys falling in love. I'm not. And I just like, I wouldn't be.
When they left Vinegar Syndrome, I never got anything, so they must have taken a turn there.
I never picked up the Altered Innocence compilation number 2. I have the first one because the guy who directed In Fabric and all that, he had a short film in that one. And I have the director who did, what was it called? After Blue or something? The French, the one where they kept mentioning Kate Bush. And I have the soundtrack for that, by the way. But again, they start, it's only on vinyl. And I wanted to try to transfer it to CD, but it was hard to tell because of the color vinyl where the tracks ended. And the listing on Discogs didn't tell the times of the tracks, so I couldn't tell. So I just gave up on trying. But it's Altered Innocence is a very interesting. And of course, when they released, Richard Locke, the dad, letters, forbidden
LA
letters,
pays itself.
Yeah, and the daddy, what was it? Forbidden Letter, or the one with Richard Locke in it and stuff.
Oh, yeah, Forbidden Letter and Love Letters.
But the thing is, unfortunately, in that one, they paired him up with Total Twink. So it's kind of hard to enjoy Richard Locke when there's this twink there. But, I liked Altered Innocence, and I have some of their non-VS connected titles, like Baby Bump and Prince something from the same director. I have a few Altered Innocence titles that I got separately. But I kind of, again, their thing with stories about young people falling in love, I'm not going to do that. So I kind of gave up on them.
The thing that really drew me to that label was Irreversible. I guess for now.
Well, I already had Irreversible on an old DVD, but I did get the new one, the Altered Innocence one.
And did you watch it?
The other reversed it. I haven't watched that version yet. Is it worth
Tough
watching?
movie. It is, because I was just like, wow, like you just makes you feel
Irreversible is a
different.
tough movie to watch, though, in general.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially that rape in the tunnel.
That's
But
yeah, that was
and of course the head getting bashed in, but it just, yeah, that one I was like, ew. When it was in the bathhouse.
I picked up Enter the Void, but I haven't
Yeah.
watched it yet.
yeah, it was all right.
It was all right. I don't want to, I mean, watch it yourself and see what you think.
Yeah, you can't
But
say
it's-
too much about it, but
I had
Watch
Enter
it.
the Void on an old, I think, IFC DVD, but I never watched it. And then when it came out in the new edition, I thought, well, I'll buy that and watch it better. And I did, and I was like, oh, okay. Although you will not feel the same way as you did about Singapore Sling. Singapore Sling, and there are people on the Vinegar Syndrome group that said they love Singapore Sling, and okay, good for them. But I mean, I'm usually pretty open-minded when it comes to odd movies, but Singapore Sling just tested my patience. After a while,
that's why it's bad. If you're a person who loves odd movies and you respect, and you enjoy weird, and at this point, my tolerance for I'll watch anything and I can enjoy any kind of movie. So if something,
I'll try anything once.
If I can't
That's the
enjoy
song.
something weird, then there's a problem.
Well, speaking of weird, good transition here. And Joe says, yes, I've got to come on your show. Remember, he was going to be on last fall, but then he had a wedding or something to go to. And I really, now I love Dark Side Releasing. I haven't been able to buy much from them in the past 2 years because, again, there's too much going on. And right now, everything, especially like with Severin, they're chucking out nothing but box sets and they're all too expensive. Everybody's putting out these really expensive editions of movies, and I just can't do it. But Dark Side, I used to always try to buy their stuff. But of course, now with Dark Side being up in Canada, and they can't really ship to the US, I think still. And they don't have everything on MovieZing. But when I was getting like the bundle each time, whoop, I'm echoing. Is that because I was close to the mic? No. I would get the bundle from Darkside each time because they were reasonable and they had such unusual movies that I would have never known about. And one of that during that period was, here, I'll get the cover out. Sister Tempest from, now it's Badon, but I looked up the pronunciation and it's French. It's Badon.
Badon.
Not Baden, but that would be 2 D's, but Badon. And
is that
Sister
Liz Renee?
Huh? No.
Is that Liz Renee?
No. This movie is from 2021. It's a little girl.
Oh.
And
Little
she
Dolly
is
Parton.
She is sort of a Greek chorus in this film where she appears and says things. Oh, well, Chris, do you have the trailer?
I do.
Like,
Which one?
We
one?
still got time. Sister Tempest.
Okay.
And make sure the volume's up because you know how YouTube videos get real with the sound. This movie is bizarre, and then I'll talk about Joe's other film.
I'm going to show you something new tonight. Something ethereal, something trippy, something you haven't ever seen before. May I present to you...
Her Majesty.
Behold, young ones, young fatlings, fallings, farthings. I'm here to bring you a story. The story of a young child like yourselves. A girl, a woman named Anne Hutchinson. In the next span of minutes and hours, we shall split open her mind and dissect her thoughts. Behold, the story of the one.
Hold my hand.
How was that? Nothing to worry about, ladies. It's just a brown tremor.
That's no tremor. Something terrible is coming.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? An UFO? An angel?
It's none of those things. It's all of those things. It's beautiful.
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the performance? Do you need anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now for that special treat I promised you. It's the
That was the Dolly Parton. This movie, holy shit. I was like so pleased. And I mean, I even wrote to Vincent and said, oh my God, that was so amazing. And he goes, well, he's got another one coming, The Wheel of Heaven. And this movie, it should be on my favorites list. I know Wheel of Heaven is. It's trippy. And even though you can tell some scenes were kind of, because they were shot like on a high definition instead of film, but still some scenes then looked like gorgeous, like out of a Jodorowsky or something. And Joe Bedon's mind, his imagination, I am so jealous. It's just so, I mean, this is the kind of stuff I do. And Sister Tempest. So I don't know if how available this one is to view, but this is one I think. But when we get Joe on eventually, I would like everybody to have seen this so we can discuss this one freely as well. Then the one he did after that, and there's no slipcover because I had to get it through Movie Zing. This was when you know who started the whole tariff thing. The Wheel of Heaven. This copy is still sealed because I had seen The Wheel of Heaven as a screener so I could review it for that other podcast. And here it is.
You have two options. You can have Purity get out of the car and go to the nearest town. Go to page 22. Or you can have her get out of the car and investigate the mystery of her doppelganger. Go to page 59. I will follow the look-alike Christmas twin.
So what do you say? Shall you join us?
Welcome to my party! I will be reborn! Your threats do not threaten, because I see that you are afraid. Yes. Ridiculous!
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with us?
Wow. Yeah.
That's really great.
That was really fun.
Yeah.
I told her I was really good at writing. I love my lips.
See, that actress who you saw in Sister Tempest plays like, I don't know, 12 different roles in this movie. And it's so unusual because in a way, because like Buffet Infinity, where you have clips of things. This movie does that, and you're wondering, why am I watching this? But by the very end of the film, you understand how they all interconnect. But this movie kind of like circles in on itself. And okay, the best thing to do, I'll recommend people out there is, and it's mature listed, so go to my Vimeo page and just keep scrolling a little bit. But I did a half-hour review of Wheel of Heaven, and it's like one of my weird variety shows. I told Joe that I was going to make a review that was sort of as weird as his movie. And it is, because I'll be talking to the camera and then I'll turn to my PC and there I am on my PC frozen, and I will hit the remote and then I'll move on the PC, but then it will cut to that. And I'll go back and forth and in between and I drown in a pool. The review for Wheel of Heaven that I did is, I'd say, is an entertaining. Joe loved it, by the way. He thought it was an amazing review. And again, if I were to try to do that same review now on my new system, I'd be like, I can't do it. So seek out my review for Wheel of Heaven. And it's on YouTube under the Todd Sampler Wheel of Heaven review, because it's connected to that Without Your Head thing. But Wheel of Heaven, this is one that I've been saying we got to talk about. So I'd like to do a Sister Tempest Wheel of Heaven thing and have Joe on the show. And so for people coming to see like Buddy, people coming to see Buddy, I'm also recommending Mr. Crockett. And then I say, if you like that weirdness and you liked that director for Buddy, his Too Many Cooks short, then you would love Buffet Infinity. You'd love Wheel of Heaven. Definitely Wheel of Heaven. So, yeah, we got to do those things. Now, Buffet Infinity, basically, so Jamie, it's on Shudder right now. As you know, Vinegar Syndrome released it through what partner label? As a pre-order earlier this month. So mine, I was hoping mine was going to arrive yesterday, but it didn't, because they sent me an email saying my order shipped. But Buffet Infinity is on Blu-ray via Vinegar Syndrome's partner label, and which means it's limited. So it's not a bigger release like, say, if they released it on Shudder and put it in Walmarts and stuff. It's very limited. So grab it if you can. The only thing, before I get into what it is there's a little controversy that there was AI used in Buffet Infinity.
It looked like it a little. Yeah,
a little, but here's the deal. Like those two chefs that were standing back to back in the Buffet Infinity, we have a staff of 14 or something, like you said, and they showed that man and the woman. That was definitely AI. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about an entity that is creating programming and creating, like, in spreading out and taking over,
right?
I can understand where AI would be something it would use as part of its creation and its spreading. So in a way, a little bit of AI maybe kind of fits in this movie because of its thing. The trailer does not give away much from the movie at all. No. So the trailer's more vague. Like, this is AI right here. It's gotta be. No, it's not Backrooms.
building. It's a new and nicely decorated all-you-can-eat restaurant. You're not going to believe the prices. $7
leaves part of your body mangled and deformed.
Made pizza, the best hot and crispy chicken this side of Texas. With plenty
Only gonna make things harder. He's in there.
Right environment to create
mysterious adverts to imply the viewer is being recruited for some form of psychic
parking up front. Try our coconut shrimp, assorted veggies, our legendary.
There's actually laws against performing large-scale exorcisms.
So, yeah, the thing is, aside from those little clips you saw, this really tells you nothing.
No, there's no way to get a feel for what.
Yeah, but basically the gist of it is, in this strip mall with a mysterious sinkhole turning up behind it, because that's why they say parking in front, because there's this mysterious sinkhole that is widening in this back lot. I would think that sinkhole would swallow everything, but they don't seem worried about it. But there's two. At first, you're just seeing clips. Like there's this TV lawyer. There's an ad about getting help for, like, this guy has an eating disorder, and there's different things that just you don't get full bits of them. They're just like portions, and you start to see a pattern of ads between Jenny's Sandwich Shop and Buffet Infinity, which are near each other in this strip mall. So like Buffet Infinity would be right here, and then there's a pet store in between, and then Jenny's. There's an ad for Babcock. Yeah, those ads at first seem normal, but then they very subtly, whatever that word is, start becoming stranger. Like this particular one right here is when she, in a way, she didn't stop her husband from accidentally killing himself. And then she's like, oh, but she's all happy all the time. And there she is, bloody and stuff, in a car. And she's like, Babcock, da-da-da. And you're like, something's not right here. But the thing is, in between all of these, as they're progressively getting darker and weirder, Buffet Infinity, and I again, folks, I'm going to say some things here that may be considered kind of spoilers, so tune in later for this section if you want. But let's just say Buffet Infinity and Jenny's Sandwich Shop are starting to, like, get this rivalry going. And of course, Buffet Infinity is becoming like this, almost a living entity,
right,
that is swallowing up everything. Like, what happened that the pets were disappearing. The pets were getting out and disappearing. So the shop had to close. So Buffet Infinity just takes over that.
Right. But what I love about it is all of this is told and almost like a strategically, like it's like a puzzle you have to figure out.
Yeah, and there are no then some of the people in these ads and stuff, then near the end, you start seeing out of the TV realm,
right,
personal footage, like
spliced in, but never consistent. It's not consistent enough. I thought it was going to get to a point where,
like U-Log, where it got away from that.
It got away from the ads and it got into a movie and it finished that way.
Yeah.
But it kind of looked like it was going to do that, but then jumped right back into the.
And then, of course, the neighborhoods. I mean, how big can Buffet Infinity get? You know, it's like it was turning into its own town.
Right.
Like
it
you're
took
living.
me a while, and I guess that's the beauty of how it was done.
So that's the gist of the story right there.
Yeah.
How it ends is kind of up to you. Although I figure out what the ordeal is, but then having that little musical number at the end kind of threw me off. But yeah, it's like if you've seen stuff like Too Many Cooks or Yule Log and any weird, like even Tim and Eric.
Yeah.
have gotten into stuff that's this dark, and
It's kind
I
of
like
in there, yeah.
I like this kind of almost scary, dark absurdity. Because it's not just schlock, it's creative schlock.
It's very
And
creative.
The ads in here. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing I've ever seen. It's nothing that was ever done like this. I mean, the whole movie is told. It's not like they talk about this sinkhole where they actually go and you see a sinkhole. You
No.
have to figure out that there's a sinkhole based on just commercials. The whole movie is just commercial after commercial.
Because honestly, you never see the sinkhole. You only see
It's
like
just-
a diagram.
But they'll slip it in. Like you'll
Yep.
hear all of a sudden a voice saying, "Watch that sinkhole," and have you noticed this?
Yeah.
And it's just like it's so trippy, and it's like, what did I just hear? And then as the movie goes on, that you notice that the ads are starting to narrow down to more of a narrative, and they're starting to talk about more of a certain thing.
Well, they sort of cross the commercials almost like the characters cross paths with the other. And now I knew something was off when I think it was the TV lawyer, when at one point they just said fuck in the ad. And I was like, what? And then it starts throwing you off how these characters like, oh, we must stop it before it becomes fully aware of
they
its
would throw
power.
stuff like this up out of nowhere.
Yeah. And I like how it says it's for the Society for Religious Freedom. And it just, and it goes, a lot of it's low tech, in a way, stuff like this. The segments, each segment, if you look at them individually, there was work behind those. And by the way, what I understand is, from what I've read, that a lot of these were not actual really actors. You know how Tim and Eric would get people that were just people, and they would get them in the show. And I think that characters in this, some of them were not really actors, and that adds to the authenticity. Like these guys in the pawn shop. Oh God, are they bad at rapping? Oh my God. I thought criticize rappers and stuff. These guys, they were terrible, but that was the point. And they look like schmoes that you'll just see anywhere, like in a grocery store or something. And to me, it would seem like these guys are not actors, unless they're very good at acting amateurishly. But from what I understand, if you look up their IMDb credits, only like 2 of the actors have other IMDb credits, whereas basically everybody in this don't. They're just there. They don't even have
almost
photos.
looks like Justin Bieber there.
Oh, jeez. Well, a more meth Justin Bieber. But
well,
I mean,
I'm digging what you guys are saying. Is there a little bit of dark humor in it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Exactly the kind of thing you'd see, and especially in the more darker Adult Swim, like Too Many Cooks or Yule Log, which, by the way, I'm pissed off at out there. I Google searched where can I view Yule Log 2, because there's another one, and it said it's on Max. Yule Log is on Max, but not Yule Log 2. I searched it, and there's the TV lawyer and his supposedly his wife, and he's definitely, I would say, if he's an actor, he's good at playing someone who can't really act at all. And that's, like I said, what makes this so much more fun is because instead of having people that you're going, oh, these are obviously actors,
right?
And this
real.
way, because they're so amateurish. And then when things are starting to get really bad in here, Buffet Infinity themselves, I think, had influence to create a TV movie about Jenny where she's like owing money to the mob and defrauding people. Yeah. And because she disappears at one point, and so then she can't fight back. When I think Buffet Infinity was behind creating this TV movie that smears her. It just gets
It's
so
insane. Right. Great.
deep.
You would
And
love
again,
it. You would
Jamie,
love it, Dick.
I can swear that I have not spoiled this for you. All of these are little pieces that you're going to recognize at some point, but you're still not going to know what's what until
you're gonna watch it. You're gonna watch it 2 times and still not know what's what.
Yeah. Now it is currently showing it just last week. No, earlier this past week started on Shudder. And like I said, Vinegar Syndrome through their partner label offered the Blu-ray. Right. So I don't know if that sold out because when I bought it, I had to by the time I purchased it and I got on right away, it was already down to like low numbers. I think people are doing what I'm doing. They're jumping in and going for like the partner labels that'll disappear fast and then getting the Vinegar Syndrome titles later because there are thousands of those.
Mm-hmm.
But this
That's
one,
what I do. That's what I do.
I revealed the secret, folks. Well, no, yeah. I like for on the first, besides that I have to be at my doctor in a half hour. As soon as Vinegar Syndrome goes up, I'm going to jump right to the partner labels and I'm going to first check for the Shutters, Wild Eye, and see what AGFA they got. And maybe, now I have actually let up on buying the IFC partner titles through Vinegar Syndrome because I was expecting more horror, like Descendant was amazing, and that was more horror, and it was IFC. A lot of the IFCs, like The Last Wife or something from that French director who did Romance. I was so bored with that. Then you had and then there was that one about In the Valley or something. And all the IFC titles through Vinegar Syndrome lately have been more dramas that I was just like, why did I buy this? So I've let up on IFC, but I bid by Descendant. But otherwise, I'll jump in and get the Shutters because the Shutters disappear fast. These are the Shudder titles that Shudder doesn't release massively into like Walmart and on Amazon. These are Shudder titles that are basically Shudder DVD that were only released on DVD before only, and then for Blu-ray through Vinegar Syndrome. But Buffet Infinity, if you sort of set aside the controversy about the AI, I kind of personally feel that the AI in this is kind of appropriate because Buffet Infinity is becoming its own living, breathing entity.
Right.
And it's creating content. So it's going to be something.
It is an artificial intelligence.
Yes.
So, I mean.
So I kind of forgive that a little bit. Right. And yes, we had a little AI in the show earlier when I was being kicked by a kangaroo.
But that wasn't real?
You need to send me. Did you send me that video clip? Because now that I got my new computer back, I can start downloading all those pictures and videos you send me.
Yeah, I'll send them all to you.
Because I only have a still of the kangaroo from like months ago.
Jack,
and then
I think made it, right?
Okay. Yeah. But Buffet Infinity is definitely the kind of stuff I seek out because I like the weird. I like the, and yeah, I like to be challenged. Not so much that it's like a college lecture, but I like stuff that's sort of.
Well, it's got rewatchable.
It engages your brain in many weird ways. So if you're
trying to figure it out,
for those of you who, go ahead, Jamie.
No, I was just saying it's exactly the type of film I love. I don't want to be spoon-fed the same old crap.
Right.
You know what I mean? I want transgressive cinema. I want, push the boundaries. Tell me a story in a new way.
And this is a story you have to kind of figure. It's like it's giving you ingredients, but you have to mix it together to get a story.
Right. You can go watch a popcorn film, or you can go and it's something like this and be challenged.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I think it's like, Todd? Like that Halloween special and
WNUF.
Like it combines, it takes that idea and instead of just making a whole show of clips and nostalgia, promotional video, whatever, it's actually puts a story into
It's
that
telling a
that you have
story
to
despite
figure
you
out.
not realizing it. Yeah, WNUF Halloween special has been mentioned in reviews as well, which I have the WNUF that was released originally in the partner label on Vinegar Syndrome through TerrorVision, and then TerrorVision re-released it. And they did put it in Walmart in a thin slipcover. TerrorVision sometimes does that, like with Frogman, and I forget which other, WNUF, those were at Walmart, but in a thin paper slipcover. But this one, unless you...
I saw WNUF, and I loved it. So I'm really excited for this one.
Well, I have the WNUF album. I don't know why. Yeah, they put it out on vinyl. I guess it's selections. I didn't really listen to it yet, but I've had it, and I thought, well, this is cool. And I'm not a vinyl guy anymore. This whole vinyl thing, it's, you know, I was talking about that earlier, but it was the only way you could get it. And just like, I'm really, really, really sad that I forget the name of the company. I've got it bookmarked, but they've now released a soundtrack to The Boneyard, you know, the Phyllis Diller, but it's only on vinyl. I'm like, oh, shit.
Wow, that's weird.
I'll try to buy it if it's still available because I love The Boneyard. That's one we got to review. But Buffet Infinity has a way of like showing you stuff, and you're not like, okay, at first for a while, you're like, okay, I'm just getting
for a very long while. But
clips.
I think that's part of it. That makes it work better because you're so vested in that way, and then slowly things start. The idea of it, I think, overall, is to prove how much we don't really pay attention to what we're watching.
Yeah.
And we're so consumed by just the idea of the everyday thing that we're really not noticing little details and things that maybe we should be paying attention to.
Because when they mention that Buffet Infinity is 24/7, and then say, come eat our Indian buffet with all these exotic dishes, and like, what? They're going to serve that at 3 a.m?
All right.
And you're just starting to...
Yeah,
and then when they showed that cheeseburger that they're making...
it just keeps getting high, right? They put the thing on the
That's
top.
what's on the artwork there up in the corner. They just... It just keep... You're like, there's no way you can fucking eat that thing unless you take it apart. But they're serious about this burger. And then, of course, they start basically... I want to say stealing ideas from Jenny's, like with the sauce, and then claiming her sauce is just mostly ketchup, and she's not even Italian, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and you're
right.
like, this is fucking,
it's
you
crazy.
know, rust.
Then I like when they advertise where they start inviting the kids. They're like, oh, and kids come later, and
we got the play area, which is like the city block.
Right.
You know, it's just the whole thing. Like I said, Buffet Infinity is becoming this living, breathing entity.
Everything.
And eventually people will be living inside of Buffet Infinity, basically, and being a part of it. It's like
you might already be living in it, right? By the time you're
swallowing everything. And it just, wow. So I'm glad I pre-ordered the Blu-ray. They said
I'm going to order it. So
let me see here. While we're talking, I'm going to go to Vinegar Syndrome. I'm going to search for Buffet Infinity and see what they've got left. So
my Vinegar Syndrome order is coming tomorrow. That's really weird, Todd. That you
sold out.
Yours.
What?
Oh, I was just saying it was.
I figured that.
A little strange to me that you would get your order after me because mine's coming tomorrow.
Here's the thing with Vinegar Syndrome. Sometimes I pre-order something and it doesn't arrive until a week into the next month.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Now they sent me about almost a week ago. Your order has been shipped, but I still haven't received it. My order, once I get a notice from Vinegar Syndrome, it can take a week or a little longer.
Okay,
and I don't.
So from Connecticut, that's where they're based, right?
Yeah.
To Canada, 4 days.
See, and it takes me over a week.
That makes no sense.
Well, bad news, folks. And Yellow Veil Pictures, which is another thing that's interesting. I have a Yellow Veil Pictures shirt, but the thing is, companies like Yellow Veil Pictures and XYZ Films, and Raven Banner, which is Canadian, if you look around, something may be released by one company, but it'll say Yellow Veil Pictures, but it's released by another company, which is weird. I don't know who gets to have it, but this one is a Yellow Veil picture and is released through Yellow Veil's label and Vinegar Syndrome. But folks, I am sorry. And
I just looked it up. It's actually on Amazon.
And I think Diabolic DVD may see. Here's the thing: Diabolic DVD will get some of the slipcover editions the last week of the month.
Okay.
So even though Vinegar Syndrome will be sold out of, say, a slipcover edition or an edition, you can check Diabolic DV sometime within the last week of the month, and they will get copies.
Cool. Well, Amazon has it for pre-order. It says. And it says
so there's going to be a standard edition.
There's going to be a standard. It's coming out the 29th. And
well, get this.
It's available still.
Vinegar Syndrome had Buffet Infinity for $28.99. I guess for the regular standard edition. But the retail price, come on, $41.98.
Oh.
What the fuck? I know boutique labels have to charge a little more to make money, survive. But I'm going to Diabolic DVD right now. If it would just turn up, here we go. I'm going to search for Buffet Infinity there and see what they got.
But absolutely, with the boutique labels.
Sold out.
Wow.
No, that says sellout. There's no results for Buffet Infinity on Diabolic DVD. None at all.
That's weird.
So, folks, this is the thing. If you want to see Buffet Infinity, unless you can, pre-order on Amazon, Shudder is the only way you're going to see it right now.
All right. Or you could rent it. I actually rented it off Prime.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to actually watch it, Shudder, I have ad-based AMC Plus, so I get Shudder and IFC and that in there. That, or as Chris said, a rental online.
I definitely would rent this.
But I am so glad I pre-ordered it. I would be kind of really angry at myself because here's what I'm going to do.
Well, I'm going to order it too, even though
I'm going to go on eBay right now because you know what people do. That's why Vinegar Syndrome limits how many you can order.
Oh, I'm sure it's on there. With the slip covers, probably more too.
Okay, so Buffet Infinity is going for $69.99. I only see one. Let me try movies and TV and see if more turn up.
Does it at least have the slip cover?
It's sealed.
Okay.
Blu-ray sealed, slip cover.
Okay.
$69.99. Actually, there's just one on eBay right now. One for $69.99, free delivery. Yeah.
Physical media, tricky.
I used to collect all the Yellow Veil releases through Vinegar Syndrome, but then again, like you said, too many things. Like with Shudder, sometimes Vinegar Syndrome will release 3 new Shudder titles. I'm like, 3? Just give me one each time so I can kind of,
Yeah, work around my pay.
And another thing I want to kind of apologize to people, although I'm not. You seeing me eating a lot and stuff on the show, that's because they're all 3 hours ahead of me. And by the time their show starts and stuff, it's time for me to have lunch or something. So I'm snacking during the show. And that's why you see me doing that because...
Eat your heart out.
Yeah. Ooh. And more. Yeah. So otherwise, I want to mention...
You guys have completely sold me on this.
Buffet Infinity is definitely a keeper. Definitely Wheel of Heaven, folks. Sister Tempest. If you like this weirdness, and I'd love for us to do more weird movies.
Yeah.
The ones I've been talking about here, especially Joe Badon's, those are just it's a feast for your brain.
Good.
And I love it at work. Oh, I'm showing nipple. I love it at work when I tell people, because I can tell some of these, say, like 20 somethings and that you can tell, you get a vibe that they love this strange stuff. And I'll show them like Wheel of Heaven and like, oh my God, hold those up. And they're taking pictures and you can tell they're hungry to discover stuff that they never would have imagined was out there like this. And Buffet Infinity has kind of broken through. Like, well, Backrooms did that too. Cause I always like weirdness of liminal spaces. Cause Chris will start showing some of my Revere Couloir nipple sensor videos. I was shooting liminal space videos back around 2013, 2014. Where I'm in hallways and stuff and they seem endless. And I was doing that. I'm not saying, I was before Backrooms, but I kind of was. So, and if you've seen the movie Toys with Robin Williams, there's liminal space everywhere in that one. So coming up, this is the soundtrack. I have the DVD, but The Ghastly Love of Johnny X is being released in October from Film Movement. And it's going to be a limited edition Blu-ray of only 500 copies.
Damn.
I pre-ordered mine. It's like $32 because, of course, I'm a huge fan of this movie. I know Paul Bunnell, the director, and Jed Rowan, the actor. And I'm just a huge fan of this. So if I forget which website, I don't just Google search Ghastly Love of Johnny X Blu-ray Film Movement, and you'll get where you can order it. It's a pre-order, not released until sometime in October. So that's what I hate too, is having to pre-order a bunch of stuff that's not going to be out for like 6 months or something. I did manage to order the 3 titles from Visual Vengeance for August. One is The Flying Guillotine. The other is Cyclops. And I forget what the other one is. So but there's already 3 listed for September. And I'm like, yeah, because if you buy all 3 together, I think your best bet is on Diabolic DVD. Like the 3 for August with tax were like around $75. And I know that's a lot, but if you buy them separately and you pay shipping each time, you're going to be fucked.
That's a lot, way more.
So I want to then maybe midway through September or something, get the September titles, even though you can get the Visual Vengeance titles easily. They're still out there, but you just never know when one of them is going to be one that just for some reason disappears and you can't get. So yeah.
What do you think of the new line? Is it Revolver or it's a mystery? Kind of captures the spirit of old Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, it is them. It is Vinegar Syndrome. I have all 3.
Yeah.
I've watched them. They're interesting. I got a little, although I'm pissed off about volume 3, and I should mention it on the fan group. If you put it on play, you will get, like there's part 1 and part 2. You put it on play, all of part 1 plays in a row. But then it goes right to the menu for part 2. And you cannot play all of part 2 in a row. You have to play them individually. That's how mine works.
I collect a lot of TV shows too. And I hate when you get a TV show and there's not a play all.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Goes back to the menu every time. Yeah.
Well, speaking of TV shows, I'm so pissed that I haven't been able to buy. What is it? Vinegar Syndrome now has 4 on their Ionoscope of TV movies.
TV would you like to see?
Well, I mean, movie. They have Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, the series The Veil. They have Death of a Cheerleader and something else. I'd love to buy those, but they're so expensive. And I love TV movies. But and of course, I wish one label would just release all of like the ABC movies of the week and stuff, because like the one that I'm waiting on and nobody's released is When Michael Calls. About the woman, her son died, and then she's getting phone calls supposedly from her.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good one.
I read the book in the 70s, and then they made a TV movie out of it. It was creepy as fuck.
It's very creepy.
And yet that one's not available.
He comes home at the end, right? Or something. He like does-
Well, I don't want to spoil it, but
Right,
it is
right.
it is a good twist.
Right.
But yeah, there's so many TV, and then is it Imprint or from Australia is releasing box sets of 3 TV movies per set. And again, if you order from Imprint, it's from Australia, and it's all region, but the shipping from Australia is at least $25. And then the TV box sets, but they offer them on Diabolic DVD, and there's like at least 4 sets or 5 right now. And there's 3 movies on each, and they range from drama to thriller to whatever. They don't like put one theme on each box set. They just give you like a variety, like little, when you buy the chips sampler and you get Doritos and Fritos, and you're getting different things. 2 shows that I always loved, and of course the networks fucked them up and they were never finished. Here they are. And I'm sorry, folks, we're running like 5 hours. So if you need to wrap it up soon, Chris, let me know, because we're still going on a roll here. I'm having fun. I don't know about.
Yeah, a couple minutes. Like
okay.
A little late.
Sean Cassidy produced 2 TV series. One was Invasion, and it never finished. It kind of left you in the lurch, and they put it out on
An American Gothic by him too, Todd. Yeah.
There it is.
And here's the
Todd,
shit.
All the episodes are all out of order.
I was going to say that. And there were 4 episodes that were never even aired that are in here. But yes, just like the DVD set of The New Adventures of Old Christine, the episodes are out of order. I have a piece of paper in here that I have written the order of which you're supposed to watch them.
That's great. You have to.
Yeah.
And it's criminal that each series never finished, and yet they put them out in a set. So they leave you hanging.
I loved both of them.
Yeah, they were great. But then, like I said, you saw they didn't even finish American Gothic, so you were left hanging like, well, what? And then Invasion kind of gave you what could have been an ending, but really wasn't. And then you're fucked. The other 2 and these are more, these are expensive as hell now because they're out of print. And I know Andy Mangles, who produced these sets. He writes for Retro Fan Magazine, and he also produced the TV series Ghostbusters, the kid show set, Space Academy. And
is that a movie or a series?
It's a TV series. It was a Saturday morning show.
Ooh.
And what's his name from Lost in Space? Dr. Smith, Jonathan Harris.
Okay.
Is in it. And then this show, Helen Hunt was in an episode of this one.
Really?
As a kid. Arc 2.
Oh, yeah. These are Filmation, aren't they?
I think so. And what's weird, these were BCI clips. The thing is, I was concerned even as a kid that Arc 2 was going to be a religious thing, and it really wasn't. They just called it Arc 2 because it's a new world, and but it is not a faith-based science fiction show. The other one I will recommend to people as do not know anything about, Forrest Tucker from F Troop and the Ghostbusters, and Bob Denver from Gilligan's Island, Dusty's Trail.
Wow.
I've never even heard of it.
17 episodes. Remember that Western show that was on with Daniel Radcliffe and Steve Buscemi?
Yes.
It's kind of like, but we're talking 1973 and 1974. And get this, I got it at Borders for $9.99 back in
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then this woman, I swear to God, I want to have lunch with her one day. Julie Brown, not downtown Julie Brown, but you can get these from Julie Brown's website. Attack of the 5'2" Women, which was a Showtime movie.
Oh, right. Yes.
She does Tanya Hardley and Lorena Babbitt. And they're classic. Look up Queen of the Ice on YouTube. It's her doing a musical number where she's going to attack Nancy Kerrigan. And
I remember that.
It's beautiful. Attack of the 5'2" Women. It's a National Lampoon movie. And then her other one, Medusa, Dare to be Truthful.
Yeah.
And which has Kathy Griffin in it. And
Madonna.
It's her spoof of Madonna's Truth or Dare. You can get both of these at juliebrown.com. You can also get her TV series that was on Fox called The Edge, like a sketch comedy show with Jennifer Aniston in it. And there were unaired episodes in that set. But juliebrown.com, all this good shit's there. Plus her albums, her CDs. She autographs a photo if you want. She'll autograph. For like a couple extra bucks, you can have her autograph. I have her Strip Mall, the Comedy Central series she did, which, by the way, was not left unfinished. She ended the show purposefully like she did. And I didn't realize that until I read about it. But she autographed both of my copies of that. And then I love League of Gentlemen, the British series. Okay. But this show, holy shit, Black Books.
I've never heard of it, Todd.
Bill Bailey from, Hot Fuzz and all that.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, these two characters here also were in a lot of series. Simon Pegg appeared in an episode. It's about a guy who runs this shitty little used book shop in what looks like the front of an apartment. And there's one episode where this gal has the hots for this guy, but she can't say anything about it. And when she's in bed one night, the funniest, I don't know if it's the clips on YouTube, but she calls him up and she's like, she's pleasuring herself and she's like, she can't speak. And he's like, I forget her name, but it's Christine. He'll go, because his voice is real deep and sultry. That's what turns her on. And he goes, Chris, hello. And she's like, and he's like, are you, Christine? Are you there? And she's like, oh. He's like, are you in trouble? And then he says, do you want me to come? Meaning like, do you want me to come over? So he's going, do you want me to come? And she's like, do you want me to come? And she's like, ah! You got to see Black Books, man. And it is domestic. Warner Brothers. I'm sure it's streaming somewhere, but there's only 2 seasons. You got to see Black Books. Definitely Black Books. Can't recommend it enough. So, I guess by the time on my Grizzly Adams clock, which actually this clock, I think I need to either change the battery or something because it's not the time it should be. No. But anyway, yeah, it's the second hand is stuck. But anyway, by the time on my Grizzly Adams clock, I can't believe this exists. We're about winding things down because we hit 5 hours today, 5:18. Yeah. And will apologize if that takes up people's time, like
Nah,
Chris.
that's fine.
But at the same time, I absolutely live for sharing, and
It's
I mean
so much
sharing
fun.
in the manner of telling you about. You can't have my stuff.
No, it's all good. I just have to
But-
go to the dispensary again.
Oh God, Chris, you are. Are you sure you're okay? Because you're always
Yeah.
having to go to the dispensary.
I
Every
know.
time I talk to you, it's like I
No,
gotta get to
dog,
the.
I don't think I'm buying enough at one time. That's the problem.
You're telling yourself you're okay by only buying little bits, but then you need more.
Right.
No, I'm not
Exactly.
judging. I'm not
I'm
judging.
kidding.
But okay, so we will chat with Annabelle and see what she,
Yeah, we'll
you know,
figure it out.
if New York Ripper and Dr. Butcher would be a good duo. Also, then, like I said, coming up, even though they are vastly different, Treehouse and Last Victim are Jaeger Kush. Oh God, there's a brand. But yeah, talk about a Todd Jaeger experience.
Right.
I think we ought to name another product Lady Task.
Oh,
I don't know, Jamie, if you know about that.
Todd had to throw that in.
A couple weeks ago, there was something on the Chiron below us, and it said something about a task, and my nose
brain.
spray thing was blocking part of the text, and I thought it said Lady Tasks. And I just wouldn't let up on that. And Annabelle was just like, so Lady Tasks, whatever those may be, I think it would make a great title for a song or a band or something. I don't know what Lady Tasks are.
Me neither.
But it's something to ponder. And but I'm never going to forget that. Never going to forget Lady Tasks.
Neither is Annabelle.
No, she's not. I won't let her forget. But honestly, and aside from our little serious moment in there that got a little weird.
I always bring the drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be drama no matter what. And
We need entertainment.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I'm
I
sad.
think what I'm going to do is we'll just wait to see who, you know, I was like sitting here going, I need cheesecake, but I only had my Pop-Tarts. So
I'm like,
That'll do.
I'm tearing the show apart.
no, I would have felt really bad if I would have held up one of those iconic popcorn tubs and was that would be bad. You know, the Michael Jackson gif of him going, oh man. So anyway, I'll tell you two real quick. There's my new tower. What's really weird is it's got that green light on the front, but you can change.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. Real quick.
Real quick, what?
I actually have a picture of your tower.
Oh, you do. That's right. But it has that, you can change the color on that light, and that's okay. But in the back where the fan is, something in it glows in different colors. So at night when I shut off all the lights, my room is kind of semi-lit because of my tower now. But it's okay. It doesn't keep me from sleeping. But, oh, there it is. Yep. Wait a minute. What did you... You bastard. He put lube. Is that like lube? Like, not him?
What do you tell? Yeah, what are you talking about?
I don't use lube. I lick my palm. Ah! See, you asked for it.
There's fingerprints all over that piece, so you better clean it.
I don't. Oh my God, that's what that is. I thought it was like from the light.
There's some medical gloves over there too. What's going on?
Oh my God! I just now noticed those. Jeez, what else did you put in there? God damn it! Is there something on top in between the little what I call the guardians of my PC?
Oh, no, that's a good idea. Maybe.
Okay. There's
Whoa.
you. Oh my God! Are you implying that I enjoy having a little
No.
Buddy Christ? Yeah, I got Buddy Christ. And by the way, Buddy Christ has the proper stigmata on his wrists.
Nice.
If they were to hang you up by the cross through your palms, your weight would tear it right off. So that whole palm thing is wrong. It is the wrists because it's between two bones and that.
Oh,
So, you know, if you also believe in all that, but
that's something to think about tonight.
Buddy Christ is fun, you know, and Dogma's a great movie. So yeah, I've got that. But other than that, fun stuff. I'm glad we got through Buffet Infinity, and we definitely, guys, look up Wheel of Heaven and Sister Tempest. You fill your head with this kind of lush weirdness. You'll be so happy you did. It will enhance your life. I agree. But what I'm gonna do after this is probably have a shower, have a like legitimate lunch, although it's 4:27 here, and then do some more binging on the leftovers, and then watch some of my movies. Because once you get started on a series like that, you can't like stop. You can't. Because each episode leaves you with like, what? And then you got to click on skip to next episode. So that's it.
You don't have to work tonight?
No, I don't. I usually am Friday and Saturday nights, sometimes Thursday, maybe a Tuesday, if not Thursday. But yeah, they like me on weekends because we're so busy. Although it's been milder, it's winding down for the summer. They like me there because it's a massive lobby and two different entrances and stuff. So I'm constantly watching people coming in, what they're holding. If people are leaving, make sure they don't still have liquor. You know, like people come in with skateboards or scooters. I tell them not in the building. They can't even carry them or hold them. They have to take them out to their car. I'm like, they know I watch everything. And I notice stuff that good 95% of the other employees don't even notice or want to, if they don't want to. Like, I will tell you quick before we sign off. I know we want to go. There's a gentleman that's been coming in for the past year who always comes up to me. Hey, Todd, how's it going? And are you working on anything? And and he's trying to schmooze me, you know? And then he'll be like, oh, so what's say Buddy, what's that playing in? And you know, and then what he'll do is he'll go, okay, well, I'll catch you later. And he'll walk on. He doesn't have a fucking ticket. And then like one or two visits ago, he comes in and I say, okay, but before you go in, I need to see your ticket. He's like, what? I said, yes, you didn't show me a ticket last time. There are other times this has happened too. And he's like, oh, well, you know, I review movies and I only watch like 15 minutes of them. I just want to, I'm like, even if you want to watch 15 minutes, you have to have a ticket to get past me. And he got a little testy with me a couple weeks ago. And then he apologizes on his way out and says, oh, I'm on medications.
Oh,
like, what the fuck? And then he comes in last night, like an hour before his show is supposed to start. And he's like, oh, no. I said, what do you got here? And he's like joking, like, I'm not going to show you. I'm like, well, you're not going in if you don't show me. And then his movie wasn't for an hour. And he's like, well, and he said, where's Buddy showing? And I wouldn't tell him. And then he goes, okay, well, I'm going to go use the bathroom. There's bathrooms in the lobby, but he wants to, you know, go in the hallway, which then I was like, and he walks on. And then I had to have, I told an usher, where is he going? And the usher said he went down the hall. I'm like, God damn it. So I asked a manager, you know, I'm not going to go chasing after people. Like, you don't want me to, but the usher bee needs to get this guy because he doesn't have a ticket for it. And he's not sure if he'll identify the guy. So can I go? And they said, yes. So, yep. And I went down the hall because I knew where he would be. Sure enough, he was still walking around looking for a seat in Buddy. And I walked up to him and I said, you can't be in here. You know you can't be in here. Oh, well, I was just going to watch 15 minutes and my next movie. I say, you can't, that's called movie jumping. It's like stealing. You cannot be in here. you're going to have to wait for your next movie out in the lobby. He's like, oh, I get it. I said, I'll get the brunt of this. Which I was just like, look, I'm supposed to keep a little order here. You can't do this. So he comes down the hall and he's trying to be friendly with me in the hallway, but I could just sense the plastic burning in the air. You know what I mean? It was just so plastic. And he's like, well, I'll go shopping for a while and I'll come back. I'll come back at about 6:30. His trailers would start at 6:45. And I waited because I was going to point him out to management to say, get a good look at him, because they're like, I think I know who you're talking about, but I want to make sure. So, because what the deal would be is we can't talk to him when he comes back in, but if he goes into his movie and then when the movie's over, goes down the hall and then we could get him and have him talk too. But I waited and waited and he never came back. And
so wish you wore a body cam.
And when the movie let out after 9 o'clock, I watched everybody pouring out of that auditorium because it was near me. And he didn't come back. So now I was hoping he would, because then if he didn't leave and he went down the hall, then we could do something. And because I've told him, I said, we've banned customers from this place for doing this. So, I get it. Well, he didn't come back. So now I got to wait for another weekend whenever he'll come back. And it'll be a careful watch. Just, because we can't say you can't come in here. We got to wait for him to do something. So that was my fun this weekend. But, I love what I do. It's a load of fun. You just, once in a while, you get something shitty that kind of ruins the fun. And there you go. So, but otherwise, good times. I'm happy to be there. I get so many customers. I got like hugs last night from customers. I had customers come up, even with other employees nearby for my proof. They'll look at my spot and go, what do you got this week? I used to use the Toddless Theater. That's true. Go somewhere else and do that shit. But I had numerous customers last night come up to me and go, so what do you got this time? So that I will you got anything to recommend this time? And sure enough, I would. And I was recommending stuff. And they're just like taking pictures. And I love it. I'm helping people discover stuff. Or I love to hear them come back to me and go, oh, I watched. Oh my God. It's like sharing an excitement and I
love how film brings people together like no other medium.
Exactly. And music. But, oh, by the way, folks, music wise, for even if you're not LGBTQIA plus, whatever, all the other ones go on, there are two in particular. There's this country singer named Chris Houseman. Look him up, especially his video called Cowman. I don't want a cowboy. I want a cowman. And then he's part of a trio, Adam Mack and this other gal, and they call themselves the Cowgays. They have a brand new song called Been Done Did That. And they have another one called You Can't Keep a Good Hoedown at a Hoedown, or a good hoedown or something. Those songs, it's country with a twist. Not like Rubber Rodeo, but look them up, Cowgays and Chris Houseman, and you'll be like, and I've seen comments on YouTube, well, I'm straight myself, but damn, this is good country. So look it up. I can't recommend them enough. They're just a blast. They're enjoying themselves. So there you go. So next week we will announce throughout the week. If you're connected to us anyway on Facebook, you'll see us post about what will be coming up next Sunday.
Yeah, we'll talk to Annabelle and see if she still wants to do those two movies.
Yeah, I'm up for anything, but like I said, those ones I sent to you were just ones that I was organizing and trying to reintegrate movies into my shelving.
Yeah.
I still got a whole, get to them. And I was like, oh, and I would take pictures as I was going along.
No, it's good. It's a good way to keep a list of where we'll start from.
Well, gosh, fun time. Yes.
Just one question. Any news about the apartment?
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I didn't want to like burden everybody, but okay. So, Orkin came back and they cleared out some more stuff. And then it was getting to be like a couple days away from an inspection. And I was like, holy fuck. And then a guy showed up last Friday to do drywall. And they're supposed to leave panel, like 2 access panels, one on the right, one on the left, so they can get in there, like when Orkin will have to come back later. Because they took care of the roof. They put up mesh on the roof in places where the rats can't get in then. They cut the tree back. They didn't cut it down, but they cut it back so that it doesn't reach the roof. So the rats can't crawl up and unless they can jump real good. And so they took care of that. So now what's ever still in there will have to die off or something. And so a guy showed up on Friday for drywall, and I said, wait a minute. Orkin's supposed to come first, right? And he was like, oh, let me check. And he, then here comes Orkin, and one of the maintenance guys. And I said, okay, so now they're going to put up drywall. We can't find him. He left. So I was like, oh shit. So on Monday, the inspection was Tuesday. So Monday, the drywall guy shows up and does the job. But there was supposed to be 2 panels in the closet wall to pull off to access. He put one in the center. So I told the manager, if you guys want to change this later, I understand. But he goes, well, we're gonna have to keep it as it is, because we were hoping Orkin could have better access on both sides instead of just one in the center. So okay, so they did that. But the inspector came on Tuesday. Things are hopeful. And there's still a little scent in the closet, but that's because they're going to have to take out the carpet in the closet and like treat the concrete or whatever's under there and then put new carpet in the closet. Otherwise, it doesn't really smell that bad. I did hear movement above my one bathroom yesterday or the day before. So, they can't like have magic arms and get there and pull out, any living thing that's still in there. But now whatever's in there is either going to have to get done by a trap or starve. Because apparently you can't bomb in there or something, because then it gets through the walls and it could, So apparently we're waiting to hear that the inspection passed, which we're sure it will. I was a little worried because my air conditioner vents are in the room are still rattling like crazy. There's just something an HVAC person has to do to stop the rattling. But that is not a stipulation of the passing of the inspection. So I told the inspector when that was rattling, I said, because she had it on the thing, and I said, well, yeah, they're going to take care of that, but this does not determine whether or not it can pass. It was the whole rat thing. So we're waiting on.
Well, I'm sending you lots of love and
positivity. Thank you.
And,
but I didn't have to move.
Exactly. I know how long you waited for that apartment.
7 years. and I told everybody. I told the management company and everybody and the inspector. I said, I got the perfect apartment I kind of dreamed of as far as the location and everything. I've waited 7 years to get in here. I got exactly what I was hoping for. I said, I do not want to lose this. And they were like, I don't think you'll have to, and da-da-da. But now it's just, is it yes? Did it pass completely? And then hopefully they'll get on the other things that need to be done. But so far, good news, basically. And so thanks for asking, because I totally honestly forgot about it for this show, because we got into so many things.
Yeah, I know. I always think about you in that place, because I was so happy when you got in there, and and you were so pleased to get in there and waited so long.
Because you
I
knew
just want
me, like when I shot my scenes, that was the old apartment, and for
Mhm.
zombie, and after I left, that place apparently got more dangerous. So, yeah, there were 2 shootings. I mean, it's right next door to this property, but you know, because they're letting, this is a 55 plus, and that's just like anybody. They were kind of letting anybody in, and it just got worse. So everything has had a way of kind of falling into place for me. Look, I got my award money from work for being there for 15 years, just in time that I needed a new computer. It's like things kind of have a way. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm still like struggling, but as one intuitive said, the money will be there. Basically, I see money around you, but it will be there as you need it, basically. And that's kind of how, and yes, I get my little movies. I don't party, I don't drink, I don't go out and spend money on video games and shit. That's my pleasure right there. So, you know, and no, I don't, a lot of stuff I have too is through doing reviews or trades or things. So it's not that I bought everything. So people, I am not rich by any means. No, I'm rich in heart.
Exactly.
But okay, well, and thank you for asking, because I would have forgotten to mention it actually. But yeah, so, and Jamie, please, anytime. It's like with Gary Wallace, you know, from The Jar. We love it when he drops in and hangs out.
He just added me as a friend.
Oh, good.
He's a sweetheart.
He's so genuine. He's so sweet. And the fact that I consider him a friend now, and it's like, little did I think back in 1984 that I would actually know this guy, or some of the stars or whatever that I now am friends with. It blows my mind. It's not that I don't think I'm worthy. It's just, I never imagined, you know, it's like, I never imagined one of the highlights of my life is that I got to voice Frank LaLoggia.
Right.
In a movie. I'm like, I still can't grasp it. It's amazing. So I guess I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and God doggone it, people like me. And everyone, please seek it out. Get yourself a Shannon Doherty pencil topper if you can.
Did you buy that?
No, I told them last week I was and it opens up. I don't know what you'd put in it, but I was working at Borders, and this was on the floor, and we didn't sell these. So obviously a customer dropped it. Maybe they had it in their, you know, and I thought, well, I'm taking this home. So it's like a little good luck charm for me, I guess. Yeah. So, all right. So Chris needs to go to the dispensary, so we got to let him do that. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do, but, God, now I'm in a much better mood. And I thought I was going to be so tired I'd need to take a nap right away, but I'm good. So, folks, thank you for watching out there. And for the ones, Warden, you got Dean, and you guys who basically stick around through the whole show, I'm amazed. But people can always watch the show later, too. That's fine. But thank you today for Drew GODDERIS for dropping in. I've been friends with him for a while now. For a few years, but I'm so thrilled that we at least got his voice today. And let's see, we had Bill Whedon. Thank you, Bill Whedon. Can't wait to be in Gonzo Geezer with him and John Dugan. And of course, Jason dropping in, Annabelle. And I hope they're all feeling better after the fun.
Jack's feeling better as well.
And Jack, I was going to say, Jack, feel better. Yeah, we want you back, because I thought, I was scared I wasn't going to be able to keep the show filled with stuff today, because if it was just me and Chris, but look what happened. So that's the Todd Jaeger.
You get me up in here, and I could go for hours.
That's the thing. If this was like a live thing that could go as long as it wanted, I'd be up for it. But I understand people have things to do. And that's why Chris is apparently doing something right now. So he's not there. But Chris, I assume you're there that you'll be able to close the show down and put whatever surprise you have. Yeah, that was Chris. That's his deal. So thank you, everybody. And
happy 50th episode.
Thank you, and to everyone involved.
Another 50.
And
another 50, Todd.
Well, we'll see. So join us next week, folks, at the same time, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and wherever else you're in the world, usually Europe, you're about 8 hours ahead. Join us again and surprises, because I don't have a plan for next week, but it's going to be fun. So this has been the Todd Jaeger Experience. Todd Quality Jaeger here with his pelt. Ooh, look at that.
and Jimmy Robert McDougall, a.k.a. Dixie Dynamite.
Dixie Dynamite. By the way, as we roll out, so you folks know, Dixie Dynamite is a 1976 PG movie with Warren Oates and Christopher George. It's, you got to check it out, folks, so you know what Dixie Dynamite is all about. So, that is it. I'm going to bid you all an adieu. And Chris, for the little bit you're going to do, I'll say, from Wheel of Heaven, play that music, monkey boy.
Magic lasso to the rescue. This is Wonder Woman. I'm on my way.
All the world's waiting for you and the power you possess. In your satin tights, fighting for your rights, and the old red, white, and blue. Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Now the world is ready for you. Make a hawk a dove, stop a war with love, make a liar tell the truth. Wonder Woman, get us out from under. Wonder Woman, all our hopes are pinned upon you and the magic that you do. Stop a moving cold, make the answers fall, change their minds, and change the world. Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman, you're a wonder, Wonder Woman. Time to fly back to headquarters.